But I Trusted You, and Other True Cases by Anne Rule, performed by Laurel Merlington. The names of some individuals have been changed. To the late Sheriff Chris Hansen of Montcalm County, Michigan, my grandfather. Our grandfather inspired me and all my cousins with his ability to talk to almost anyone, his understanding of human nature, his skill as an investigator, and his compassion. Many decades ago, Robert Ripley chose Chris Hansen for his feature Believe It or Not, because he never had to fire his gun during his long career as a lawman. The Hansen descendants are spread all over America now, and most of us chose to be police officers, lawyers, social workers, prosecutors, parole and probation officers, teachers, or writers. We all owe a lot to our grandfather, a Danish immigrant who settled in Michigan. But I Trusted You. Forward. There are infinite variations on the motive, means, and excuses for the darkest crime of all, murder. Some are unpremeditated and leave the killer full of remorse, while other homicides sink to the cruelest depths imaginable and the murderers feel absolutely no twinge of conscience. Most of us would be capable of taking another person's life, but only to save ourselves or someone vulnerable. Mothers, both human and animal, kill without a thought to protect their young. And that isn't truly murder. Soldiers shoot to kill on the battlefield, and police officers sometimes have no choice but to use deadly force. Any cop will tell you that the officer who is responsible for a death in the line of duty suffers as much or more than the criminal. Conscience doth make cowards of us all, William Shakespeare wrote in Hamlet. But he was wrong. There are human beings who have no conscience. They don't feel remorse or regret or guilt about the horrible crimes they have committed. They may shed crocodile tears, and they cry when they are caught, but they weep only for themselves. The cases in this book, ranging in time from a few years ago to more than 3 decades into the past, are about homicides that were both devious and complicated. The killers planned their crimes and drew victims in to a point where they placed their confidence in someone who was both sly and deadly. In hindsight, their machinations seem blatant and easy to recognize. But in the beginning, their masks and their ability to say just the right thing at the right time were often impenetrable. The longest case, and the title case I explore in But I Trusted You, is about a couple whose meeting was romantic, whose marriage seemed fated, and whose final separation was unbelievable. They had it all, at least to anyone looking at them from the outside of their relationship, and even to many who knew them well. Of the two, the husband seemed the more bizarre. He often watered their lawn or picked up the morning paper in minimal clothing, but their neighbors had long since become used to it. His jubilant personality won them over. The couple lived in a kind of fishbowl. From the living room of their charming house on a picturesque lake, visitors could peer through the glass floor and view the king-sized waterbed below. He was a school counselor, and she operated a small resale shop. Modest and respectable professions, and yet theirs is one of the strangest and most multifaceted stories I have ever come across. Death in Paradise may not have been a betrayal of trust at all. Perhaps what happened in the tropical waters off Papeete was only a sad series of accidents. I have to admit that we may never know the complete truth, but the ill-fated journey of the spellbound will never be erased from my own memory, not until the hidden aspects of a case that sounds more like fiction than fact are revealed. It will undoubtedly haunt you too, just as it haunts those who survived. In Sharper Than a Serpent's Tooth, I explore another case of a disappearance that suggested a violent and deadly end. No one knew for sure if Lorraine Milroy left her comfortable home of her own volition, or if she had no choice. She had many of the usual problems that divorced middle-aged women face. Still, she wasn't depressed, or rather, she didn't seem to be. Family problems cropped up occasionally, but money wasn't an issue. On a bitter cold night, detectives searching her home for some hint of where she might be came across items of evidence that gave them a sense of foreboding. As anxious as they were to locate Lorraine, whether she was alive or dead, they hoped they hadn't focused on the right suspect. It was someone whom Lorraine loved, counted on, held high hopes for, and, yes, trusted. Monahan's last date reflects the mores of a brief period in American history. The 1960s were all about the love generation, but as the decade eased into the 1970s, love gave way to an intense curiosity about sex. Cosmopolitan editor Helen Gurley Brown shocked America with her book Sex and the Single Girl in 1962. Her basically innocuous book opened up the floodgates. Masters and Johnson's research and subsequent publication shocked the public deliciously. And the joy of sex came along 10 years later, along with the movie Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice. Swinging and wife-swapping intrigued couples whose marriages had become mundane, but in most cases the results were disastrous, and it wasn't long before they ended up in divorce court. In Monahan's last date, a highly successful businessman, who had been recently divorced, became involved with a group of swingers through a magazine called The Seekers. Their leader was friendly and fast-talking, and his CB handle was Dudley Do-Right. Frank Monahan liked him and his lifestyle, and he saw no danger behind Dudley's broad smile. But of course there was. Frank Monahan placed his confidence in the wrong man. This case began in the thick brush at the summit of a lonely mountain pass, stumped detectives in 4 jurisdictions, including the FBI, and led them on a 4-year chase across the United States. But in the end, they untangled the mystery of a peculiar liaison that led inexorably to murder. In Run as Fast as You Can, a killer's motivation can be traced directly to a horrific bloody attack he witnessed as a small child. Whether any amount of counseling might have mitigated the psychological damage he suffered is a moot point. His parents were brilliant and wealthy, and they lived in an upscale neighborhood near a scenic park. His many trips to the waterfront park seemed a totally wholesome pastime. In reality, he was there to watch and to stalk, hiding in the trees and shrubs while he chose his targets. The deadly voyeur demonstrates that we are often most in danger when we feel safe. Everyone should set an alarm bell in their subconscious minds. If they are suddenly threatened or accosted, they will then have an automatic plan to use in those precious seconds they have to escape from a potentially deadly situation. If they don't make the right choice, they are trapped. The young couple who met a prowling monster were not prepared for such an event. Even in their worst nightmares, they couldn't have imagined there were minds like his. Dark Forest, Deep Danger is about a case I first investigated in the 1970s. In some sense, it remains almost as mystifying today as it was then. Even so, as I re-investigated this inscrutable tragedy, I may have come upon an answer to what happened to a family of 4 who went into an Oregon forest to have a picnic and an outdoor adventure, and vanished. As time went by, they were found, but the discovery only brought about more questions. Perhaps a listener will have the answers that will finally put a horrendous mystery to rest forever. Possibly listeners will agree with my theory. But I trusted you. Chapter 1. The slender strawberry blonde and the school counselor whose home was 3,000 miles away in Washington State met in such a seemingly romantic way that they seemed destined to be with one another. He was in New Orleans for a 10-day educational conference, and she was a concierge at a fine hotel in the Mardi Gras city. It would have been better, perhaps, if his judgment hadn't been somewhat obscured by the romance of it all. In retrospect, she undoubtedly knew exactly what she was doing. It was 1988 when their story began. Teresa Gaith was 27 then, and she had deep roots in Louisiana and Florida. Trying to trace those roots, however, is almost impossible. Gaith was her first husband's surname. Her maiden name was probably Jones, but she didn't tell Charles Chuck Leonard that. She said her maiden name was Goldstein before she married a stockbroker named Gary Gaith, and she subtly alluded to her family's wealth, only the first of the many exaggerations and downright lies she would tell Chuck. Teresa's family, 2 sisters and a brother, and her parents met Gary Gaith only twice. Once before she married him, and once again when they attended their daughter's wedding. Teresa said she and Gary had lived aboard a wonderful sailboat during their brief marriage. It was a somewhat bizarre celebration. Lois Patois, Teresa's older sister, who had always tried to look after her siblings, recalled, "My whole family went to Teresa's wedding, and there was a gentleman that had come down from like a balcony area, and he had a gun, a big gun." From then on, Teresa's family wondered if their sister's bridegroom was involved in some things that weren't normal. Teresa said nothing to disabuse them of that impression. She enjoyed having mysteries in her life. She stayed married to Gary Gaith less than 2 years, actually living with him for only a few months. As they sipped cocktails far into the night, Teresa gave Chuck the impression that she worked not out of necessity, but because she enjoyed interacting with the guests who patronized the hotel where she was employed. When Chuck told her that he had a master's degree from a highly rated Jesuit college, Seattle University, and that he was working to be qualified as a school principal, she volunteered that she had a college degree. She probably didn't, but following her tangled background to its sources is akin to untangling a ball of yarn after a kitten is through playing with it. Teresa was 5 feet 6 inches tall, but she was small-boned and sometimes appeared to be far more delicate than she really was. In truth, she had a backbone of steel and usually got what she wanted. Her green eyes gave her a seductive quality. She knew how to attract and please men, and she spent a great deal of time on her clothes, hair, and makeup. Sometimes she looked like Sharon Stone, and then again she could be as guileless and innocent as Doris Day. She had a cute little pug nose and thick blonde hair, and a good, if somewhat boyish, figure. She kept her nails long and lacquered bright red. But she wasn't technically beautiful. She also had a spade chin, too elongated for her face to be perfect, and she didn't like her nose. Haltingly, Teresa told Chuck that she felt lucky to be alive. She said she had survived open-heart surgery when she was a child, but she assured him that she was in good health now. She showed him the scars left from her cardiac operations, and he worried about her. He thought she might be protesting too much when she said she had no lingering effects from such drastic surgery at a young age. Chuck Leonard was a very complicated man. He was a natural-born caretaker, but he was also something of a hedonist. Chuck Leonard was, as his sister Teresa said, a rescuer. He was 5 years older than his only sibling, and he'd always been a caring big brother, and he liked that role. The women in his life tended to be younger than him and somewhat dependent and needy. Probably Teresa Gaith appealed to him both because she was very attractive and because she seemed lost and in need of a strong shoulder to lean on. It may have been the story she told him about her bad heart. More likely, it was because Teresa was skilled at figuring out what different men wanted, and she quickly deduced that Chuck wanted someone who needed him, women he could mentor into a more fulfilling life, and in certain ways, Teresa fit into that category. Like Gary Gaith, Chuck Leonard was 20 years older than Teresa, but he didn't act or look his age. He had a trim, muscular build, and handsome, even features with clear-light eyes beneath hooded lids. Chuck had a thick head of hair that his barber cut in the latest style. Sometimes he had a crew cut, and occasionally he let it grow below his ears and down to his shoulders. When Teresa met him, he had a thick, brush-like mustache. During the many evenings they spent together, he told her about his waterfront home in Washington State, his great job with the school district, his airplane, and his vintage sports cars. That was all true, but Chuck's cars and plane were older models, and he'd built his house and property into what they were by dint of his own hard physical labor. Teresa assumed he was wealthy. One Washington detective surmised that each of them thought the other had no money problems. In the end, they both got fooled, but Chuck got fooled more. Actually, Chuck didn't care if Teresa had money, and he didn't deliberately mislead her. He was making a fairly good salary, and he was able to afford those things he wanted. He owned property beyond the house he remodeled, and he lived comfortably. Oddly, Teresa told Chuck she was 2 years older than she really was, a switch on the usual adjustments women make to their true ages. Perhaps she wanted him to think that their ages weren't that far apart. When Teresa and Chuck fell in love, his friends thought it was because of a mutual physical attraction, and not because either was a fortune hunter. Or so it seemed. In retrospect, one could wonder if Teresa would have allowed herself to become deeply involved with Chuck so rapidly if she knew he didn't really have the assets of a truly wealthy man. But she did miss him a lot when the educational conference ended and he flew back to Washington. He missed her more. Chuck wrote to Teresa 3 times a day, mailed sentimental cards, and sent her flowers from his own garden, carefully packed in green tissue paper with water-filled glassine tubes, so that they arrived in good condition. Teresa's heart wasn't totally devoted to Chuck Leonard. In 1987, before she met Chuck, she had carried on an intense affair with another man for 6 months. His name was Nick Callis, and she'd met him when she went to Hawaii to work. Callis was a realtor, and Teresa went to his office inquiring about housing. They were both single, and they could not deny the immediate chemistry between them. But after 6 months, Nick still hadn't made any move toward a permanent relationship, so Teresa returned to New Orleans. They exchanged cards and phone calls from time to time. After she met Chuck, Teresa wrote to Nick and told him that she would be living in Washington State. Not long after, Callis married someone else, and he lived even farther away from New Orleans than Chuck did, in Hawaii. Nick was the same age as Chuck, but beyond that, they didn't resemble each other. Callis was well on his way to becoming rich, while money mattered little to Chuck. Like most men of Greek heritage, Callis was dark and swarthy, and boldly handsome, with a head of thick, wavy black hair. Teresa tended to gravitate toward older men. The 3 she was closest to were all almost 2 decades older than she was. Perhaps she was searching for a father figure. As the doors of her secret life slowly opened over the years, one could understand why. Gary, Nick, and Chuck all fit that role. They were all kind to her and concerned about her, at least initially. Teresa knew Nick was wealthy because he'd shown her many of the properties he owned. She sometimes wondered what her life would have been like if Nick had chosen her instead of his wife Grace. Eventually, in about 1989, Nick seemed to disappear from Teresa's life. After her loneliness and frustration in trying to balance not 1 but 2 long-distance relationships, it wasn't difficult for Chuck to persuade Teresa to visit him at his Snohomish County home on Lake Goodwin near Stanwood, Washington. She had been married once, and Chuck had 1 or 2 ex-wives, but he'd been divorced for years. Chuck thought he had found his soulmate, his sister Teresa said. Teresa came out for Thanksgiving in November 1988. Chuck had seemed to be a confirmed bachelor for decades. His first wife, Raisa, had been a 16-year-old high school student, and he'd been 21 when he proposed. It wasn't romantic at all, Raisa recalled. We'd been dating, and I knew Chuck wanted to avoid being drafted and sent to Vietnam. He didn't want to go to Canada either. He picked me up at school one day and told me we were going to get married, and if I didn't say yes, he would find another girl. Raisa wasn't happy at home, and she did care about Chuck, so she agreed. Chuck wasn't nearly ready to settle down, but their marriage did delay his being drafted for a few more years. However, they had no children, and eventually Chuck's draft number came up. He was sent to Fort Lewis, south of Tacoma, Washington, for training. Raisa Leonard was very fond of Chuck's family. She and his sister Teresa bonded, and she liked his natural mother Anne, who was fun to be around. Chuck's father Fred resembled Humphrey Bogart with his cigarette hanging from his mouth. He was a good-looking man, Raisa said, and he was interesting. And so was his son, who always had some new plan and was filled with energy. When Chuck was at Fort Lewis, he got a brilliant idea, Raisa recalled. Those poor kids from the Midwest missed their mother's cooking. So Chuck went into the pie business. Anne made wonderful pies, and she taught me how to make them too. We would make a bunch of them and take them to Chuck at Fort Lewis. He sold them out of his locker for a good profit. But it was against Army rules, and his sergeant found out and made Chuck eat all the pies left in his locker. Chuck was sent to Germany. In one of his few sentimental gestures toward Raisa, he gave her an engagement ring and wedding ring he'd won playing cards in his barracks. She was touched, even though the set had only small diamond chips. After almost 4 years, Raisa and Chuck's marriage died of its own weight, and they divorced. Although she stayed close to Teresa, Raisa went 35 years without seeing her young ex-husband. She took a job with the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office, married twice more, and had a son. Whether Chuck Leonard married again before he met Teresa Gaith is questionable. He did have a daughter during one of his short affairs, but they were not close. When she grew up, she looked for him, and they had begun a tentative relationship that looked promising. Teresa totally captivated Chuck, and for the first time in decades, he actually thought about forming a permanent bond with a woman. When Teresa saw Chuck's house, she was impressed. Painted a soft gray, it rose 3 stories and was set right on the lake. A small emerald velvet plateau of grass paralleled the shoreline. It looked as if it had been trimmed with manicure scissors. Chuck was a perfectionist when it came to things like his house, his property, and his cars. He obviously had a green thumb. There were flowers blooming all over his property, along with pine, cedar, and fir trees. He was justly proud of his home. He explained to Teresa that he had built it from a cabin, digging out the hill at the lake level to facilitate 2 extra floors. It was beautifully maintained and welcoming, even though it wasn't quite the big lodge that Teresa had pictured in her mind. And she had no intention of becoming a gardener. It would ruin her nails. Still, she told Chuck that she was very impressed with his house and landscaping, and praised him for his work on the place. Chuck had excellent taste in furniture, and he'd hung his grandmother's oil paintings. His former girlfriends had picked out rugs, lamps, and other items that didn't always match. The result was eclectic, but it complemented the inside of the lake house, just as the landscaping did the exterior. Teresa didn't know anything about cars, so she didn't realize Chuck's prize Porsche was powered by a Volkswagen engine. He had had sports cars since he was a young man, and took pride in his expertise at rebuilding engines and other car parts. Some of Chuck's detailing of his assets had been all flash and little substance, but he obviously loved his home, his cars, and his plane. And he couldn't do enough to make Teresa happy. Heretofore a ladies' man who often dated several women in the same time period, Chuck Leonard was bedazzled by his Southern love. He believed her when she told him she was Jewish and her family name was Goldstein, and warned his parents and other relatives not to serve pork or ham for Thanksgiving. He gave Teresa Hanukkah cards and did everything he could to acknowledge her religion. What her purpose was in claiming to be Jewish remains a mystery. Sometimes it seemed that she just enjoyed being untruthful. It gave her some kind of control. She was aloof, Chuck's sister recalled. Even though everyone tried to please her, and we carefully followed whatever Jewish customs Chuck said were important to her. Teresa seemed to care for Chuck, and he adored her, and that was what mattered to his family. Chuck's sister Teresa noted almost immediately that Chuck's new bride was nice enough to her when he was around, but dismissive when they were alone. As long as Teresa agreed with her new sister-in-law, things went fairly well, and yet she sensed an odd seething anger just below Teresa's surface. She could cut you out of her life and be incredibly cold, Chuck's sister said. She kept me at arm's length. I hated that we had the same name. Teresa wondered why Teresa didn't try a little harder to fit in with the family. Chuck's relatives had been prepared to welcome his new love, but she was more often a prickly pear with them instead of an affectionate relative. She was warm, even seductive, with Chuck and his father. The older man was quite taken with her. At first. Chapter 2. Teresa never returned to New Orleans to live, and she visited only once more. Her sister Lois, who grew up to marry a sergeant with the Louisiana State Police and to teach children with special needs, talked about the terror she and her two sisters had suffered in their home. No one ever helped them because they didn't tell. They were raised never to confront their father, Irvin R. Jones, who was a steamship captain for the Likes Brothers Steamship Company when they were small, and was rarely home. Later, his daughters longed for those days. The three younger children were girls, and they had a brother, Frank, who was 8 years older than Lois. Teresa was 6 years younger than Lois, and Macy was the youngest. There was information that suggested Irvin Jones had fathered a child outside of his marriage, a boy. He had written tuition checks to a private boys' school for a long time. It would be many years before the Jones girls' memories were voiced. There were secrets upon secrets in their home, which looked, from the outside, like a typical middle-class family lived there. This is so often true. Shame and fear keep sexual abuse victims silent. Teresa's mother's maiden name wasn't where Teresa got the Jewish name she preferred. Her mother's maiden name wasn't Gloria Goldstein. It was Gloria Sheehan in some documents, a good solid Irish name. On her birth certificate, Gloria's last name is listed as Michikowski. Teresa told Washington acquaintances that she and her mother went to Texas every year on vacation, just the two of them. That wasn't true. Gloria Jones passed away of cirrhosis of the liver in October 1990, and Teresa flew back to New Orleans for the funeral. Her sisters picked her up and they sat together in the funeral parlor. They didn't have long to talk. Lois and Macy weren't really sure where Teresa had been over the years. The sisters were together only sporadically, and much of her life was a mystery to them. Lois was very surprised when Teresa told her she had a son, and his name was Taylor. Lois couldn't recall later if she had seen Taylor's photograph, but she didn't think she had. 2 years later, their father died in December 1992. He also had cirrhosis of the liver. Teresa didn't go to his funeral. All three sisters mourned their mother, but not their father. They blamed him for their mother's death and for their own years of abuse at his hands. Teresa said she didn't even know where he was living when he passed away. Somewhere in the Midwest. By the time her parents died, Teresa was so removed from her family emotionally and geographically that local police in Washington state had to track her down and notify her of their passing. Teresa Jones, a.k.a. Gates, a.k.a. Goldstein, and Chuck Leonard were living together on Lake Goodwin. They cohabited for more than a year before Chuck agreed to marry her. He had some reservations, but he loved her and thought they could work out whatever problems they had once they were married. Chuck's friends were often baffled by some of Teresa's stories, which seemed to have no basis in fact. She told them she was a world-class water skier, but even though she and Chuck lived on a lake, no one ever saw her water ski or snow ski in the Cascade Mountains. She also told us that she was due to come into a huge inheritance, a female neighbor said, but as far as I know, it never happened. Chuck and Teresa had set a date for their wedding, June 1990. The wedding itself would be a simple City Hall type of ceremony with friends as witnesses. But that would be followed a few days later by a large reception for family and friends at the lake house. It was almost as if they had a secret ceremony. Chuck's sister remembers. Teresa didn't invite any of her family members to either her civil wedding or to the reception. Her mother was ill, and she didn't want her father there. As it turned out, the Joneses of Louisiana weren't nearly as wealthy as Teresa had implied. She came from a working-class clan, and she'd had to work. Chuck could not have cared less. He was happy to take care of her. After their wedding, Chuck's smile was even wider than usual as he posed in his wedding tuxedo, a sprig of lily-of-the-valley in his lapel and his new gold wedding band gleaming on his finger. Their wedding reception at Chuck's Lake Goodwin home began with a lot of laughter and toasts as Chuck's friends arrived to congratulate them. Oddly, the new bride had hired a bouncer to be present at the reception. He was a tall, muscular man she worked with at the Bon Marché department store. There was one very embarrassing incident at the reception. One of Chuck's neighbors, an old friend named Jan, brought an uninvited date. She was one of Chuck's many former girlfriends. Everybody else who showed up was welcome. It wasn't as if Teresa's security guard was checking off names at the front door, and it had been a long time since Jan's date had dated Chuck. They hadn't even gone out for long. Even so, Teresa was livid, wild with jealousy. She asked her bouncer to throw Jan and the woman out. Incredulous and humiliated, they left, along with several of the other guests, who moved the party down the street to Jan's house. Chuck was mortified by the whole episode. The next day, Jan came by to talk with Chuck. "You've made a big mistake," he told Chuck. Rather than being angry, Chuck answered sadly, "I know." And suddenly, Chuck disappeared for 2 or 3 days to decide what to do about his fledgling marriage and Teresa's bizarre behavior. He was gregarious and had lots of friends, his sister recalled, but he was a private person and incredibly introspective. It would have been impossible for Chuck not to discover some of Teresa's lies. She had brought her car with her when she moved from New Orleans to Washington State, and then it disappeared. She told everyone that it had been stolen. "That wasn't the case," one neighbor said. "It was repossessed." Chuck had never thought to check out Teresa's background. He'd always taken her at her word, even when her past seemed tilted and full of missing pieces. So far, none of the half-truths had hurt their relationship severely enough to drive them apart. He pondered his choices and realized he still loved her. Chuck came back from his solitary trip. After much thought, he had decided to stay with Teresa, but he had glimpsed a side of her he hadn't really recognized before. She resented not only his former girlfriends, but also his male friends. He realized that if she had her way, he would cut them all completely out of his life. He wasn't about to do that. According to his sister and many of his close friends, Chuck Leonard was bigger than life. He got along with everyone. That was what drew people to him, Teresa said. He always had a laugh, a broad smile, and a complex inner life. But Teresa was nasty to everyone, the same neighbor said, and sarcastic. She ignored Chuck's friends. The men didn't like her, and she made their wives cry. She would say things like, "Oh, are we having a nice day?" But it didn't sound like she cared. It was sarcastic and derisive. Teresa was much harder to read than Chuck. It was difficult to know just what she was feeling. Sometimes it was impossible for her sister-in-law to make eye contact with her. Teresa's expression was a mask, a facade, blocking anyone from getting close to her. Now that she and Chuck were married, it seemed that Teresa set out to deliberately alienate his friends' wives and fiancés even more. The men naturally opted out of the Leonard social circle when the women in their lives weren't welcome or came away hurt or insulted by the way Teresa had treated them. Chuck and his sister Teresa had grown up in the Navy-based town of Bremerton, Washington, and he was extremely loyal to his friends. Even though the paths of their lives had diverged, once someone was Chuck Leonard's friend, he remained so. Some of them went back to his childhood, and he cherished them. One of his closest friends had been a best pal back in Bremerton when they were 14. But as Teresa insulted more and more people, Chuck's world became smaller. He didn't always know what she had done or said to hurt people, but she was adept at making others feel unwelcome. Her pattern was much like that of men who own the women in their lives. Teresa succeeded in isolating Chuck from a large number of people who mattered to him. Still, once committed, he was determined to make their marriage work. He made excuses for her behavior, if only to himself. She had had a difficult life, full of illness and sadness before he had rescued her, and he kept believing she would change if only she felt safe enough with him. Chuck continued counseling teenagers, first at Cascade High School and then at North Middle School. Left behind in his desk at the former school was a love letter from some woman in his life. Teresa didn't know about that, and it probably wasn't important to him. If it had been, he would have taken it with him. But Teresa was suspicious of Chuck's contact with any female over 16. She told people that Chuck had been seen behaving inappropriately with one of his female students. That wasn't true. In some ways, Teresa appeared to be a good sport. When she had realized that she would have to work to help pay their bills, she found a full-time position as a Liz Claiborne specialist at the Bon Marché, now Macy's, in a nearby shopping mall. She was an excellent saleswoman, bonding with a loyal clientele, and she did well with her salary and commissions. She was always impeccably dressed with perfect hair and makeup. Teresa Jones Goldstein Gaith Leonard was a woman of many names, many faces, and many moods. She may well have had more surnames than even Chuck knew about. One of Chuck's friends said a long time later that she had seen a suitcase belonging to Teresa that was full of papers and cards for different identities. She was a seductress of both men and women, if not physically, then psychologically. Teresa had an innate ability to recognize what people wanted from her, and could use that to get back what she sought from them. A number of women who knew Teresa described her as sweet. She was popular with most of her female co-workers and friends, especially those who were younger and far less experienced than she was. She became a role model for them. They thought her life sounded so exciting and listened avidly as she related fascinating anecdotes. They believed her without questioning. Basically, Teresa was a man's woman and didn't care all that much for women unless they were in a position to better her life. With her female friends, her mien was either that of a naive, vulnerable woman, a role in which she was also believable, or she was a living, walking soap opera for female friends whose own lives weren't nearly as interesting as hers. One of Teresa's customers at the Bon Marché became a very close friend. Joyce Lilly dropped by regularly to buy Liz Claiborne products, and they often had lunch together. Eventually, Joyce, too, got a job at the Bon Marché, and their friendship became even closer. Teresa hinted to a few intimate friends that she had suffered at the hands of men. She was attracted to men, but deep down, she didn't trust them. It gave her a common ground of experience with a lot of women she met, and those who had bad experiences with men were drawn to her. Still, she couldn't see a way to have the kind of life she wanted without letting down her guard with certain men. For the moment, Teresa felt Chuck was the man who could help her the most. Like almost all the other men in her life, he was considerably older than she was. She appealed to older men, and may have sought them out, looking for a father figure to cherish her, or to punish. Chuck Leonard was undecided about having children. He was past 40, and he had never particularly wanted children of his own. When he was much younger, he had fathered his daughter, who was placed for adoption. He wasn't mature enough to be a parent then. Chuck cared a lot about the teenagers he counseled and showed affection and concern for them. It was a moot point anyway, because Teresa had confided to him she could not have children. That wasn't the truth, however. Teresa had never been told she was barren, and she had confided to someone she worked with that she hoped to have a child or children. "Children open doors for you," she said. The other woman had no idea what Teresa meant. Teresa's relationship with her sister-in-law remained abrasive and dismissive. Neither trusted the other very much, and Chuck's sister worried about her brother's happiness. Maybe the two women, Teresa and Teresa, were just too different. Like Chuck, his sister was highly educated, a no-nonsense woman who was independent and capable. She also tried to make excuses for Teresa. It might be possible that Chuck's new wife was trying too hard to establish her position with him and as part of the family. Perhaps she was shy and awkward in social relationships, although that seemed unlikely. Teresa backed off, always hoping that one day they might become friends. Teresa liked to give people advice, Teresa Leonard, who has a master's degree in psychology, said. So I made a point of asking her opinion on decorating and clothes and things like that, hoping it might give us something in common. But it didn't. It came to a point where Chuck's sister no longer saw him and his wife very often. Teresa's efforts to bond somehow with Chuck's wife became even more important when Teresa and Chuck announced 19 months after their wedding that they were expecting a baby. Teresa became Aunt Teresa. At least it helped to spell out which one of them was Chuck's sister and which one was his wife. And so it turned out that Teresa was not infertile after all. What had become of her son Taylor, if indeed he had ever existed, no one knew. Probably Chuck never even heard of this son Teresa told her sister about. Chuck was taken completely off guard by her pregnancy. She had flat out lied to him about her ability to bear a child, and she'd made many visits to a fertility expert without telling Chuck. At this point, he was quite willing to accept a baby into his life, realizing this might be his last chance to actually raise a child. He wasn't sure how Teresa felt about being pregnant. Even though she had visited doctors so that she could bear a child, now that she was pregnant, Teresa acted as if she was ambivalent about the prospect. Chuck told Teresa, "It's up to you if you want to keep it or not. I'll go along with whatever you decide." She considered having an abortion, but finally decided to have the baby. Teresa's labor was induced on December 30th, 1991. Teresa was annoyed at what she considered Chuck's insensitivity when he dashed out to get fast food and brought it back to the labor room to eat when she was in pain. She later said her labor progress stalled, and her obstetrician decided her pelvic canal was too narrow to deliver her baby, necessitating a cesarean section. Again, she lied. She delivered normally. She gave birth to a daughter, whom they named Morgan. Her father and mother both adored her. Chuck especially was thrilled with his beautiful baby girl and spent hours gazing at her. He was over the top in love with her, his sister said. He'd never realized it would be that way. As Morgan grew bigger, he took her to the lake in warm weather and watched as she paddled around. He took her to fairs, where she rode on the merry-go-round, and to his school, to show her off to his fellow teachers. It was clear that Chuck Leonard loved every minute of being a father, much to his own surprise. Teresa had experienced labor once, possibly twice, and she didn't want to go through it again. During a routine checkup after Morgan's birth, her gynecologist found that she had a small fibroid tumor. Many women develop fibroids in their 30s and 40s, but they are almost never cancerous and invariably shrink after menopause. Teresa didn't have heavy bleeding with her periods, or any of the other indications that the fibroids were large enough to necessitate removing her uterus. Even so, she demanded a hysterectomy, and she was resolute about her decision. Once more, Chuck acceded to her decision, and she got her way. But she asked about having her eggs saved and frozen, just in case she wanted to use them in the future. Teresa had a partial hysterectomy in July 1993. At her request, her surgeon left one ovary and one fallopian tube. She would still have plenty of female hormones and would produce viable eggs, which could be implanted into another woman's uterus by an in vitro process. She could never carry a child herself, but through modern technology she would be able to be the biological mother of a child. To the casual observer, the Leonards appeared to be a happy couple. Teresa didn't want to work full-time away from home now that she had Morgan, so with Chuck's blessing she rented some space in a shed-like building in the nearby small town of Marysville, Washington, and opened a store called the Consignment Shop. She painted it pink and decorated the windows and the building itself with cartoon drawings of fashionably dressed women. Teresa told a lot of people she owned a boutique, but that was stretching the meaning considerably. Many hamlets in Snohomish County had become meccas for shoppers seeking out antiques, vintage jewelry, and gently used high-end clothing lines. The stores flourished when shoppers from Seattle, Bellingham, and even British Columbia discovered them and told their friends. Teresa brought in a number of her wealthy customers from the Bon Marché. She'd kept her customer list. She was clever at deciding what would sell in her tiny store, and she kept careful records of items people had left for her to sell on contingency. Some of her Bon Marché customers placed expensive clothing and other treasures with her. When something sold, she kept a small percentage of the price and gave the rest to the seller. She enjoyed her small business, and while she wasn't making a munificent living, she did well enough to buy things for Morgan and clothes for herself, and eventually to hire employees. Teresa's shop worked well for her because she had a real knack for putting together outfits for would-be customers. Teresa could take a plain dress, add a scarf or some jewelry and a coordinating purse, all second-hand, and make it look like $1,000 outfit. She'd always done that with her own clothes, and now she used her talent in her consignment store. She was extremely professional, even waxing the clothes racks so that garments slid easily, and she kept meticulous books so that she could pay her bills and her consignors promptly. Most important to Teresa, she could take Morgan to work with her. Her two clerks or friends who dropped by were there to share the babysitting duties. She seemed to be a good mother, almost idolizing Morgan. Her friends believed that Teresa's whole life revolved around Morgan. And so did Chuck's. Morgan always seemed delighted when her father came to pick her up. "She was maybe a little bit spoiled, though," one woman said. "If she was playing with her toys, she wouldn't go with either one of them." There was no question that both Chuck and Teresa loved their small daughter. But as the years passed, the bloom was fading fast from their love for each other. Of course, all marriages settle in as the years pass, and the emotional highs and lows tend to smooth out. But with the Leonards, it was more than familiarity or boredom. Chuck had always been the man in charge, someone with an expansive personality, who did pretty much what he wanted to. But now, his friends and family noted that Teresa controlled him, chose which of his friends she liked, pouted when she didn't get her way, or worse, flared into anger. Chuck tried hard to please her and keep a semblance of a happy home, mostly for Morgan's sake. Chuck was willing to do anything to be able to stay with Morgan. Teresa began to think a lot about Nick Callis, wondering if she should have let her Hawaiian love go. To test the waters, she sent him a Christmas card. Nick contacted her and they renewed their friendship. From then on, Teresa and Nick stayed connected, but he remained with his wife. Although Grace had helped Nick get a foothold in business, it was his skill and charisma that had built his company to the top levels it now reached. By 1995, He owned prize property all over the islands. There was no question that Nick Callis was rich enough to give Teresa all the luxuries in life that she longed for, along with credit cards and a healthy stock portfolio. They began an intense correspondence and talked about meeting once again. He promised to send her a first-class ticket if she decided to come to Hawaii to visit him. She was sorely tempted. Callis's wife, Grace, often went to Southern California with their adopted son, who was 2 months older than Morgan. Grace was a nervous woman who complained of chronic health problems and stayed with her sister while she sought the best possible medical treatments. Nick had dated many willing females when he was single, but it didn't take long for Teresa to rise to the top of his list as a lover. He'd never forgotten her, but he had chosen Grace, and her family's money had helped him in his mortgage and real estate business. Like Chuck, Nick was easily distracted by pretty women. Not surprisingly, Teresa's marriage to Chuck Leonard had foundered, growing worse each year. He hadn't been the answer to her search for happiness after all. Was it even possible for Teresa to find happiness? She wanted so much, and it didn't appear to matter to her what happened to people who got in her way. Now, the wants and needs of Chuck Leonard or even her own daughter came after her thirst for wealth and love. She felt her husband had never given her what she had needed and expected from him. Chuck was Chuck, and it amazed some of his friends that he had married at all. They knew him as a guy who dated many women. He was an individual, a little bizarre at times. He was a free spirit. When he got home from work, he started tossing his clothes on furniture and on the floor as he walked through his house. He probably would have been happier in a tropical climate. His neighbors had long since grown used to seeing him out in his yard, gardening or watering his precious grass patch next to the lake, often nearly nude in a bikini bathing suit and flip-flops. It had never really bothered anyone. He was a good-natured guy and a good neighbor. Chuck was far handsomer than he had any right to be for a man of his age, and women often came on to him. In the first years of his marriage, he began a physical relationship with a female co-worker whom he'd known for 7 or 8 years. Her name was Michelle Conley, and she was an attractive teaching intern, a few years older than Teresa. Michelle responded to him in a way his wife hadn't for a long time. They first became intimate when Teresa was pregnant with Morgan. The Leonards had something of an open marriage. Whether they both knew it and discussed it with one another is questionable. At least outwardly, neither Chuck nor Teresa appeared to be unhappy with their relationship. Chuck had a real rapport with teenage students, and his counseling helped many of them who were suffering through some of the more difficult times of life. He had saved some of them from suicide. Along with Morgan, those kids gave him a reason to be happy. After he had his second daughter, no one could say Chuck hadn't tried to keep their family together, even if it was probably because he loved Morgan so much. He made no promises to Michelle, but as Teresa grew colder to him, he felt closer to Michelle, and she definitely wanted to marry him if she could. The more Teresa pulled away from him, the more Chuck sought out Michelle. However, like most men, he wasn't interested in getting divorced and remarried. There was Morgan, and she came first. In July 1992, Chuck and Michelle were involved in an embarrassing incident, more likely to happen to teenagers than middle-aged educators. A Marysville police officer approached Chuck's car where it was parked on a quiet street at 6 p.m. His police report said he found Michelle, whose clothing was in disarray, sitting on Chuck's lap, and noted that Chuck was completely naked. They were both removed from the vehicle, handcuffed, and placed in the back of the police unit. Michelle was cited for disorderly conduct, and Chuck for indecent exposure. At their trial, they were acquitted of the charges. But naturally, Teresa learned of the incident, and it didn't help their already teetering marriage. They stayed together for a few more years, but it became more of an adversarial relationship, held together only by their shared love for Morgan. And then, quite suddenly, the Leonard marriage was over. Teresa had seen brighter prospects on the horizon. She was in touch regularly with Nick Callis. Nick was rich now, and it didn't matter to Teresa that he was married. In early 1995, Teresa took 3.5-year-old Morgan and moved out of Chuck's house at Lake Goodwin into an apartment on Everett Mall Way, an hour's drive away. Teresa had written to Nick Callis, telling him that she was coming to Hawaii with a friend and she would like to see him. He responded with plane tickets and the promise of a place for them to stay. It hadn't taken long for Teresa to feel quite secure in her affair with Nick Callis, and she fully expected they would marry in the foreseeable future. She invited Joyce Lilly to join her on a vacation to Maui in February 1995, the first of 4 trips to Hawaii where Joyce accompanied her. Over the next 2 years, Teresa would visit Callis once a month or more. The 2 women would stay in one of Nick's more luxurious condominiums, and when they arrived, there were exotic fresh flowers waiting for them in the Napili Shores condo. Nick came by a few hours later, and Joyce watched as he and Teresa hugged and kissed, and then Teresa sat on his lap while the 3 visited. The next morning, Joyce was awakened at 5:30 a.m. by someone sitting on her bed. It was Nick, who apologized profusely. He had meant to wake Teresa up. He moved to the other bed, wakened her gently, and then the 2 of them walked out to the veranda. Joyce realized that Teresa wasn't exaggerating about her affair with Nick Callis. They certainly seemed to be entranced with one another. By July 1995, Teresa confided that Nick sent her the monthly first-class tickets to Maui and checks for $1,000 to $1,250 as regularly. During the weeks that Chuck had custody of Morgan, she would sometimes spend several days in Hawaii with Nick. When Teresa was in Washington, despite Nick's involvement in his many business interests, they usually called each other up to 10 times a day. Nick called Teresa more than she called him, but they were constantly in contact. Nick would recall later that they talked mostly about his son Jack and Morgan. "Sometimes we talked about movies," Nick remembered. "We had brief calls that ended when someone came into her little shop or people walked into my office, but sometimes we talked for a couple of hours." In July 1995, Teresa filed for divorce. Teresa's divorce action against Chuck seemed to be more a threat than a reality. In any event, neither Teresa nor Chuck pursued it avidly. Chuck consulted an attorney who advised him to keep the divorce unsettled. That would establish a pattern of joint custody and help him gain custody of Morgan. After much wrangling, they worked out a grudging custody arrangement, agreeing that Morgan would stay with each of them during alternate weeks. As long as Chuck knew that his little girl was living close by, he would do whatever was necessary to be with her, even stall a divorce that he wanted as much as Teresa, or more. Morgan gave Teresa leverage with Chuck, and she felt confident that he would do what she wanted. All she had to do was threaten to take Morgan far away from him, and that is what she planned to do, but not yet. Morgan had become a pawn, someone Teresa could use to advance her own goals. She seemed unable to understand that taking Chuck away from Morgan, robbing her of her father, would be a cruel thing to do, and a great loss in her daughter's life. Teresa's Hawaiian lover could never care for the child the way Morgan's real father did. Nick had never even seen Morgan, although Teresa had met his little boy a few times. Teresa Gaith Leonard had a plan in mind, but the logistics involved were going to be tricky. Until she was absolutely sure that she had a safe and luxuriant landing place, she was not going to divorce Chuck. Her lover, Nick Callis, was still very married, although she didn't admit it to her friends. Nick and she had never even discussed his getting divorced. Teresa was even a business boost for Nick. She worked as an outside salesperson for Orca Travel, and she often connected clients and her lover when they were looking for high-end housing in Hawaii. The referrals she occasionally sent him were a good cover, too. Although Nick had special phone lines set up for them to talk, if Grace ever wondered about the calls, he would say that Teresa was a business contact. Nick continued to buy Teresa round-trip tickets to Hawaii. She had an American Express card with his name on it, and he provided lodging in one of his plush condos whenever she could fly to the islands. But he was content with the way things were, and he believed she was too. Among her many talents, she was a persuasive actress. Teresa was the perfect mistress. She never discussed anything depressing with Nick. "Teresa shares only positive things with me," he said once, "not negative things." In the 2 years of their passionate affair, he learned virtually nothing about her early years in Louisiana with her family. If Nick asked her anything about them, she became quiet, but offered no information. There were secrets within secrets in her past that Nick didn't know, and Teresa meant to keep it that way. In Nick Callis's memory, they hadn't talked about any unhappy aspects of their affair because there weren't any. Their time together was joyous and relaxing, full of passion. They were able to step out of their own everyday lives and enjoy each other whenever Teresa came to Hawaii. Sometimes Nick came to the Northwest for a few days and they took trips together to ski lodges and resorts. They never discussed marrying one another, and Nick felt neither of them expected or wanted that to happen. He was unaware of plans for Teresa and Morgan to move to Hawaii, and he certainly had no intention of divorcing his wife. "I got married once," he said later. "I waited until I was 41 years old to get married. And that was it for me. I was only going to be married once." Teresa was a woman who bolstered his confidence, gave him her constant approval, delighted him in bed, and demanded nothing of him. Nick Callis had no hint that Teresa had built a maze of complicated plans for them. He never saw a bad side of her, and she was always smiling and bubbly when they were together. Almost any man who fantasizes about being unfaithful to his wife would probably gravitate toward someone like Teresa. No nagging, no strings, no problems. Callis had no biological children, but he loved his adopted son, Jack, who was born in October 1991, as if he was the child of his own loins. Teresa secretly believed that if she gave Nick a child with his own genes, his own Greek heritage, he would be so happy and grateful that he would leave his wife and marry her. Since Teresa had insisted on a hysterectomy after Morgan's birth, that was going to be tricky. Now she truly could not conceive, but she had already planned for that. Teresa had visited her gynecologist on May 10, 1995. She wanted to know exactly how in vitro fertilization worked. She knew she still produced eggs, and she told her doctor that an old friend who lived in Hawaii had agreed to furnish sperm. "How often do you see this man?" the female surgeon asked. "Every 2 weeks." It was, of course, a lie. "Have you discussed in vitro with him?" "Yes, and he's very supportive of it." This, too, was a lie. Nick had no plans to have a baby with Teresa. Teresa believed that Nick and his wife had adopted Jack because of some fertility problem with Grace. But it wasn't Grace who couldn't conceive. It was Nick's problem. Although he had never confided in Teresa about it, he believed that he was incapable of fathering a child. He and Grace had tried for years to conceive, traveling to Southern California to confer with top fertility specialists. They had first tried 7 in vitro procedures, mixing Grace's eggs with Nick's sperm in a petri dish, hoping their doctor could implant viable embryos in Grace's uterus. But no pregnancies resulted. It had been expensive, but the emotional pain was the worst part of that. Again and again, Grace failed to become pregnant. They hadn't given up, but they tried another way. Although they worked with medical experts, Nick called it the turkey baster method. Over 5 years, they tried 7 times. In 2 instances, his sperm was injected in 2 different extremely fertile surrogate mothers, who had each become pregnant in their own marriages on the first try. Both of the female subjects were prepared to carry a resultant embryo to term. They were disappointed when neither potential surrogate mother became pregnant. Nick Callis, as masculine as he looked, had a very low sperm count. They didn't know why. His doctors eventually diagnosed him as having too many clusters of veins and arteries in his testicles for sperm to survive long. They offered him surgery to remove them, but gave him no promises of success. He opted not to have the operation. Whether Teresa was aware of this is questionable. Had Nick told her he could not father a child? Nick would insist later that they had never discussed having a child together. There was no reason to share his most intimate physical problems with her. But Teresa believed what she believed, and she was given to magical thinking, where everything would turn out as she visualized it. She rapidly erased any truth that interfered with her plans. Teresa lied once more to her doctor, saying that she had a close female friend who would offer her a surrogate womb to carry her own fertilized egg to term. In Teresa's mind, the baby would be hers and Nick Callis's child, just as much as if conception had taken place the old-fashioned way, and biologically, that would be true. Teresa had studied up on all kinds of infertility and state-of-the-art insemination procedures. The friend who had volunteered to carry her baby was probably another exaggeration. If she moved to Hawaii, Teresa planned to find a surrogate mother and pay her to carry a baby after in vitro fertilization with Nick's sperm. If Teresa's eggs were no longer usable for some reason, she realized she might have to forego her genetic participation. Whatever it took, she would see that Nick had a child who was partly his own, and then he would marry her, and they would raise that child and Morgan and, hopefully, Nick's son together. Her plan sounded more like an extremely complicated science project than a baby born out of love. And short of a miracle, it was doomed from the beginning. Her doctor warned Teresa of legal pitfalls. She cited cases she had read about where the surrogates refused to give up the babies after they were born. That can be a sticky situation, she said, advising her that she should consult with an attorney before she began such a process. And it would help any case that came up against you if you were married to the baby's biological father, she added. Teresa's gynecologist knew very little about her current marital status. She gave her the names of some fertility specialists, explaining that she didn't have the additional training needed to harvest and implant eggs. Teresa was jubilant when she left her office, heedless of all the warnings she'd been given. She knew her plans weren't going to be easy to carry off, but she was sure she could do it. Of course, it was all pie in the sky. There was the problem of Chuck. Teresa expected him to dig in his heels and refuse to let her take Morgan to Hawaii to live. There was no question about it, and she at least accepted that. Although Chuck had felt a weight lift from his shoulders when Teresa moved out, he missed living full-time with Morgan. Having her with him every other week just wasn't the same as being her dad every day. When Teresa occasionally mentioned that she intended to live in Hawaii, Chuck worried. He would die before he would let Teresa take his little girl so far away. He may even have used that phrase when she brought up the subject. Outwardly, Chuck Leonard wasn't a serious man. He had an active social life, and he was still dating Michelle. Michelle was probably the perfect woman for him. She wasn't the jealous type, and she believed that he was faithful to her, but she hadn't asked for that. She lived with Chuck during the weeks that Morgan wasn't staying there, and she worried about his getting home safe at night. They had a great time together, and she was easygoing and devoted to him. Chuck didn't miss Teresa, but he was deadly serious about Morgan. He loved her with all the devotion in his body. He was 52 and not likely to have more children. Morgan meant the whole world to him, and he looked forward to the weeks when his daughter lived with him. On the other hand, Teresa often left Morgan with near strangers as babysitters. She made friends with a man named Bill Pursley, who lived in the same apartment building she did, and often asked him to look after Morgan. Chuck's friends, Sandy and Jan, who had once warned Chuck that he'd made a terrible mistake marrying Teresa, regularly looked after Morgan when Teresa was away or busy. And she often was. Teresa loved Morgan, but she needed time for herself, too. How was Teresa going to coordinate a medically precarious pregnancy with her lover, a non-acrimonious divorce from her husband, and her lover's divorce from his wife, and be sure all the pieces dovetailed? It was essential that nobody became angry enough to block her plans. She walked on eggshells, testing all the men in her life and balancing them like a juggler with more and more plates in the air. Teresa believed, albeit erroneously, that Chuck's girlfriend was a recent high school graduate and that he was acting unethically. That would give Teresa another weapon to use against him. Actually, Michelle was a few years older than Teresa. Teresa still had her consignment store. Chuck never shorted her on child support, and he paid for so many other things that Morgan needed. Nick Callis was always willing to buy her tickets to Hawaii for a liaison with him. She was convinced he loved her, or, at the very least, found her too sensuous and desirable to walk away from. If Teresa wrote down her goals, they would have read like this. 1. Gainful legal custody of Morgan. 2. Finalize divorce from Chuck. 3. Move to Hawaii. 4. Have a child with Nick, one way or the other. 5. Convince him to leave his wife. 6. Marry Nick and live happily ever after. Goals 4 and 5 could happen in any order as far as Teresa was concerned. Nick Callis was probably the biggest challenge she'd ever faced. He was quite content with his life, even though he was also devoted to Teresa. Sexually, she probably was the most enchanting woman he knew. But Nick was 50, and he had come to realize that sex wasn't the most important thing in the world. He got along well enough with his wife, and if he weighed a love affair against how much it would cost him to get a divorce, his bank account would come first. He had spent years building up a fortune and a marriage, and if he divorced his wife, at least half of that would be gone. More than that, he would probably lose custody of Jack. Ironically, like Chuck, Nick didn't want to do anything that would take his son out of his life. He and Grace had raised the little boy from birth, carrying him straight from the hospital to their home, and he was a wonderful little boy. Nick fully expected to maintain both his marriage and his affair with Teresa, and as much as Nick loved Teresa, he knew she wasn't the average woman. Not at all. Teresa's probably 90% an angel and 10% crazy, he once said. He may have overestimated the angel percentage. Thwarted, Teresa had to regroup, although she still believed that when she actually presented Nick with his own baby, he would change his mind. And so she stalled, living in her apartment with Morgan, operating her little shop and waiting to follow through on her divorce from Chuck. All things being equal, and if Chuck didn't fight too hard for custody of Morgan, a divorce in Washington state took only 3 months. But Teresa dragged her feet on her divorce too long. In January 1996, the Snohomish County Superior Court informed both Teresa and Chuck that the court was dismissing their divorce case because there had been no action on it for a year. The Leonards' relationship was in limbo. Neither of them wanted to reunite, but Chuck didn't seem to be upset that they had to refile if they wanted to be legally and finally separated forever. He would wait Teresa out if he had to. They were deeply in debt, although Teresa always maintained that Chuck was well off and should have paid her more in child support. As it was, he was paying her all he could afford. It was a paradox, but with the insurance he carried and his other assets, Chuck Leonard was worth more dead than alive. In the financial statements he presented in their initial divorce action, they were more than $46,000 in debt. Teresa cleared only $300 a month from her shop. That baffled Chuck. She had told him she had a business degree, and he thought she should have made more than that. He offered her $334 a month for Morgan, while she said he could easily pay her $825. In essence, with all the extras he paid for his daughter, he was paying her more than $800. Teresa didn't reveal that Nick Callis was sending her more than $1,000 a month. He told people that she worked as a travel agent, and she sometimes sent people to him to rent condos. At least he would later say that that was why he wrote checks on the accounts of his various condo rental properties to her. His wife knew nothing about this. In a will drawn up in 1991, a will still in force, Chuck had stipulated that Teresa would get everything he had, both separate property, which he owned before they married, and community property that had accumulated during their marriage. And that added up to a considerable amount. By 1996, Chuck's estate was substantial. He had $95,000 in insurance, $95,000 in retirement benefits from the Everett School District, the $240,000 house on Lake Goodwin, his final payroll from North Middle School of over $11,000, and various properties he had inherited near Bremerton and Camano Island, worth over $120,000. On top of that, Teresa and Morgan would receive Social Security payments. Even when his final debts were paid, Teresa stood to receive well over $300,000 as his sole heir, plus Social Security payments every month until Morgan was 18. A year passed. Chuck was happy with Michelle Conley. She had her own place, but she was at Chuck's lake house more than she was home, an arrangement that she and Chuck attempted to keep secret. His best friends knew about Michelle, but most other people didn't. And Teresa was happy in her relationship with Nick Callis, although she was planning feverishly to accelerate that into much more. In January 1997, Chuck filed papers to keep his divorce in progress, knowing that that would probably confuse her. She wouldn't be able to take Morgan far away until it was all settled. He was ready to finalize the divorce, but he had no intention of letting her take Morgan to Hawaii. Oddly, or perhaps not, Teresa was furious when she realized that she no longer had the chilling control over Chuck that she'd maintained since the night she met him. No other woman in his life had ever been able to bend him to her will. The cat was going to lose her mouse, Aunt Teresa said flatly. She was very jealous of Chuck's connection to Morgan. It had taken Chuck a long time to move forward on his divorce. He'd asked for advice from friends before he made his final decision. Should he let Teresa back in? But only if she agreed to counseling, for Morgan's sake? None of them thought it was a good idea. Teresa finally realized that Chuck was prepared to fight her fiercely if she attempted to take Morgan to Hawaii to live, even if she agreed to let Morgan spend the summers and vacations with him. They were at an impasse. Teresa and Morgan were close, and Morgan thought her mother was perfect. Moreover, she believed everything Teresa told her. Most 5-year-olds accept their mother's word without doubt. Teresa told Morgan that her daddy didn't really own the house on Lake Goodwin. It really belonged to her grandmother, Teresa's mother, who had passed away, leaving it to Teresa. She said Gloria Jones had been an antiques dealer. Teresa planted ideas about Chuck in Morgan's mind, telling her if she was ever afraid when she was with her daddy, she could call her Mommy or Aunt Joyce. Teresa told Joyce Lilly she was worried that Chuck was sexually abusing their daughter, and Joyce was convinced it was true. The two women gave Morgan teddy bears with secret pockets where they had hidden their phone numbers. Most of the time when Chuck called Teresa at her shop to facilitate Morgan's transfer, Teresa would burst into tears at the end of the conversation, making her salesgirls think that Chuck Leonard must be a bullying monster. Joyce was almost as gullible as Morgan, worrying about Teresa and her small daughter. The two young women who worked at the consignment shop were sympathetic too. They noted that Morgan, who had once been jumping with excitement while she waited for her father, seemed to hold back. She cried and begged to stay with her mother, saying she didn't want to play with all the toys her daddy had for her. No one knew exactly what Teresa was telling her. Probably no one ever will. Chuck wondered what Teresa was up to. Looking at her, she didn't appear to be dangerous. Still, Chuck, who had come to recognize her lies, sometimes wondered what she was capable of. In November 1996, Chuck had wakened when Michelle nudged him. She whispered that she had heard a squeak on the stairs leading down to his bedroom. "I think someone's in the house." He jumped out of bed and they heard the sound of someone running upstairs. Chuck leapt up the stairway to the living room. Soon he came back saying he hadn't caught up with whoever it was. Michelle dressed hurriedly and drove after a car she spotted driving toward the main road that led to the freeway. Its headlights were out. It appeared to have come from a darkened area full of trees that abutted the state park at the end of Chuck's street. As the car passed under a streetlight, she saw the license plate, but the vehicle was soon in the shadows again, and she couldn't see the driver clearly. She was positive about the license plate, however. Then the car pulled away and picked up speed before she could catch up with it. She gave up and called Chuck, giving him the license plate number. It was the license number of Teresa's Nissan. Chuck thought it might have happened again in January 1997. This time, his eyes snapped open with the sense they were not alone. Half asleep, he looked past Michelle, who lay beside him in bed, and thought he saw a dark figure in his ground-floor bedroom. He blinked, and the figure was gone. There was no particular sound of an intruder. It was more a feeling. But Michelle slept quietly, and the fear he'd felt slowly went away. He figured he must have had a bad dream, the fugue state of the nightmare that was already giving way to reality. They had both been jumpy, but not enough for Chuck to lock his doors before heading for bed. He never locked the cat doors because his 5 cats needed to get in the house if it rained, or if predators like raccoons, coyotes, or an occasional cougar stalked them. He wanted Bear, Chaucer, Xena, the warrior princess, Tab, and Jezebel to be safe and to come and go as they pleased during the night. A very small person could wriggle through the swinging cat entrances. Chuck loved his cats, his sister recalled. Usually, Chuck liked the clear window in the floor over his waterbed, and the comments it elicited from visitors. It had once been a circular stairway, but he changed that when he remodeled the house, making it more like a ship's ladder than stairs, with a removable see-through hatch cover. On this chilly night, he shivered at the thought that someone could have been up there in the dark, watching Michelle and him sleep. Maybe someone had been. Maybe it was only a nightmare that had evolved from the incident in November. If someone had really been there, the trespasser had left the house on Lake Goodwin without causing any harm or stealing any of Chuck Leonard's possessions. Michelle believed it was Teresa. Chuck told one of his good teacher friends about his nightmare, and they tried to rationalize it in the light of day. Finally, they assumed it had been an imaginary thing, a night terror. Chuck had been under a lot of stress recently, and that could account for his feeling that someone was hiding in his house, watching him. If only it had been. Chapter 3. Deputy Win Holdall of the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office was at the Lake Goodwin Fire Station at 1:45 in the afternoon of February 20th, 1997, when he heard the emergency medical technicians get a call of "Man down" at an address on 42nd Drive. He prepared to follow the firefighters to the address when more bells sounded and the station radio blared. "Man down is DOA, dead on arrival." This time, Holdall was dispatched to the scene by the sheriff's radio. He arrived by 1 p.m. and met with Fire Chief Darrell Newhoff and Assistant Chief Robert Spencer. They had already strung yellow tape around the carport area of the 3-story house. The rest of the yard was fenced off. It was very cold out, the morning's frost barely burned off by a vapid sun. Holdall could see the dead man, lying half-naked, partially on his back and slightly on his right side on the top step inside the front gate. Oddly, his right arm lay so close to a chainsaw that it seemed to cradle it. A man about 40 stood nearby. He was fighting with his emotions, but did his best to tell Holdall what he knew. He gave his name as Douglas Butler and identified the corpse as his friend, Chuck Leonard. "We both work at North Middle School," he said.
Chuck was a counselor there, and I teach shop and wrestling.
Butler said that Chuck hadn't come to work at the school earlier in the day or called in to arrange for a substitute. That wasn't at all like him, and both he and the principal were concerned. Chuck's estranged wife, Teresa Gaith Leonard, had called the school looking for him. That was a fairly rare event, too.
Our principal asked me to check on him,
his fellow teacher said. Doug Butler said he'd gone to Chuck's lakeside house, walked down the sidewalk to the gate, and found it closed.
But I could see through it, and I saw Chuck on the steps. I opened the gate, and I knew he was dead. But I checked for a pulse anyway. There wasn't any.
Butler said that he and Chuck had been good friends for 18 years, and he'd spent a lot of time at Chuck's house over the years. No wonder his face was pale and his voice strained. It would have been a horrible shock to find his friend lying on the cold cement in icy weather, dead. Deputy Win Holdall asked Doug Butler the last time he had seen Chuck Leonard.
Yesterday, about 4 p.m.
He live with anyone?
No, not usually. He lives alone, except when his little girl is here. She's just turned 5. He has a girlfriend named Michelle who works for the Everett School District. She sometimes stays over. And he's got an ex, or estranged wife, named Teresa. She never stays over.
Butler explained that this would have been Chuck's week to have Morgan, but the child had to have some dental work done. Neither Teresa nor Chuck had been able to say no to her about eating candy or going to bed with sugary juice in her bottle when she was much younger, and she'd had dental problems as a result. On this day in February, Teresa had argued that she would do better staying with her mother after seeing the dentist, and Chuck had given in.
I hope she's not in there,
Butler said nervously. He was afraid plans might have changed, and he worried that Morgan could possibly be inside the house, terrified, hiding someplace. Neither he nor Win Holdall wanted to think that she had suffered the same fate as her father. Sergeant Matt Botten had been dispatched to the scene and arrived at 1:15. He walked up to Deputy Holdall, who was standing in front of the carport talking with the aid crew and another man, who he learned was Doug Butler. Botten saw the body of Chuck Leonard lying on the top steps. He wore only a gray, blood-stained T-shirt. He asked Butler about that, and Leonard's longtime friend said that Chuck was in the habit of sleeping either completely naked or wearing just a T-shirt.
He just doesn't like underwear, and he sometimes answers the door nude when I've gone over to visit him in the morning. That's just him.
Sergeant Botten crossed the yellow tape and walked close to Chuck Leonard's body. The gate was ajar about 2 inches. He could see trauma in Leonard's chest area, just above his heart.
Was the gate like this when you got here?
Botten asked Doug Butler, who shook his head.
I pushed it just that far open so I could see if I could help Chuck,
he said.
But it was obvious that he was dead, so I backed off without disturbing anything, went to my car and phoned 911 on my cell phone.
Botten commented that it was odd that the dead counselor had his arm around the chainsaw. Butler said that was his saw, that he had loaned it to Chuck a few days before.
It probably was sitting there when he collapsed. I'm still concerned about Morgan, he said. I know she's not in there, but what if she is...
To calm his fears, Botten and Holdall slipped on rubber gloves and walked past the dead man. They entered the home through the front door, which stood open about 6 inches. The front door was on the east side of the lake house.
Deputy Holdall and I would do only a cursory search and then turn the crime scene over to the homicide detectives who had been notified. There was a trail of blood from the deceased to the threshold of the door, and blood drops and smudges on the door itself. The blood trail continued into the house,
Botten recalled,
down the hallway across the living room to the stairs, which led down to Chuck's bedroom.
Doug Butler had told them that Morgan Leonard's room was upstairs, the first door on the left.
It was closed,
Botten said.
and I opened it from the back side of the doorknob.
Morgan's room was a lovely little girl's room, full of dolls and toys, and it was completely undisturbed. Thank God she wasn't anywhere in the house. Win Holdall searched the remainder of the upstairs, while Botten walked through the kitchen. He noted some open wine bottles and 2 or 3 empty wine glasses, which were sitting on the kitchen counter. The kitchen didn't have a bloody trail. The 2 Snohomish County officers resumed following the dried blood that led down the stairs to a bedroom, passing by a throw rug that was rumpled, as if someone had slipped on it. Botten spotted 3 bullet casings at the bottom of the stairs. They appeared to be for a .45 automatic. There were dried blood smudges on the wall beside the steps. But they realized they'd found the site of the shooting in the bedroom itself. A large waterbed sat in the middle of the room, and the comforter on it was blood-soaked. A bullet hole was evident in the fabric. The pillows at the head of the bed were also stained red. Clearly, the victim had been attacked in his bed, possibly while he was sleeping. The waterbed had been pierced. The floor beside it was covered with puddles of water. At the end of the bed, there was a sofa table with books and magazines on it, and there were blood splatters on top of these, too. A child's Pocahontas wigwam, a large white teddy bear, and children's books were also in the master bedroom. They glanced behind a bifold door and found a closet inside. Another door led to a small office room. Neither closet area showed any signs of being disturbed. They touched nothing directly as they looked through the house, and they were vastly relieved that they hadn't found a 5-year-old girl inside.
We turned around and left, Holdall said. We still hadn't touched anything.
For all intents and purposes, Chuck Leonard had probably been near death from the moment he was shot, but he had managed to leap from his bed, run up the steep captain's ladder stairs after his killer, and keep going until he had bled out in the cold loneliness of his front yard. Even if paramedics had been in his house when he was shot, he probably would not have survived. There were 9 houses along the single-lane dirt road, but only 7 were occupied in winter. The beach area was buzzing and alive in the summertime, and Wenberg State Park was just beyond a wooded area at the end of the street. Picnickers and campers filled the park then. The house just to the north of Chuck's 3-story home was occupied year-round by a doctor, who was a good friend of the victims. In fact, Dr. Les Staunton let Chuck park his Porsche in his carport. Their homes were about 12 feet apart wall to wall, but their decks were only 4 feet apart. Botten opened the door to the west wall of the carport and saw the walkway leading down to the doctor's home. He started down, but Butler stopped him.
I've already banged on the door, but no one answered.
There was a good reason for that. Staunton had returned from a trip to Venezuela a day or so earlier, and he'd taken a sleeping pill the night before to try to get rid of his jet lag. He'd wakened early and left for his practice. When he was located at his clinic, he told the investigators that he'd gone to bed a little after midnight and fallen sound asleep, only to be wakened by something he couldn't identify. It might have been the motion detector light on his porch, or a strange noise.
It sounded like somebody with asthma, he said slowly, a noise that sounded very foreign to me. But it wasn't an actual voice, and it wasn't a scream. It was just a wheezing noise, but it was loud enough for me to hear it from my bedroom, which is the opposite side from where Chuck's house is.
Staunton said he'd gotten up and sat on the edge of his bed for 30 seconds, noticing that the motion detector light on his porch was on. He listened, but he heard nothing more. No more screams or wheezes or whatever it had been. No sound of a car engine starting. It could have been anything, from an owl in the night to a cougar or even a raccoon fight. It was difficult for Staunton to set the time he'd been wakened, but he was sure it would have been about 3 to 5 hours after he'd taken the sleeping pill. He assumed it was about 5 a.m. He'd woken up again at 7 a.m. to the sound of cats fighting. He figured that was probably what he'd heard earlier. Shocked, to hear that Chuck was dead. Dr. Staunton said he'd seen him only the night before at a restaurant called Box in downtown Everett. Chuck was there with some friends, a couple of men, and a woman he didn't recognize. His neighbor had come over to invite him to join them, and he did. But when Chuck asked Dr. Staunton if he wanted to go to a nearby gambling casino, he'd declined, saying he was headed home to bed. No one else along the street who might have helped Chuck Leonard had heard anything during the night or in the chill hours of the morning. Maybe it wouldn't have made any difference, but it was sad, nevertheless. Rigor mortis, the stiffening of a body's joints that begins shortly after death, was well established. His body temperature was very, very low when it was taken at the medical examiner's office. It was ironic that a man who had spent his whole life surrounded by friends should die all alone. Had someone been familiar with his habits, where he slept, who his neighbors were, who was away in the winter, or had their windows tightly closed? It would take detectives from the Major Crimes Unit to figure that out. Detectives Brad Pintz and Jim Scharf arrived, and Botten walked them through the residence, retracing his original path exactly. They worked the crime scene meticulously, gathering, bagging, and labeling the 45 slugs and casings, taking samples for typing from the blood that marked the lake house with splashes and pools. The waterbed where Chuck Leonard had been shot was punctured by either a bullet or a fragment, and it leaked water that mixed with his life's fluid. The stairway down to the master bedroom ran along the left side of the living room. The fatally injured victim must have run across the living room and slipped on a few area rugs, which were now askew. When Pintz looked down at one, he saw a wedge of transparent material beneath it. As he tugged it aside, he realized it was some kind of window in the floor, a window looking down toward Chuck's room. It wasn't directly over his waterbed, but it was close enough. The dead man had designed his house carefully so that skylights in the ceiling of the lake house were positioned to capture light, which, in turn, focused on the window in the floor, sending more light to the bedroom below. The plexiglass cover was open now, but could obviously be closed to keep someone from falling through. If someone had stealthily come into the house in the dark and the moonlight was just right, he, or they, might have been able to watch Chuck and any female friend who might be staying over. It gave the detectives pause, a shivery feeling of privacy invaded. They received a phone call from Detective John Padilla in the Records Division. He had left several messages on Teresa's cell phone during the day, and she finally called him back. She asked about Chuck's death. Padilla wasn't positive how she had learned of it, but Doug Butler and other teachers and administrators at North Middle School had known for hours that Chuck was dead, murdered. Word of his shocking demise had spread rapidly through the area. Padilla said Teresa had left the phone number and address of her best friend, Joyce Lilly, and said she would wait there for the detectives to contact her. Pintz and Scharf were very anxious to talk with Teresa Gaith Leonard, but it was 10:30 that evening before they had cleared the lake house. Detectives Joe Ward, Rob Palmer, and Greg Rinta had done yeoman's work photographing and sketching the layout of the house and the location of all physical evidence before it was bagged and labeled and put safely into the chain of evidence. Dr. Dan Seelove, Associate Medical Examiner for Snohomish County, had come to the scene too. After Chuck Leonard's body was photographed and then removed for autopsy, deputies remained behind to guard the property to be sure that no one crossed the crime scene tapes. The Snohomish County investigators knew what had happened, but they didn't know who might have shot the popular school counselor or what their motivation might have been. Sergeant Al Zerlo of the Snohomish County Major Crimes Unit had been assigned to be the incident commander in the investigation of Chuck Leonard's death. At 4 p.m. on February 20th, he arrived on the scene and signed the crime scene log. He was gratified to see that procedure had been followed perfectly. The whole area was either blocked by barricades or encircled with yellow crime scene tape. Zerlo gave out assignments. The investigation would operate on many fronts at the same time. Detective Brad Pintz, lead team, coordinate tasks. Detective John Padilla, lead team, interviews and background information. Detective Jim Scharf, witness interviews and scene processing. Detective Matt Trafford, neighborhood canvass, witness interviews. Detective Haley, crime scene sketching, processing. Detective Stitch, crime scene sketching, processing. Detective Greg Rinta, body site, interior crime scene processing. Detective Rob Palmer, body site, interior crime scene processing. Detective Joe Ward, search warrant preparation, supervise interior crime scene processing. Deputy Stoops, exterior crime scene security, crime scene log. North Middle School was afire with rumors, and Chuck's friends were appalled. When Detective Brad Pintz phoned his father to tell him that his son was dead, murdered, Fred Leonard's voice was full of tears, although he and Chuck were often at odds.
Was he shot by some jealous husband or boyfriend?
He asked.
I've always been afraid that might happen.
I don't know, Pintz said.
We're trying to find out.
No one knew at this point who the shooter was. The investigators knew that first day that Chuck's love life was problematical. Early in the afternoon, Deputy Wynne Haldall called the North Middle School to talk to Everett police officer Dan Bordley, who worked security at the school. Bordley said he'd talked to the school's vice principal.
He told me he spoke with Chuck last night about 9 o'clock. Chuck told him he was with a skinny blonde, and they were going to Harris Club.
Not the one in Nevada, but a local gambling casino. Chuck was probably joking, but he'd sounded kind of down. Bordley got the impression that the woman sitting with him was a casual acquaintance. From the very beginning, there were many possible suspects and motives in the death of Charles Fred Leonard. He was a convivial man who was almost always in a good mood. But he was also a man who walked by himself and lived by his own rules, incurring envy in many men, jealousy in others. He was witty and funny and great to be around. He wasn't legally divorced from Teresa Gaith Leonard when he died, but they had been separated for 2 years. He was said to be dating at least 3 attractive young women at the same time, and he had romanced more women in his lifetime than most men could dream of. Still, if Chuck Leonard had many female friends, he also had lots of male friends who found him generous, a hard worker, a loyal friend, and a good neighbor. He was over 50, but he looked much closer to 40, and he had the perfect house for a bachelor or divorcee. The bottom floor of his home, which could only be entered from the outside, was where he made and stored wine. He was as knowledgeable about wine as a sommelier, and proud of his skill. The next 2 floors were stacked on top of that, with the living room, great room almost at street level. Whoever came and went couldn't be easily monitored by neighbors. Chuck loved kids, and he enjoyed his job. He had many friends and enough money to get by. His health was great. His biggest worry was that Teresa might take Morgan far away. But so far he'd been able to see his little girl often, and he figured his background would impress a judge more than Teresa's. He didn't even dislike Teresa. She was more an irritant than a threat. Everyone who mattered to Chuck liked him. At least so it had seemed until Thursday, February 20th, 1997. But someone had hated him enough to shoot him while he slept. Teresa planned Chuck's funeral. She told Chuck's sister, Teresa, that she was thinking of using some lines from Goethe in the eulogy she was writing. Teresa thought that was pretentious. She doubted that Teresa had anywhere near the education she claimed she had. Teresa wanted the service to be perfect, but when she arrived, few mourners approached her. Chuck's friends had never cared much for her, and rather than being the star of the event, Teresa was more a wallflower. Basically, no one acknowledged her, except Chuck's uncle. No one spoke to her. When she went into the family room at the funeral parlor, she appeared upset and intoxicated. She reeked of alcohol. Teresa had maintained close ties with Chuck's father and stepmother. Caroline Leonard felt sorry for her and patted the chair next to her. The elder Leonards asked Teresa to be in the reception line, but she didn't want to do that, despite her friend Joyce Lilly telling her that she should. Teresa almost fainted, and Joyce took her back to the family room. Then they went to the cemetery. Bonnie, who had only worked for Teresa for 2 months at the consignment shop, walked up to her, and Teresa hugged her for a long time. It seemed as though it was at least 10 minutes. Bonnie was surprised and somewhat embarrassed. She really didn't know Teresa well at all. It was as if her boss wanted to show people that she did have friends after all, and they cared about her. A short time later, the funeral director approached Joyce and said, "I think Teresa needs to go." Teresa sat in Joyce's car, her head down. When they reached the main street, Teresa just looked up and said, "Get me the fuck out of here." Chapter 4. Back on the night of Chuck's murder, Detectives Brad Pintz and Jim Scharf weren't sure what to expect at Joyce Lilly's house, but they found 2 rather nervous women, Joyce more so than Teresa, and a pretty little girl who was recovering from a visit to the dentist. Her face had puffed up and bruised after her treatment the day before. The 2 detectives were relieved that this time they didn't have to be the ones who broke the news to a widow. And it soon became obvious that Teresa had had very loose connections to Chuck. They were legally married, but that's about all. Apparently they'd led separate lives for some time. Although she had called his school asking about where he was, she hadn't returned any calls from the sheriff's office. When Detective John Padilla had notified Michelle Conley about Chuck's murder, he gleaned more information. "They fought like cats and dogs," Michelle said. She explained that the Leonard separation was anything but friendly, and that Chuck only dealt with her because he cared so much about Morgan. Teresa introduced the detectives to Joyce Lilly, commenting that they were best friends. Only 5, Morgan Leonard hadn't been told that her father was dead. If she had known at this point, she couldn't possibly have understood the enormity of her loss, or begin to understand that the life she had known up until now had changed cataclysmically. The daddy who had loved her so much was never coming back. There was nothing particularly overt about either Teresa's or Joyce's actions that made the 2 Snohomish County detectives suspicious. Joyce excused herself and carried Morgan upstairs so that they could talk to Teresa alone. "We tentatively considered Teresa a suspect because of their acrimonious divorce, and we had talked to Michelle," Scharf explains. "We always tend to look initially at the people closest to the victim. We didn't know much about the Leonards' history that first night." Teresa didn't seem grief-stricken, but then she wasn't a widow in the strictest sense of the word. She told the investigators that she had wanted a divorce for a long time, and that Chuck was the one who wanted to stay married. Her decision to delay a divorce was purely pragmatic. She explained that she wasn't a wealthy woman, and she had had to think about how she and Morgan could get by. "I've had open-heart surgery," she said, "and I needed Chuck's medical insurance, as I don't know what might happen with my health. I couldn't afford it on my own." Chuck had been good about his child support payments. He paid her $350 a month regularly. "I work, too, of course," she added. "I've had my consignment shop in Marysville for 3 years. Before that, I worked for the Bon Marché." Teresa's clothing resale business, combined with Morgan's child support money and a part-time job with a travel agency, gave them just about enough to pay rent on their small apartment on Everett Mall Way and to buy groceries and other necessities of life. Detective John Padilla joined his fellow investigators at Joyce Lilly's house. The 3 detectives listened intently as Teresa told them what Chuck had been like. She said that she thought her estranged husband had lots of girlfriends and that he lived the high life. "Do you know any of their names?" Pintz asked. She shook her head. "No, I don't." She suggested that Chuck was careless about safety precautions and that he didn't always lock his doors at night. He wanted his cats to be able to come in and out. He liked cats. When she was asked about the last time she'd been to the lake house, Teresa was emphatic. "I haven't been there for 2 years, not since the day I left." Although Morgan spent alternate weeks with Chuck, Teresa said she never went into Chuck's house with her. Instead, they set up meetings somewhere else to facilitate the exchange.
"What kind of father was Chuck?"
Pince asked.
"He was a good father,"
she said softly. Asked about life insurance, Teresa shook her head. She didn't believe Chuck had any, nor did she seem to be aware that Morgan would be eligible for Chuck's Social Security survivor benefits now.
"Are you dating anyone?"
Pince asked.
"Someone important in your life?"
"No, there's no one," she said convincingly. Teresa painted her deceased and estranged husband as a complete playboy who had any number of big boy toys. "He has a Cessna airplane at the Arlington airport, and he keeps his Corvette there, too," she said. "He has a brown and cream-colored boat. Chuck spent his money on wine and cars." She also said that he was addicted to pornographic movies. She spoke quietly and seemed quite vulnerable. Except for his predilection for attractive women, her take on her estranged husband was far different from what they had heard so far from others who knew him, and yet it was difficult to ascertain what Teresa's true emotions were. That was perhaps understandable. Chuck's murder was too fresh. When Brad Pince asked Teresa how she had spent the previous day, February 19th, a Wednesday, she could account for almost every minute. She had taken Morgan to the dentist to have some cavities filled 2 days before, and she was concerned that her daughter's face was swollen and bruised. She wanted the dentist to check Morgan's condition. Then they had run some errands and purchased some soft food that Morgan could eat. By the time we got home, it must have been 5:30 or 6 in the evening. Then Joyce came over, and she stayed and visited until 9 or 9:30. I didn't go out at all last night. I went to bed about 11, and I got up at 9 this morning. It was midnight on a day that seemed to go on forever when Brad Pince and Jim Scharf left Joyce Lilly's home. They didn't know what to think. The murder investigation had just begun, and it sounded as though there were many people they needed to talk to. Joyce Lilly had practically quivered with anxiety during their visit to her home, while Teresa seemed to be in control. They didn't view the two women's behavior as indicative of innocence or guilt. They had done enough felony investigations to know that people in shock and suffering loss react in all different ways. Teresa Gaith Leonard was a slender, very attractive blonde. She appeared to have a core of strength in her. That was fortunate, the detectives thought. She was really on her own now. She would have to raise Morgan all alone, as best she could. It was easy to feel sorry for her, but homicide detectives always look at the nether side of human behavior. They have learned to observe with jaundiced eyes. Teresa was almost too calm in the face of searing tragedy. Maybe the enormity of it hadn't hit her yet. And then again, Brad Pince and Jim Scharf didn't know yet that Teresa was far from alone. She had lied to them when she said she had no boyfriend. She hadn't mentioned Nick Callis, her rich lover in Lahaina, Hawaii. Only one thing struck them as strange. Near the end of their conversation with her, it occurred to Brad Pince that Teresa hadn't once asked how Chuck had died. Odd.
"Do you know what happened to Chuck?"
Pince asked her.
"I was told that he died," she said faintly, "but I don't know how or any of the details. From the questions that you've asked me, I can guess at some of those details."
The next 48 hours passed in a blur for both the Snohomish County investigators and Chuck Leonard's friends and family. His fatal shooting made the top of television news broadcasts and headlines in Seattle and Everett newspapers. Although it happens more often than most people would like to think, School teachers and counselors do become involved in scandals and violent death investigations, just as some doctors, ministers, politicians, and people in every other demographic do. But the public is still shocked, and yes, intrigued. There was something about the dichotomy between a victim's public image and a shocking crime that fascinates those not directly affected. But those who knew Chuck Leonard grieved, including many teenagers he had helped through the problems of adolescence. Morgan had yet to realize her daddy was gone forever. Snohomish County detectives and deputies canvassed the neighborhood on the lake where Chuck had lived, although they found little information that helped. One neighbor woman said she had stayed up long after her husband went to bed. She had heard what she thought was a scream. If she had, it had nothing to do with Chuck Leonard. He hadn't been home near midnight when she'd heard that strange sound. The only likely ear witness was Dr. Staunton, Chuck's chiropractor friend who lived next door. There seemed to be no eyewitnesses at all. Brad Pence talked to Teresa Leonard, who had deep suspicions about who had killed her brother. She didn't want to know what her gut was telling her. She told Pence that she thought Teresa was crazy, and left it at that. "I knew," she said years later. "I just knew Teresa had done it. I did tell our parents that, but it was hard for them to accept."
"You really think she could have done it?"
Pence asked. "I don't know. She's weird. That's all I can tell you for sure." Initially, Teresa made attempts to bond more closely with Chuck's family. She wanted them to get together and go to the cemetery with Morgan 4 days after the murder. His father had just had shoulder surgery and wasn't up to going. A week later, Teresa and her father-in-law and Chuck's stepmother had lunch together. When Teresa showed up too, the new widow was taken off guard. Chuck's sister hadn't been invited. For the first time, Caroline Leonard, Teresa's stepmother, understood her suspicions about Teresa. She watched, shocked, at the way Teresa glared at Aunt Teresa. Later she said, "Boy, she really hates you." Teresa tried to see Morgan and asked if she could take her for a visit for a while. "No," Teresa said, "she can't." A few days later, there was a memorial for Chuck organized by his school, and hundreds of people came, including many former students who eulogized him for making their lives better and for being there when they needed a friend and a counselor. This could have been something that Morgan would remember her whole life, that would make her proud of her father. But Teresa refused to let her attend, telling her that children weren't allowed. That wasn't true. Other people's children and teenagers attended the memorial service. When it became too crowded inside, they stood outside, listening as Chuck was praised for his devotion to children. Many had tears running down their cheeks. Joyce Lilly worried incessantly about what would become of Morgan, whom she loved dearly. But Joyce had worries of her own. She considered Teresa Leonard her best friend, and believed sincerely that their devotion went both ways. Joyce was divorced. Teresa had been separated for 2 years, and as two women alone, they shared many things in common. The investigators learned that Teresa was not only popular with men, there were some women who liked her, too. Those who worked for her at her consignment shop adored her. Then again, there were females who detested her and said so, but not her close friends or her staff. "She's just the sweetest little thing," one sales clerk told reporters, asking that her name not be revealed. "She's just a nice girl." Joyce felt the same way, although she had seen glimpses of another side of Teresa that sometimes disturbed her. Teresa was far more confident than she was, and the life she lived sometimes gave Joyce pause. Now Joyce had a problem that she didn't think she could discuss with anyone. Usually she talked things over with Teresa, but that was clearly impossible. Teresa was the problem. Teresa had used Joyce as a sounding board, a patient and supportive friend. She always seemed to be embroiled in one messy incident or another. But Joyce didn't want to get involved in them any longer. although she feared she might already be, and that scared her. Up until the night of February 19th, listening to Teresa's problems had been akin to watching a suspense movie. Joyce had listened, fascinated, and then become a part of Teresa's secret life when they traveled several times to Hawaii, so her best friend could have a rendezvous with Nick Callis. Teresa's life wasn't intriguing now. It was fraught with danger and the possibility that she would have to pay the piper for always taking what she wanted. Chapter 5. Teresa might have had good reasons for wanting to escape Louisiana and her early years. According to her older sister Lois, she, Teresa, and their younger sister lived a life of fear. "Our family looked just like the typical family," the special education teacher confided. "Everything looked good on the outside. No one can see what goes on behind closed doors, and the Joneses, mother and 3 daughters, were afraid of their husband and father, a steamship captain. Their older brother had seemingly escaped unscathed, leaving home as soon as he could get away. The sisters were grateful when their father was gone, but he always came home, and he apparently wielded power over all of them. Lois said her father had abused her sexually, and that she had tried her best to protect her mother from spousal abuse and her younger sisters from going through what she had. There was a terrible night when she heard her mother crying hysterically. She forced her way into their bedroom and found Irvin Jones choking his wife. She stood up to him and probably saved her mother. None of the females in their family talked about what was happening, not even to each other. They were in deep denial. "It was really tense in our home. It was very tense. You couldn't talk about such things. No one knew." They did their best, according to Lois, to stay out of their brutal father's way, tiptoeing around, hoping he wouldn't notice them. But secret things went on. Lois and Teresa's baby sister Macy often slipped into her room late at night to crawl in bed with Lois. She would be crying. But none of the girls told each other what was happening to them, so the dark secrets continued. Although Lois may have suspected that Teresa was being molested too, she was never convinced until the summer of 1997, long after Teresa had left Chuck. The 3 sisters, adults now, had sought out a therapist, and Lois said Teresa had finally confessed that their father had sexually abused her. When she talked about their childhood, Lois cried, her mind going back to a time when they were all helpless to do anything about their situation, and their mother was too frightened and weak to protect them. If her memories were true, that might explain why Teresa hated some men, distrusted others, and continually tried to better her situation by seeking out men she thought had a lot of money. If Lois was embroidering the truth, she might only be the protective big sister who had always done whatever she could to shelter her younger siblings from stress and unhappiness. But of course, she couldn't do that. In any murder probe, detectives look first at those closest to the victim or victims. Despite their digging, they had found no one who had a grudge against Chuck Leonard. No one but Teresa, his estranged wife. Still, the 2 detectives found it difficult to believe that a small woman would go so far as to sneak into a house she hadn't entered in 2 years, creep through the dark, and have the nerve to fire into the sleeping man who was at least twice as strong as she was. After all, Chuck could have been awake. She no longer kept track of his habits. And they had parented a child together, a little girl who loved both of them. If Teresa loved Morgan as much as her sisters and friends said she did, how could she even think of taking her father away from her? Teresa's plans didn't make a lot of sense. She was basing her future on an almost impossible scenario. Everything, even things that seemed impossible, would have to fall precisely into place for a surrogate to carry Nick's natural child, and for him to leave his wealthy wife and the boy he had adopted, a boy he loved. Infamous female criminals like Susan Smith, Casey Anthony, and Diane Downs have devised similar schemes, building castles in the sky out of diaphanous threads hooked to weak foundations. They all murdered their own children, sacrificing them to get what they wanted, to find perfect love. And there have been scores more women without conscience who have killed people who trusted them to achieve what they think will make them happy. Joyce Lilly had heard Teresa's stories about how cruel Chuck was to her. She said that he hadn't been happy at all when she became pregnant. She said he even suggested that she get an abortion because he didn't need little monsters running around. Later, detectives who talked with Joyce sometimes wondered if she had been present when Chuck allegedly was mean to Teresa, or if she was going by what Teresa had told her. He was a natural flirt. He always had been, and some of Teresa's friends thought he was coming on to them. Teresa agreed with them that he probably was. That only deepened their suspicion that poor Teresa was living a life of terror and abuse. Whether she told them about her childhood abuse isn't clear, but her staunch supporters gathered around her as sheriff's detectives asked more and more probing questions. Rick Lilly, Joyce's ex-husband, called her at 9:30 a.m. on February 20th, a few hours after Chuck's body was found, but before his death had been reported on the news. Joyce was moving to a smaller place, and Rick had agreed to buy some of her furniture. Rick had never approved of Joyce's tight friendship with Teresa. He didn't trust Teresa and thought she was too controlling with Joyce. But he hadn't yet heard that Chuck Leonard was dead. So when Joyce's answering machine picked up the call, he left a brief message asking her to call him back. She didn't return his call until about 4 in the afternoon, saying she had slept in because she had been up until 3 in the morning.
"There were some police officers here," she said in a worried voice.
"What are police officers doing at your house?" Rick asked incredulously. She explained that Teresa's husband had been shot to death, and that the detectives were asking Teresa questions.
"I was mostly upstairs with Morgan playing games and coloring and—"
"Why was Teresa at your house?" he asked next.
"She doesn't have anyone else but me," Joyce said. "I'm the only friend she has, and she's going through a terrible time right now. I'm helping her with whatever I can."
Rick listened, shaking his head. Joyce was such a patsy, always acting without thinking, and now she might have herself in a hell of a mess. Joyce went on talking, and he listened, trying to come up with a way she could detach herself from her good friend Teresa. Joyce was trying to do that herself. She wasn't answering or returning calls or pages from either Teresa or Nick Callis. Rick called her back the next morning. He had thought about Chuck Leonard's murder overnight, and he asked his ex-wife point blank, "Joyce, do you think that Teresa might be dirty?"
"What do you mean by dirty?"
"You know what I mean. Do you think that she did it?"
"You don't know Teresa the way I know her,"
Joyce lied frantically.
"She couldn't do anything like this."
"Well, okay, but keep clear of her. This thing doesn't have a good smell to it." Joyce wanted to tell her ex-husband that Teresa had told her she was the one who had shot Chuck, and that she hadn't shown any grief or remorse over it. Now she didn't know what she should do. But she was afraid. She was more afraid after hearing his questions. Rick Lilly dropped by to see her a few days later. He was taunting her, making up a story, but he was very close to the truth. "They've arrested your pal," he said. "She's in the jailhouse now."
"No, they haven't," Joyce said. "They didn't arrest her. Don't say that."
"Don't you listen to the radio?" he asked, taunting her still more as Joyce kept protesting. Rick wasn't looking at her, but when he turned around, he saw that she had burst into tears, and he apologized. "I'm just kidding you, Joyce," Rick said. "I was only joking. Teresa didn't get arrested." Joyce was close to hysteria, sobbing as she gasped,
"She killed him. She killed him. Oh, why would she tell me? Why? You don't know the story like I do."
And now as she poured out her worries to Rick, he was the one who had a hard time believing her. She told Rick that Teresa had described shooting Chuck 3 times in the chest. She made him promise not to tell anyone. It would ruin Morgan's life. Joyce couldn't bear for her to be hurt any more. Joyce said that she'd moved a white bag that Teresa gave her only hours after Chuck's murder from her car trunk into her garage, hiding it behind some boxes. A few days later, as she was cleaning the garage, she reached up to move the bag, and it hit a pier support. She heard a dull clunk. Trembling, she'd untied the top of the bag and looked in. There was a heavy handgun inside, and some of Teresa's clothes, stiff, with dried blood.
"Where's the bag now?"
Rick asked, still doubting Joyce.
"I hid it. I don't want to hurt my best friend. But I'm frightened to death. I could go to jail myself,"
Joyce cried.
"But I had nothing to do with Chuck Leonard's murder. I don't know what to do. Teresa's been calling me every hour, but I don't answer."
Joyce's ex-husband looked at her incredulously as she detailed for him what had her so jittery. Tears leaked from her eyes as she spoke, and her hands shook. She hadn't been able to sleep more than a few hours at night. Rick shook his head in disbelief. How could she have been so dumb? Every day that had gone by while she hid evidence for her precious Teresa, she had been risking her own reputation, not to mention her freedom. He told Joyce that she could very well go to jail for hiding evidence and for being an accessory after the fact. He wasn't very sympathetic, but he gave her good advice.
"You're a fool if you don't call a lawyer right now and tell the police everything you know. I'll go with you."
They had some difficulty finding an attorney who practiced criminal law. Rick's own attorneys said they did not, and they recommended George Cody. But when he called, Rick learned that Cody was already representing Teresa Leonard. Lily's civil attorneys next suggested George Bowden. Bowden agreed to meet them. So it was that Friday evening, February 28th, 8 days after Chuck Leonard's murder, Joyce and Rick walked into George Bowden's Everett office carrying a box of evidence, all the items Teresa had told Joyce to hide. Joyce poured out her story to Bowden, and he said he would represent her. The sheriff's major crimes unit was closed this late on a Friday night, but Bowden promised he would go to talk with detectives early Saturday morning. In the meantime, he would lock up the white plastic bag with the .45 caliber handgun, Teresa's clothes and bloodied boots, and other items Teresa had given Joyce in his office. On Saturday, March 1st, 1997, Brad Pintz talked to a very upset Joyce Lilly. She turned over the bag of evidence. For homicide detectives, it was a bonanza, something they never imagined they would find. More than the physical evidence, they had a witness who could tell them what had happened 9 days earlier. While she hadn't actually been present when Chuck was shot, they had the next thing to it in Joyce Lilly. If she was about to tell them the truth, the deadly puzzle would be solved. That was, of course, a big if. Aware now that he and Jim Scharf hadn't heard the whole truth on the evening after Chuck Leonard died, Pintz asked Joyce Lilly if she had been honest with them. Tears rolling down her cheeks, she shook her head. She admitted that she'd known then who killed Chuck, but that she had lied for Teresa. As the days passed, Joyce Lilly said she couldn't sleep, and she was close to having a panic attack when she turned to her former husband for advice. Although they were no longer married, she trusted his opinion, and she had to talk to someone.
"One night back in November, a couple of months before somebody shot Chuck,"
Joyce began,
"Teresa came by to leave Morgan with me to babysit. She was dressed strangely, wearing black sweatpants, a dark fuzzy jacket, and boots."
"It was almost winter, wasn't it?" Scharf asked. "Why was it strange for her to dress like that?"
"It wasn't Teresa's style. Not at all."
Joyce's words tumbled out.
She said, "How do you like my outfit?"
Joyce closed her eyes, remembering the incident.
I said, It doesn't look like you." "That's the point," Teresa had said succinctly.
Joyce said she'd stared at Teresa, baffled, and then she was shocked when Teresa told her that she would have killed Chuck that night if she'd only had enough time. That didn't even seem possible, and she had finally decided that Teresa was engaging in some kind of black humor. But she seemed serious, even though she didn't mention killing Chuck again. And then the holidays came, and nothing happened, and Teresa's custody of Morgan, sharing with Chuck, went on just like before. 1 week with Teresa, 1 week with Chuck. Except for the week that included February 17th to the 20th, 1997, when Morgan had her dental work done. On Wednesday, February 19th, Teresa told Joyce something unbelievable. "I'm going to whack Chuck tonight." Joyce had just stared at her friend, open-mouthed. Teresa had that same icy look on her face that she'd had back in November when she'd showed up in her all-black outfit. While Joyce believed that Chuck had been abusive to Teresa, and she felt sorry for her, that was no reason to kill the man. That's what whack meant, she thought. She'd heard it on gangster television shows. But why? Teresa wasn't in danger anymore. She and Chuck didn't live together any longer. They were both involved with other people, and until last November, Teresa said she hadn't even been in Chuck's house at the lake for a couple of years. Joyce knew better than to try to talk Teresa out of any plan she made, and besides, she couldn't believe that Teresa would really kill Chuck. She often behaved dramatically. That was part of what made her an interesting friend. Being with Teresa was a little like being in the center of a soap opera. Telling herself it would be okay, Joyce Lilly was able to get to sleep on Wednesday night. But in the wee hours of February 20th, her phone trilled, and she woke up instantly, her heart thumping. It was Teresa, and she sounded very upset. She begged Joyce to come to her apartment. As she always did, Joyce said she'd be there as soon as she could. Teresa hung up before she could ask her any questions. It took her an hour to get dressed and arrive at Teresa's. When Joyce got there, Teresa was smoking and drinking scotch. She was very shaken, almost quivering, Joyce said, and Teresa's always in control, always. Teresa immediately handed her a white plastic bag that was tightly tied at the top. "I want you to put this in the trunk of your car," she said. "What's in it?" "Just do it, and I'll tell you when you come back in." "You did it?" Rick Lilly asked, disgust and alarm in his voice. "What happened then?" "I did it," Teresa said. "I shot Chuck 3 times. And I asked her, 'What?' Joyce said, sobbing. Teresa said she'd found Chuck alone, sound asleep in his bed. She had fired 2 or 3 times at him and hit him in the chest. "He got up out of bed and chased me," Teresa recalled, shivering. At one point, Chuck had gotten close enough to her at the top of the stairs to grab her by the ankle, but then his grip loosened. "At the top of the stairs, he gasped," Teresa said, "and then he made a noise and fell." "What did you do?" Joyce asked. "Did he look at you? Did he look in your eyes?" "I ran," Teresa said. "Yes, he looked in my eyes." Teresa told her good friend that she didn't know if Chuck was dead. She thought he was alive. "He's so strong," she breathed. "He's so strong." She didn't seem to know just what time it was when she shot Chuck, but she was sure she was back in her apartment by 5 in the morning. Joyce Lilly didn't want to believe Teresa. Teresa was always full of drama and exaggeration. Surely this was another of her fantasies, like the night she dressed in her camouflage outfit. "Where did you get a gun?" Joyce had asked in a doubtful voice. "I bought it from some guy in a bar," Teresa had said, with a hint of pride in her voice. "It was just like a TV thing." Joyce Lilly drove home with the white plastic bag in the trunk of her car. Teresa had also given Joyce the key to Chuck's house, even though Joyce didn't want it. "Well, I can't have it. You need to take it," Teresa said imperiously. Joyce threw the key away by tossing it in a planter barrel at a Jack-in-the-Box restaurant on her way home. She was horrified the next morning when the news that Chuck Leonard had been murdered circulated among their friends, and then was on the top of the radio and television news shows around Seattle and Everett. Still, Joyce didn't look in the bag. She didn't want to know what was in it. It stayed in her car trunk, like a poisonous snake or a time bomb, while she worried about what she should do. She decided finally to move it to her garage. Joyce admitted now to Brad Pintz and Jim Scharf that she had known that Teresa was lying to them on the night of February 20th when they came to her house to question Teresa. She told them about Teresa's hair appointment that day, and how she had hidden Teresa's car in her own garage at her request. This was the first time that had ever happened. She repeated Teresa's statement on the day of Chuck's murder when she said she planned to whack him. Still half expecting to go to jail, Joyce was reassured when that didn't happen. As she left the sheriff's office, she wasn't confident that it wouldn't occur in the following days, and she shuddered every time her phone rang or there was a knock on her door. When days passed and she wasn't arrested, she began to feel somewhat more at ease. As Joyce continued to clean out her garage, she came across something that she knew she didn't put there. It was an almost full box of .45 caliber ammunition. Again, through her lawyer, Joyce Lilly contacted the investigators at the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office. She was a lot calmer than she was the first time she talked to them, and she revealed more hidden things.
I loaned Teresa a small handgun in October, last fall, she said. She told me that she needed a gun because she and Morgan lived alone in an apartment, and she had no protection. Rick gave it to me a few years ago for the same reason, taught me how to use it, and I fired it once or twice, but I never used it. It made me nervous to have it in my house.
Do you know what caliber it was? Pintz asked.
I'm not sure what a caliber is. It was a small silver gun. It seems as though it might have been a 25 or 22, something like that. Teresa took it out in the backyard and fired it into the ground to see if it worked. I haven't seen it since October. It was after she borrowed it that she told me that she had been in Chuck's house one night.
Do you know when? Pintz asked.
She shook her head. It would have been a few months ago, before Christmas. Teresa told me she saw Chuck and his girlfriend in bed, so she left.
That would jibe with what Michelle Conley told detectives about the November intruder that she'd followed in her car. But she had lost the intruder in the dark. At the time, she believed it was Teresa's car. However, Chuck had decided not to report the matter to police. Joyce said she wasn't sure where Teresa was at the moment. She had been avoiding Teresa. Armed with the new information from Joyce Lilly, Michael Downs, a senior deputy prosecution attorney for Snohomish County, filed an affidavit of probable cause. He asked for the arrest of Teresa Gaith Leonard on first-degree murder charges. It was granted almost immediately. On Sunday night, March 2nd, 10 days after Chuck Leonard died, Teresa appeared at the Snohomish County Courthouse in Everett. She did not, however, walk in under her own power to be booked. She was accompanied by her defense attorney, George Cody, who had driven her there. But she was passed out in the back seat of his car, far too intoxicated, or possibly under the influence of drugs, to walk. Cody was very worried about her condition. At length, Cody and detectives Jim Scharf and John Padilla managed to rouse her and support her as they walked her into the booking area. She was arraigned the next day in district court. Cody told reporters that she would plead not guilty to the charges against her. He explained that her surrender doesn't mean she confessed. It means she didn't try to run. She has not made any admission whatsoever to the police in any way of being involved in Chuck Leonard's death. The judge wasn't so sure that Teresa wouldn't try to run in the days ahead, so he set her bail at $500,000 and directed that it be cash only. This would assure that Teresa would remain behind bars for 2 more weeks At that time, Michael Downs would have to refile the case against her in Superior Court. Teresa was not without support. Her employees asserted that she was still a nice little woman, and they didn't believe she was capable of shooting anyone. They sent word that they would keep her shop open for her and help in any way they could. Even her new lawyer found her vulnerable and sweet. He felt sorry for her. Like so many middle-aged men before him, George Cody was already stepping into Teresa Gaith Leonard's circle of devoted admirers. Nick Callis didn't really know what was going on. Teresa had phoned him in Hawaii and told him that Chuck had died suddenly.
"What happened?"
Nick asked her at the time.
"They don't know," she'd said. "Some kind of profound trauma."
Nick said later that his mind had flashed to an automobile accident, and he'd pictured Chuck Leonard hitting a tree or telephone pole while driving one of his sports cars. Teresa hadn't said anything about a gun or murder. Nothing but profound trauma. Even though he and Teresa had been lovers since 1987, years before Teresa met and married Chuck, Nick Callis knew very little about her life. They had made a pact that they wouldn't talk about unhappy things or her family background. For Nick, Teresa had always been sexy, fun, a woman without problems. Chuck Leonard had his army of supporters, too. He wasn't a man to talk about his problems either, except to very close friends. He was witty and funny and kind. Everyone had liked Chuck, with the possible exception of Teresa and the friends she had told about his brutality toward her. Somehow Teresa had managed to keep her juggling act of a life together for years. Of all people, the archaic mystery writers term a tissue of lies fit Teresa. She'd kept her wealthy lover, married Chuck, given birth to Morgan, and managed to convince any number of people that Chuck was abusive toward her. Those who knew him couldn't believe it, any more than Teresa's allies could believe that she would shoot a man to death as he slept. News stories proliferated each day with more and more shocking details about the Leonards' marriage and his fatal shooting. The Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office said that they believed Teresa had taken a bead on her estranged husband as he lay sound asleep and started firing.
"He was hit in the arm and twice more in the chest,"
Michael Downs told District Judge Thomas Kelly.
"One of those .45 caliber bullets penetrated his chest, and that was the wound that killed him."
On autopsy, Dr. Seelove had found that Chuck had died of exsanguination. He had bled to death after being shot. The public had no idea what motive Teresa might have had to kill her husband. The affidavit for probable cause remained sealed. There were still many secrets about Teresa. She told people that she was 33, and that was what her driver's license said, but her divorce papers listed her as 37. Her attorney, George Cody, sat beside Teresa in an attorney-client room in the Snohomish County Jail and communicated with the court through a closed-circuit video hookup as he asked for a reduction in her bail. Teresa said nothing. Cody asked that her bail be lowered to $100,000, since she had willingly talked to detectives at least 4 times before she surrendered, just before midnight on the previous Sunday.
"If she was going to flee," he pointed out, "she already would have done so."
Downs argued against a bail reduction. The prisoner had, after all, proven herself a community threat when she shot Chuck Leonard, and had no particular ties to the community. Her family was in Louisiana, and her wealthy boyfriend was in Hawaii. Judge Thomas Kelly took both sides into consideration and lowered Teresa's bail to $200,000. Close to a dozen of Chuck Leonard's relatives and friends observed these arguments about bail. 2 of them were attractive women who identified themselves as his former girlfriends. Even though they had long since ended romantic attachments to him, they had remained platonic friends. The group watched and listened and dabbed at the tears that often filled their eyes. What did money matter now that Chuck was gone? But it did. Enough cash could get Teresa out of jail. The Snohomish County detectives were extremely uneasy about that possibility, fearing that she would rabbit on them and disappear. When she was charged with first-degree murder in Snohomish County Superior Court a week later, her bail was once more raised to $500,000. Deputy Prosecutor Downs had little difficulty convincing Judge Catherine Trumbull that Teresa, for all her demure appearance, was a danger to the community and a flight risk with access to money, and that she might well take 6-year-old Morgan and disappear. Someone was already inquiring about how to wire money to bail her out, someone who didn't seem at all abashed that it would take almost $200,000 to gain her release. The man, who called the sheriff's office from Hawaii, asked to have his name kept private. It was, of course, Teresa's wealthy lover, Nick Callis. He said he was prepared to wire the money. Callis didn't want to leave Hawaii, and he only grudgingly agreed to meet with Michael Downs, Brad Pintz, and John Padilla if they flew to Maui to talk to him. Michael Downs was not only concerned that Teresa might leave Washington State, but he felt that Joyce Lilly's life might be in danger. If Joyce hadn't gone to the sheriff, Teresa might well have walked away scot-free. No jail, no bail, no trial. And Downs feared that Joyce, who was probably going to be the state's prime witness against her former friend, might seem expendable to Teresa. In the prosecutor's view, Chuck Leonard had gotten in the way of Teresa's plans to move to Hawaii, and he was dead. Joyce was now a serious impediment to the defendant's freedom and the life she visualized. Although detectives in the sheriff's office were keeping an eye on Joyce, they couldn't be with her all the time. Now the evidence against Teresa was being slowly unveiled. Although her name was not given to reporters, Joyce Lilly had received immunity from prosecution in exchange for her cooperation with sheriff's investigators. The white plastic bag that Joyce gave to Brad Pintz contained a dark brown polar fleece jacket with some sort of emblem on the shoulder, a pair of sweatpants, light brown leather boots with a large blood stain on one toe, bullets, and a magazine for a .45 caliber handgun. The gun itself was at the bottom of the bag. It was securely locked in the evidence room at the sheriff's office, each item bagged, sealed, dated, and signed by the investigator who had entered it into the chain of evidence. George Cody objected to this alleged evidence being admitted into any forthcoming trial, saying, "I can't comment on it because I haven't seen it. I know what they say they've got, but I don't know what they have." Cody pointed out that Teresa had no criminal record or history of making threats, and as far as anything the investigation had turned up so far, that was true. He described her as a dedicated mother who would never leave her daughter, nor would she close down her business. She needed that income to survive. Everything in the white bag was going to the Washington State Crime Lab to be tested for fingerprints, hair, DNA, and rug and fabric fibers that might link to Teresa or to someone else. The sheriff's investigators had searched Teresa's home, her consignment shop, and her car, looking for receipts that might show what she had purchased or where she had been in the days before Chuck's fatal shooting. She obviously hadn't had the .45 back in October 1996, when she borrowed Joyce's handgun, but she had one on the night Chuck died. Joyce didn't think Teresa had returned her small handgun. Sometime after Chuck's murder and Joyce's accusations about Teresa, Joyce found a backpack in her garage when she was packing to move. At the time, she didn't look inside it, assuming it belonged to her 21-year-old son. But in April 1997, she did look. There she found her .25 caliber gun, wrapped in a woman's handkerchief, along with a small box of ammunition. She had no idea how it got there. Apparently, Teresa had put it in her garage sometime over the past 5 months. The Snohomish County detectives didn't find a receipt for the .45, but they did find a letter from a realtor on Maui, thanking her for her interest in buying property there. Oddly, they found a credit card in the name of Chuck's mother, Anne, who had been dead for almost 5 years. The card had been issued after her death, and the address was for Teresa's consignment shop, where Ann Leonard had never lived. George Cody said he didn't find that strange. It was a cash card that had to be tied to a bank account. He told the judge that Chuck Leonard had often had mail sent to his wife's shop when they were together, and that the victim had maintained his bank account jointly with his mother long after she was deceased. But what was Teresa doing with it? One person that Pince, Scharf, and Downs wanted to talk to was Nick Callis. Initially, he declined to speak with them, saying through his attorney that there was no advantage to him to become involved. But the Washington state lawmen were not going to back off so easily. Michael Downs threatened to legally summon Callis from Hawaii to Everett at county expense, where he would be expected to give a deposition on what he knew about Teresa, her relationship with her estranged husband, and with him, and the murder of Chuck Leonard. Superior Court Judge Anita Ferris agreed with Downs's motion for a subpoena. Would Callis come? Or would he change his mind about answering questions in Hawaii and decide that that would be a lot easier than a 6-hour flight to the Northwest? Actually, Judge Ferris had no jurisdiction in Hawaii, but the investigators believed that the rich condo owner might decide that being an uncooperative witness was not in his best interest after all. Downs, Pince, and Padilla were still willing to fly to Hawaii to talk with Teresa's purported lover there. Teresa had not appeared as yet in court in person, her participation having been accomplished through closed-circuit television. Finally, Teresa showed up in the courtroom for the first time in a pretrial hearing. There was a murmur in the courtroom as she was led to her chair at the defense table. She was a pretty woman, more slender than ever after weeks of jail cuisine, and so pale and breakable-looking. There were unshed tears in her eyes. The body language and facial expressions on court watchers signaled what they were thinking. How could this sweet-looking woman kill a man in cold blood? Most laymen have preset notions of how a murderer is supposed to look and act. Some of them are true. Mass murderers and serial killers are almost always male, but they don't necessarily look like monsters. Many are very attractive. A serial killer is addicted to murder. Mass murderers, of whom we have seen far too many recently, tend to carry rage within them, blaming others for a job loss, a broken marriage, or their inadequacy. They are often insane and suicidal. But women defendants are usually less predictable. Their motivation revolves around love in its broadest definition, to include jealousy, revenge, sexual attraction, and money. Where poison was once their weapon of choice, in the 21st century more female killers use a gun. They kill people who are close to them, relatives, spouses, lovers, and friends who trust them. However, women whose photos were featured in fact detective pulp magazines from the 1920s to the 1960s tended to be plump and matronly, passing their time in jail knitting or reading their Bibles, or hussies who looked like gun moles with dyed hair, too much makeup, and scanty attire. But Teresa Gaith Leonard looked more like a pretty kindergarten teacher or someone serving fruit punch at a church function. That look had stood her in good stead since puberty. When she cried or trembled from the emotion of it all, she was even more pitiable. And Michael Downs worried that a jury might view her that way. There was no question at this point that Morgan could live with her mother. Teresa's emotions were too unstable. Under an agreement drawn up by the Washington State Child Protective Services, Teresa was allowed to phone Morgan twice a week for a 15-minute monitored call. However, Judge Ferris was concerned that Morgan hadn't seen a counselor yet, apparently because Teresa hadn't signed the required paperwork. A guardian was appointed for Morgan who would arrange for her to have sessions with a child psychologist. On March 12, 1997, Morgan was slated to talk with P.J. Summers, a child interview specialist with the Crimes Against Children unit of the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office. Since her mother's arrest, she'd been staying with Chuck's father and stepmother, Fred and Caroline, at their home in Concrete, Washington, and her small world was in total upheaval. Caroline Leonard brought her into the sheriff's office. Morgan wanted to know where her mother was and why she couldn't see her.
"She's in a safe place," Pince explained. but you can't see her right now.
I need to ask about my daddy, she pressed.
Pince said he would talk to her about that later. Morgan was willing to talk to PJ, whom Pince introduced as a friend of his, but she made him promise to answer some questions for her when she was finished. Morgan told PJ Summers that her mother was going to get married in Hawaii, and she and her mom were going to move there.
I'm going to be a flower girl at the wedding, she said.
She was clinging to the happy ever-after ending that her mother had promised her. She said she knew her daddy was dead, but she didn't really understand what had happened. Pince kept his word, and after Morgan's interview with PJ, he did his best to explain what had happened to her father. He told her that Chuck had been shot. She didn't ask who had done that. She talked a little bit about how anyone could have gotten into his house. Morgan said she knew that he had some guns around the house, but they were kept up high or locked up, and she was not allowed to touch them. She didn't think her mother had any guns at all in her house. Pince was very gentle with her. Morgan was confused about what could have happened. She wanted things back the way they were before. If only. The Snohomish County investigators talked to dozens of people as they reconstructed the last day of Chuck Leonard's life. He had indeed had drinks and dinner with friends at Buck's American Cafe in Everett on Wednesday night, and he'd been trying to find someone to go to Harrah's Club, a nearby casino, with him. But he had no luck. Les Staunton was tired after arriving home from his South American trip. Michelle wished him good luck, but she was turning in early. She asked him to call her when he left the casino or when he got home. The skinny blonde he'd talked about taking to gamble with him was a former waitress at Buck's. She'd eaten with Chuck and his friends, but hadn't wanted to go to Harrah's so late on a weeknight either. A cocktail waitress at Harrah's confirmed that Chuck had been in the gambling casino that night. She said he was usually loud and raucous after a few drinks, and it would be difficult to forget him, although he was also a nice guy who had a great sense of humor. However, on this last night, he'd seemed down or depressed. Chuck had arrived late, after 11. He wasn't in her section, so she had no idea how many drinks he had.
By the time I saw him, he was drinking bottled water, she said. After 2 a.m., the drinks are cut off.
Chuck Leonard had left Harrah's quietly and probably driven straight home. It wasn't more than a half-hour's drive. They were now 8 days away from Teresa's April trial date for the murder of Chuck Leonard. But like most high-profile trials, Teresa's was delayed. Rather than beginning in April, it was rescheduled for July 1997. And then quite suddenly, on April 25th, after 8 weeks in jail, Teresa was released. Her $500,000 cash bail had been paid. Her attorney, George Cody, said a group of her friends had raised the money because they were worried that Teresa wouldn't be able to choose who would have custody of Morgan if she had to do it from a jail cell. But Teresa's friends and relatives weren't anywhere near that rich. In truth, the bail money came almost entirely from one very close friend, Nick Callis. He may not have chosen to divorce his wife and marry Teresa, but he seemed to care deeply for her. George Cody, too, was very taken with Teresa. He doted on her, and some observers wondered if his feelings for her were more than those of an attorney for his client. Just before Teresa walked free from her jail cell, Detective John Padilla asked Teresa's new lawyer, John Henry Brown, to be present while he photographed Teresa in the clothing she'd worn the night Chuck died. With a female detective present, too, Padilla began by taking several photographs of the suspect as she looked in her normal clothing. She was annoyed and said sarcastically, "Of course you had to do this before my cosmetic surgery." He wasn't sure if she was kidding or not. Next, he took pictures of Teresa wearing the sweatpants, dark brown fleece jacket, and bloodied boots. He noted that she never looked at him or the clothes. Instead, she gazed with empty eyes at the door to the room they were in. She didn't seem particularly upset. Rather, she seemed removed, as though she had stepped out of her body, blocking any angst she might feel at seeing the stained items again. George Cody had found an apartment for Teresa and paid the rent. There was no possibility that she could have Morgan live with her. Chuck's family wouldn't hear of it, and the court felt Teresa wasn't currently stable enough to have her back. But there was more. If Morgan lived with Teresa, what would stop the accused murderess from disguising herself and her daughter and vanishing? Who would prevent Teresa from convincing Morgan of just about anything she wanted her to believe? Morgan had told her grandparents and her Aunt Teresa that she was going to have a new daddy when her mother got married. Fred, Caroline, and Teresa were alarmed.
"And I'm going to have flowers in my hair at the wedding," Morgan burbled. "My mommy said so, and she doesn't lie."
Although the case appeared to be growing tighter around Teresa, there were gaps in it, and there were still many people who absolutely refused to think of her as a killer. The men who loved her and the women she'd chosen to be her confidants still could not equate the bubbly, caring Teresa with their image of a murderess. Detective John Padilla took advantage of the trial delay to see if he could find out who Teresa really was. He called Lieutenant Steve Burris of the Homicide Division of the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office in Louisiana and asked him if he would search his records there for any information on Teresa Gaith Leonard. Padilla gave the Louisiana lawman every possible combination he could come up with about Teresa: her birth date, Social Security number, her names, parents' names, even her father's date of birth. Burris called Padilla a few hours later and said he couldn't find any information on Teresa, but he was going to check with the Social Security office in his jurisdiction and see if they might have something on her activities. Next, Padilla found the phone number for Gary Gaith, Teresa's ex-husband. He called him in early summer 1997. Gaith was most forthcoming with what he knew about her. According to Gaith, Teresa had lived most of her life in Pensacola, Florida, and she attended high school there until her parents moved to Metairie, Louisiana. He knew her mother's name was Gloria and that she had 2 sisters, but he'd forgotten their names. "After we divorced," he said cryptically, "I got rid of everything that reminded me of Teresa." Gaith's romance with Teresa began much like her involvement with Chuck Leonard. He had been in a department store buying a present for his mother. They struck up a conversation. He got the impression that she was in her 20s. "I found out later that she was only a teenager," he said. "We dated for about 3 years before we got married. She was a fun and exciting person to be with." Gary Gaith made good money. He owned a sailboat, a plush condominium, and expensive cars. They took trips together and reveled in an outdoor life. When they got married, Gary had a BMW and he bought Teresa a Lotus. He moved his sailboat to Pensacola, and they lived together aboard her for a few months. "We had a lot of fun," he recalled. But it didn't last. Gaith said there were cracks in their relationship almost from the day they got married. He worked 4 days a week in New Orleans, while Teresa insisted upon living on their boat. He would have much preferred that they live in his condo in New Orleans and spend their weekends and vacations on his sailboat. "She became very cold to me," he recalled to Padilla. "She wanted her own apartment, and for the first 2 months of our marriage, she isolated me from my family." Thinking back on what might have caused Teresa to be frosty toward him, Gaith said he believed it started when he suggested they slow down their spending a little. "I told her I didn't want to have the financial pressure of all the bills for things we really didn't need." That was all it took. His bride set her jaw and turned away from him. She had enjoyed their life as long as there were no restrictions on her spending habits. Shortly thereafter, they separated and lived apart for 7 months until their divorce became final. Gary had loved Teresa, and he took the divorce hard. Even so, he wanted to be sure she was okay. He got her an apartment, gave her money to live, and bought her another car and new furniture. He was instrumental in getting her the concierge job at the Sheraton Hotel. And then she walked out of his life without a backward glance. "I didn't see her again for about 10 years, Gaith told Padilla. "Not until she called me out of the blue 4 months ago. It was like nothing had ever happened between us. She told me she had a beautiful daughter and that she was no longer married. She said she owned a fancy boutique and that she was coming to New Orleans to see her mother. She asked if she and her little girl could stay with me for a while when they came down. Gary Gaith was unaware that Gloria Jones had been dead for almost 7 years at that point, or that Teresa was soon to go on trial for murdering the husband who came after him. Even so, he demurred about having her stay with him. He had long since moved on and didn't want to open old wounds. Teresa stayed in Washington. Teresa had been very exciting and fun, but when it came to reality, she was as cold as ice. She was an accomplished liar, I learned that. You know, I think she even believed her own lies. Was Teresa capable of handling a gun? Padilla asked. She sure was. I had a house in the woods, and Teresa and I used to go out there for target practice. We shot all kinds of guns, but primarily a .44 Magnum. Padilla contacted the Registry of Vital Statistics in New Orleans next, and he came up with 3 names Teresa had used before she became Teresa Leonard. Teresa E. Jones, Teresa E. Goldstein, and Teresa E. Gaith. He wondered how many others there were. Teresa's trial was postponed yet again to October 1997. She had her new attorney, one of the most effective criminal defense lawyers in the Seattle area. His name was John Henry Brown, the same John Henry Brown who had once advised Ted Bundy on his legal options more than 20 years earlier, and who had defended many of the most high-profile accused killers in the Northwest. Brown was a flamboyant and passionate advocate for his clients, and a successful one, too. He would probably be among the 3 top choices in the state for someone facing serious criminal charges. How Teresa could afford Brown was a question. Perhaps Nick Callis had stepped in once more to rescue her from a long prison sentence. Nick had always promised he would stand behind her. Indeed, Nick contacted many of Teresa's women friends and asked them to support her emotionally. He was very worried about her. In late summer, Teresa was in the headlines again. John Henry Brown told reporters that she had barely survived an overdose of prescription drugs. He stressed that she had not attempted suicide. The overdose was accidental. She had been taken to Stevens Memorial Hospital in Edmonds, Washington, on August 28th, in a comatose state from a combination of antidepressant and sleeping pills. She almost died, Brown had said the day after she was hospitalized, adding that physicians were preparing to do brain death studies to determine if her memory loss was temporary or permanent. Prosecutor Michael Downs was less sympathetic, asserting that she had deliberately attempted suicide. He asked Judge Ronald Castleberry to raise her bail to $5 million to assure that she would remain in jail until her trial. The judge perused a doctor's report on her condition and deduced that neither the state nor the defense was completely accurate. He didn't believe that her condition after overdosing was critical or that she was comatose, but he did think it had all been an accident. Castleberry denied a raise in Teresa's bail to the almost unheard-of amount, but he stipulated that she avoid alcohol and continue all treatment, psychological and medical, and that every doctor who might prescribe medication for her be aware of what she was getting from the others. Chuck Leonard had been dead for 6 months, and the path toward trial seemed to be getting slower and slower. Brad Pintz and D.A. Michael Downs kept working, gathering more evidence. They continued to find rumors, anecdotes, and accusations about Teresa. She had convinced any number of people, both men and women, that they were essential to her well-being, that she cared a great deal for them and was grateful for all the help they gave her. Her first attorney, George Cody, was at the forefront of her defenders. Although he was no longer representing her in the murder case, he was overseeing her civil affairs. He had found a new apartment for her and paid all the expenses there through his law firm. He was probably infatuated with Teresa. When she mentioned how much she wanted to have some plastic surgery, he couldn't see why she would need it, but he didn't try to talk her out of it. Nick Callis was still sending her money, although not as much after he'd put up $500,000 bail money for her. Her loyal employees at the consignment shop were keeping it open, knowing she needed that income. Although Joyce Lilly had kept her distance since she turned in evidence and information that led to Teresa's arrest, Teresa had several other female friends who stood by her. One friend, Carol Fabre, had given birth to a new son in 1997, and she was touched when Teresa was so interested and concerned for her, despite her own problems. Although they made many appointments to meet so Teresa could give the new baby a present, it wasn't until late fall that Teresa showed up at Carol's home. Chapter 6. It was close to 9 a.m. on November 13, 1997, when Brad Pintz walked by Sergeant Al Zerlo's desk in the homicide unit. Zerlo was on the phone, and obviously trying to calm down whoever was on the other end of the line. He had written a name on a pad in front of him, Grace Callis. Pintz knew that surname, and he heard Zerlo say, "I'll transfer you to Detective Pintz's extension." But the woman's voice came through the receiver so loudly that Pintz could hear her. He raised his eyebrows questioningly, and Zerlo covered the mouthpiece and whispered quickly, "She says her name is Grace Callis, and she's hysterical. She wants information about her husband's involvement in one of our homicide investigations." Pintz picked up the phone and identified himself. Zerlo was right. The woman was sobbing and screaming into the phone. It was difficult to make sense of what she was saying, but he finally deduced that she was Nick Callis's wife, and, of course, Nick was Teresa Gaith Leonard's lover. Ma'am, Pintz said, "I think I know who you are. How can I help you? If you can calm down a little, maybe I can answer any questions you have."
2 days ago, on November 11th, I found some romantic cards in my husband's business papers, she said, still crying. They were from someone named Teresa Leonard. When I asked him about where the cards came from, he told me that this Teresa person is involved in a murder in your jurisdiction. He says he's been dragged into the middle of it. Not surprisingly, Grace Callis wanted to know more about Teresa and what her husband had to do with her. She had done some detective work of her own before she called the sheriff's office. When Nick left on November 12th, she began searching through their computer files. She found 2 listings for Teresa. One was for someone associated with Orca Travel in Marysville, Washington. When she called the number given, she reached a consignment shop instead. The woman who answered said she was in the process of buying the store from Teresa Gaith Leonard. Grace Callis had asked her husband who this was. He was angry and said, "You don't know what you're getting into. You have to stop your little detective work. Stop digging and stop asking questions." But that just spurred her on more. She noted the area code for Marysville and called every law enforcement agency in that region, finally ending up with the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office. Brad Pintz explained carefully that Nick Callis had been interviewed as a possible witness in a homicide case involving Teresa Gaith Leonard. "Why?" she asked. "Why on earth?" Pintz drew a deep breath. "I should explain to you that your husband has been paying Teresa Leonard's legal expenses, and he's posted $500,000 cash to bail her out of jail." "What?" Grace Callis gasped, much more upset now than when she had originally called the sheriff's office. "She was barely able to continue the conversation," Pintz commented later, "and she kept asking me what she needed to do." Grace sobbed as she told Pintz that her husband was spending all their money, that she herself had no independent resources, and now he was leaving her and their son high and dry without any money to pay their bills. All Pintz could do was suggest that she obtain legal help to protect her personal finances. From her comments, Pintz deduced that things were not as rosy in the Callis marriage as Nick had described. Grace said she no longer lived in Hawaii. "I had to move because of my medical condition. The local doctors in Hawaii ran out of ways to treat me, so I had to move to California with my son Jack, and I'm staying with my sister while I undergo treatment. Nick still lives in Hawaii, but he comes to California to visit us." Grace Callis had not been aware how important Teresa was to him. Until she found the cards, she had never even heard of Teresa.
Now she said she was going to contact her family's attorney to see that her assets were protected. 2 hours later, Brad Pince received a call from Grace's lawyer. He said that she was still upset to the point of hysteria, but he would see that she was properly represented, if not by him, then by another attorney. At 4:30 on this same day, Grace Callis called once more and seemed much calmer. Pince explained that he, John Padilla, and Michael Downs had gone to Hawaii to interview her husband earlier in the year, and Pince gave her more details on the death of Chuck Leonard. Grace confided that she had had issues with Nick for years and had known of several girlfriends he had.
"He lies to me, and he can be intimidating. I'm afraid of him."
Knowing now her penchant for high emotion, Pince suspected that Grace Callis could be exaggerating, especially when she said Nick called her several times a day. He appeared to be a man who was constantly on the phone, between his many daily calls to Teresa and his business calls, and constant calls to his wife, too. It was a wonder the man got anything done, let alone manage to successfully juggle a wife and a mistress and a business. Pince and Downs were anxious to see the cards Teresa had sent to Nick Callis. They would perhaps substantiate that the two did have a very romantic, intimate relationship, far more intense than either of them had admitted. They would need to obtain the actual cards to use as court exhibits. Copies wouldn't be as easy for a handwriting expert to examine. 3 days later, on November 16, 1997, Pince talked once more to Grace Callis. She had retained an attorney, Eleanor Stegmeyer, and would turn the cards from Teresa to Nick over to her. As Pince had suggested, she had taken notes during her phone conversations with Nick. He had warned her, she said, to stop snooping into his business.
"Did he tell you anything about Chuck Leonard's murder?"
Pince asked.
"He told me that Teresa killed her husband for the insurance money, that she's now saying Chuck abused their daughter, but that's not true. He said that he had no involvement with Teresa, but that everyone who knew her was being investigated. She wanted the insurance money and she wanted to move to Hawaii."
"Which was it?"
Pince asked.
"Did your husband say her motive was Chuck Leonard's insurance payoff, or that she shot him because he was molesting their daughter?"
She wasn't sure. She thought that Nick had told her different things at different times.
"I've been told," Pince began, "that the reason Nick can't leave you is because all the money he has is money you brought into the marriage."
"When I married him in December 1989, I had about $300,000, but all of my money has been spent. It's gone now. I have no idea what Nick's assets are worth. He hides that from me." She sighed.
"He always tells me he's broke."
"He wouldn't pay $10 for his son to sit on Santa's lap." Pince didn't have to ask questions. Grace seemed to have an endless list of grievances against her husband of 8 years. She said that when Nick left Hawaii on trips, he always suspended her credit cards, so she couldn't spend any money while he was gone. It was like watching an Oprah or Dr. Phil show on nasty divorces. But the Callises weren't getting a divorce, and Grace insisted they were still married and not really separated, except temporarily, and only for medical reasons. On December 1st, Pince and Michael Downs, the assistant prosecutor, flew to Orange County, California, and met with Grace and her attorney. Although she was willing to let the Washington investigators look at the actual romantic cards Teresa had sent to Nick, and to ask Grace Callis some questions, Eleanor Stegmeyer refused to turn over the cards to them. But they needed the original cards because they would tend to show that a felony had been committed, or that a particular person committed a felony. The cards certainly established that Teresa and Nick had been in an intimate relationship, something they both continued to deny 10 months after Chuck's murder. If Pince and Downs had to get a search warrant to seize them as evidence, they would do that. Brad Pince and Michael Downs wondered if Teresa was responsible for putting those cards in Nick's accordion file, knowing full well that Grace would find them when she worked on the books. Grace told them that Nick was accusing her of trying to send him to prison for 10 years with her stubborn snooping. And he'd brought in his big guns when he'd said that she could be
arrested as a conspirator, dragged to Washington State, and forced to leave my son behind. He told me that you destroyed evidence, Mr. Pintz, that Chuck Leonard was a pornographer, and that the sheriff's office destroyed evidence proving that he was molesting his daughter, and that you ruined Teresa's alibi. Grace Callis said that, above all, her husband had warned her not to talk to any detectives from Washington. That would be best for him, certainly. Grace was a loose cannon, highly suspicious, given to outbursts of emotion, and torn between getting revenge against him and Teresa and not wanting to let go of her marriage. Few people are more dangerous than women scorned. The two cards that someone had slipped into the financial records of Nick and Grace's corporation would have stunned any wife. The first one was all trees and hearts, drawn as simply as a child would, although the printed sentiments were written by an artist at the American Greetings Card Company. I don't ever want to take you for granted. I don't ever want to forget what it was like before you, or how it would be without you. I don't ever want to forget our first kiss, or our last touch, or let a day go by without telling you how much you mean to me, how deeply I love you, and how much I need you. I don't ever want you to doubt the way I feel, or how much happier I am because of you. I love you. And in Teresa's own handwriting, with all my heart and soul, love Teresa, XXOOO. The second card showed a bridal couple through a car's rear window. They were dressed in 1930s wedding clothes and kissing. The word always was printed in capital letters beneath. This card was written in Teresa's hand, and like the first, would give any wife pause. Nick, you give me peace that I've never had. Thank you. For you. T. I love you so much. You're everything to me. I thank you for being in my life, standing by me and loving me. You are everything I could want, what everyone wants. You are kind and knowing, gentle and smart. You're just right. I miss you every second and think about you every second. I feel as if I've known you all my life. I know your love for me, and I cannot tell you how special it and you have made me feel. I know I have caused you pain, and I cannot tell you how sorry I am for that. The outside world is crazy for me, and I am trying to find a way through this. You are the most wonderful. Love you, Teresa. OOXX. Teresa had many reasons to be thankful to Nick Callis. Were it not for him and the bail money he'd posted for her, she would probably still be sitting behind bars in the Snohomish County Jail. Instead, she was living in a nice apartment that her attorney, George Cody, was paying for, and she had at least $10,000 in cash to pay John Henry Brown. She wasn't working, and either Nick Callis or George Cody had given her Brown's fee. They both trusted her. Teresa's one regret was that she could not see Morgan, although she was still allowed monitored phone conversations with her. Without Morgan, she seemed devastated. With the assistance of Detective Tim Shenham of the Costa Mesa Police Department, Michael Downs and Brad Pintz obtained a search warrant for Eleanor Stegmeyer's office. To search an attorney's, physician's, or clergy person's office, California law demands that a special master, a state bar-appointed attorney, be present. Grace Callis's lawyer was not pleased to have a search warrant served on her at her office. After an impasse, she agreed to talk with Detective Shenham. The original cards were delivered to Downs and Pintz soon after. It would have been much easier and less costly if that had been done in the beginning, but Grace's attorney had wanted to protect her. Brown and Downs jousted in their arguments. Brown pointed out that Teresa had been responsible and cooperative since she had bailed out from jail, and Downs voiced his concern that she was an unpredictable person, whom he still considered a danger to the witnesses prepared to testify against her. Chapter 7.
And unpredictable Teresa Gaith Leonard was. As Christmas decorations appeared in the first week of December 1997, law enforcement departments in Washington state were searching for her. She had disappeared. She probably would not look like the Teresa in her earlier photographs. She had had plastic surgery in November. Teresa had a new nose, a forehead lift or Botox injections, and a modification of her prominent chin. If she had a new haircut and changed the color of her hair, she might be hard to recognize. Wherever she was. She had apparently paid for the surgery with the estimated $10,000 to $15,000 meant to retain John Henry Brown. Although Brown was a generous man who often represented clients pro bono, for free, when they had no means to pay, he wasn't pleased that she had simply run out on him without any warning. She had shown up for an appointment with him a few days earlier, and she was scheduled to be in his office again on December 3rd. Teresa had missed her appointment with Brown, but she had been in touch with him as recently as the previous weekend. He was as baffled as Nick Callis and George Cody were that she would bolt and run, mostly because Brown felt her defense case had been getting stronger. He believed she had a good chance at acquittal. That chance would diminish markedly now if the detectives could prove Teresa had deliberately disappeared, and they probably could. Brown walked into the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office to notify them that Teresa was missing. According to Nick Callis, he had stopped sending Teresa money for living expenses in late spring 1997. He believed that George Cody was taking care of that. Callis did admit, however, that beyond putting up her bail money, it was he who had furnished the check to pay John Henry Brown. Cody hadn't spoken to Teresa for a few days, nor had he been able to reach her by phone after December 1st. He went to the apartment he'd rented for her. The manager let him in, and there was the immediate sense that the rooms had been abandoned. It smelled empty. Dust had begun to settle on flat areas, and beyond some food spoiling in the refrigerator, there was no sign that anyone currently lived there. Most of Teresa's furniture was gone, along with her personal items. Their footsteps echoed on bare floors. Stunned, Cody gave notice on the apartment. He felt in his gut that Teresa didn't plan to come back here. Her car was parked nearby, however, and he had it towed to a safe place. Now Teresa had betrayed 3 men who were trying to help her gain her freedom: Nick Callis, George Cody, and John Henry Brown. And aside from breaking promises to them, she had cost each of them financially. Nick, the most. Brown was the only one without emotional ties to Teresa, but he was frustrated with himself that he hadn't seen it coming. Nick was now holding the bag for $500,000 in bail money. His marriage had blown all to pieces, and for all her promises to him, her professions of love and her sentimental cards, he realized that Teresa had abandoned him. Yes, she had been depressed because she had little contact with Morgan, but that could change at any time. If she should be acquitted of murder charges, Morgan could live with her again. But for now, Morgan was on the state's witness list, and even if Teresa could somehow arrange to meet up with her young daughter, as a fugitive from justice, she would always be looking over her shoulder. It had been only 3 months since Teresa's accidental overdose in Washington state. Had she gone off to some lonely place where she could commit suicide without being rescued? Michael Downs thought not. He cited signs that she had planned her escape. Her home in Everett had been emptied of almost everything of value. Eventually, the Snohomish County detectives would locate her belongings in storage at a female acquaintance's home. Chuck's sister, Teresa Leonard, had taken custody of Morgan, and they were living in Portland, Oregon. Teresa was frightened when she heard that Teresa had fled. She worried that Morgan's mother might try to kidnap the 5-year-old and take her with her in her flight to avoid prosecution. The Snohomish County investigators reassured Aunt Teresa that they had notified the Portland Police Department and Morgan's school that her mother did not have legal custody of her, and that it was possible she might attempt to abduct her. Jan Jorgensen, spokeswoman for the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, told reporters that they were receiving assistance from the FBI, the U.S. Marshals Service, and the Washington State Attorney General's office in an ever-spreading dragnet for Teresa. Michael Downs stopped himself from saying, "I told you so." But it was obvious that the no bail he'd requested 3 months earlier would have prevented her from running, simply because she would have been jailed until her trial. The Snohomish County detectives first thought that she had probably gone to Hawaii, and that she was being hidden by Callis. But he willingly cooperated with them, and they believed he hadn't heard from her. Some of his devotion to her had to have diminished, since Teresa had just cost him $500,000. He assured the investigators that she hadn't contacted him at all, and he had no idea where she was. Nor did any of Teresa's girlfriends, who considered themselves part of her inside circle, or the psychologist whom the defense team had consulted, even though Teresa had had 25 sessions with her since May. Teresa clearly knew when to keep herself to herself. Witnesses came forward to say that Teresa appeared to have black eyes before Thanksgiving. Many suspected she had either been in a brawl or, more likely, had had plastic surgery. What did she look like now? Detectives found the plastic surgeon who had operated on her. He verified that her face had changed after he had operated on her on November 11th, modifying her chin and nose. With her blonde hair dyed dark and wearing sunglasses, it would be very hard to spot her, even if they knew where to look. As the days passed, it seemed likely that Teresa had left the country, or at least the mainland. She could not have done that with her own ID, even though she had in her possession various credit cards using different names. She would need either a driver's license or a passport with a photo on it at some points in her journey to get on a plane or to cash checks. From the beginning, Brad Pintz, John Padilla, and Jim Scharf had worked with various phone companies to have numbers that she might call monitored. Nick Callis had myriad phone numbers, set up under many names, some with special calling plans that would assure his wife would not know how often he'd talked to Teresa over the last few years. One was a 500 setup that seemed designed specifically so the two of them could send and receive calls to each other from anywhere in the world. Even after she had sacrificed Nick's bail money when she fled, detectives had seen how addicted he was to her. Long after he had to have known that she was capable of murder, he had remained steadfastly supportive of her. It apparently never occurred to him that Teresa would ever be dangerous to him or his family. He appeared to cling to his belief that Teresa was 90% angel. Pintz and Padilla kept careful track of calls to Nick Callis's many numbers, and that paid off. Cell phone calls had come in to one of those phones from Puerto Rico. A cautious statement to the media said that someone close to Teresa had heard from her, although detectives would not reveal which of her friends or relatives had received the calls. 2 weeks later, the investigators said that the Puerto Rico cell phone calls had gone to Nick Callis. They still would not verify that the calls had come from Teresa Gaith Leonard. How she had made her way to Puerto Rico was anyone's guess, but she had evidently had money. By checking flight manifests, detectives found the name of a 35-year-old Snohomish County woman who had flown on American Airlines from Seattle to Chicago on December 2nd, 1997, and then to Puerto Rico on a one-way ticket. Her name was Carolyn Fabre. Carolyn turned out to be another woman who had felt sorry for Teresa and stayed a friend to her, despite the murder charges against her. She admitted to detectives that she was storing several large furniture pieces, including a bed and a futon, because Teresa could no longer pay her apartment rent. She had even offered her pickup truck to move the furniture. Did she know where her driver's license, credit cards, and other pieces of ID were? When the investigators asked her that, she went to her bedroom and came back with a purse she kept them in. As she rifled through her purse and then dumped the contents on a table, she looked up, surprised. "They're not here," she said, surprised.
My ID is gone.
All of it? Detective Joe Ward asked.
No, but my Washington State ID card is gone and some of my kids' medical cards are missing.
Did your state ID card have your photograph on it? Brad Pintz asked, already knowing the answer.
Yes.
Carolyn Fabre bore a resemblance to Teresa Gaith Leonard. Same age, same body type, and her features were similar. Without knowing it, she had provided Teresa with a way to pass airport security. It was 1997, 4 years before 9/11, and few who staffed the airline ticket counters and gates took more than a cursory look at ID. A federal warrant for Teresa Gaith Leonard's arrest on charges of fleeing to avoid prosecution was issued on December 11, 1997, 9 days after she vanished. The FBI and the Fugitive Task Force in Puerto Rico were notified of the general location of the calls emanating from there. Teresa was probably somewhere in San Juan, but they didn't know exactly where, and there was a good chance that she might be moving on to other countries, using Puerto Rico only as a jumping-off location. Nick Callis suggested that she might sign on to be a crew member on a boat. But she hadn't. 5 days later, Teresa was arrested in yet another hospital room. She had been taken there after a suicide attempt, this one far more serious than the one in August. Had she meant to come so close to dying? Possibly not. But what could be more lonely than being far from home and the daughter she cherished as Christmas approached? Not to mention being faced with murder charges in an upcoming trial. There was no cold weather or snow or evergreen trees in San Juan. There were poinsettias, but they were trees reaching rooftops, not plants wrapped in red and gold foil. The language she heard was Spanish. Teresa was adrift and alone. Probably Teresa loved Morgan as much as she was capable of loving anyone. The little girl was part of her, closer to her than the sisters and brother she had grown up with. Morgan was the one person in the world who had believed in her completely and taken her every word as gospel. As one of Teresa's employees said once, "Teresa and Morgan were like 2 peas in a pod." One has to wonder if Teresa pondered on what a stupid and cruel thing she had done when she shot Chuck. Perhaps she didn't care for anyone else, even Morgan. She had taken another human being's life, and that had ruined her own future. What did she have to look forward to as she sat alone in a hotel room, watching neon lights create flashing multicolored images on the shadowy walls of her room, and hearing the constant rhythm of steel drums and the thrum of salsa, bamba, and reggae music instead of Christmas carols? Even though she may not have been aware of it, those who hunted Teresa were closing in on her, and Nick, the man she'd counted on completely for years, was no longer in her corner. She had burned too many bridges behind her. John Henry Brown explained to reporters how Teresa had been located in San Juan, Puerto Rico. He had received a call from her sister Lois with disturbing news about Teresa's condition, and he had moved immediately to talk to the hospital where she'd reportedly been taken. She'd been living in the Embassy Suites Hotel in San Juan under the name Sally Lopez. She might have been out of money or going back to her first apartment over a laundromat. She might have been planning to catch another plane, headed far away. Or she may have finally decided to check out of her life. Teresa's time at the Embassy Suites had run out, and she was due to leave the hotel on December 15th. But by 1 p.m., she failed to turn in her key and receive a copy of her bill. The main desk gave her a few more hours, and then a staff member checked her room to see if she was still there. The door was bolted from the inside, and they had to break in. When they did, they saw that she had wedged a chair against the door, too. Teresa was inside, unconscious and cold to the touch. The hotel called an ambulance and she was rushed to the Catalina Regional Hospital. She was placed under the care of Dr. Gutzman, who said that she had overdosed on prescription drugs and probably alcohol. Her condition was serious but stable. She was admitted to the San Juan hospital as Sally Lopez. She also went by the name Sally Fabre in Puerto Rico. Pence called the FBI office in San Juan and let Special Agent Luis Vega know that Teresa Gaith Leonard had been located. Even though it was almost midnight in Puerto Rico, Vega said he would contact another agent, and they would go at once to the Catalina hospital and see what they could find out. Vega called Brad Pence back at 3:30 a.m., San Juan time, with a report on Teresa. "She's in custody," Vega said. "She's been turned over to the San Juan Police Department, but she's not in any condition to leave the hospital. She's being guarded by the police until she's well enough to be released to jail." Pence checked with hospital personnel, and they said Teresa would probably be able to leave in a day or two. That turned out to be an underestimate of her condition. She got worse before she got better, and spent Christmas in a hospital bed. It was probably better than being in jail. Luis Vega checked her hotel suite on December 16th. There were no suitcases in her room, but he took possession of some of Teresa's jewelry pieces. There was a box of brown hair dye, a long-distance telephone card, 2 airline luggage tags, and a pocket calendar. The hotel security department had found $325 in cash and had put it in their safe. Where were her clothes? Had she thrown them away, given them away, or sent them on ahead to her next destination? If she had done that, her destination had changed, and she had become so morose that she drank and took pills until she became comatose. She seemed to have been serious enough that she'd blocked the door to keep everyone out, until it didn't matter anymore. Teresa's defense attorney and the Snohomish County detectives located Teresa at almost the same time. "The major thing was that we wanted her alive," Brown said, "so obviously the best thing to do is keep her in custody and keep her alive." It certainly seemed the wise choice. Teresa had imbibed so much alcohol and sleeping pills that she barely survived. Another hour or so, and she probably would have been dead. Teresa had called Nick Callis from Puerto Rico, and the Snohomish County investigators were only hours behind her when she was found comatose in the embassy suites. She remained hospitalized for 2 weeks, and when her condition was stable, and doctors thought she would survive, barring any unforeseen complications, she was moved to a women's prison north of San Juan. Pale and thin, Teresa immediately made friends with the warden's wife, who felt sorry for her. Teresa wasn't like the other women at Vega Alta. She was genteel and had lovely manners. When she saw that Teresa couldn't stomach the food most prisoners ate, the warden's wife cooked special dishes for her and carried them into the prison, urging Teresa to eat because she was much too delgada. As she always had, Teresa evoked sympathy in both men and women, and the warden's wife in Puerto Rico doubted that the charges against her back in Washington state could be as serious as the FBI said. She visited with Teresa and tried to keep her from being homesick. Teresa spoke of her little girl and of how much she missed her. It was all very sad. Deputy Prosecutor Michael Downs hoped that Teresa would waive extradition and return to Snohomish County without a morass of legal paperwork. John Henry Brown said he was sure that would not be a problem, and even if Teresa did initially refuse to come home, he would urge her to waive extradition. "You can delay things for months," he said, "but my guess is that Teresa won't want to spend a lot of time in a Puerto Rican jail." Some reporters wrote that John Henry Brown was no longer representing Teresa Gaith Leonard in light of her escape. His office neither verified nor denied that. Although it seems exotic, Puerto Rico is not a foreign country but a U.S. Commonwealth. Extraditing Teresa to the continental United States would be almost automatic anyway. However, Snohomish County authorities had to prove that the person being held in the women's prison in Vega Alta north of San Juan really was Teresa Gaith Leonard. There was a good chance she might look entirely different than her picture on the wanted bulletins, but it was unlikely that she had managed to change her fingerprints. A few years later, the advances in DNA matching would have simplified everything, but in 1998, it was not yet commonly used or accepted as irrefutable evidence. Actually, Teresa was quite comfortable in her Puerto Rican prison, but she was thousands of miles away from Morgan. She put on some of the weight she'd lost, and she enjoyed visiting with the warden's wife. But Brown had said he believed she would come back to Snohomish County without a struggle. Those who knew how adept she was at escaping were apprehensive, especially when they heard how close she had grown to the warden's wife. She might run again if she got the chance. Michael Downs kept hearing conflicting information. Teresa was to have an extradition hearing at Otto Ray Superior Court near San Juan, but that didn't happen. There was one good reason for Teresa to waive extradition: loyalty to Nick Callis. If she agreed to return to Washington State by February 4th, 1998, which would be exactly 60 days since she hadn't shown up for her court hearing, and almost a year since Chuck Leonard died, there was a good chance that Nick could get most of his $500,000 bail money returned. The county would deduct the expenses it had in searching for Teresa and for bringing her back, but that was surely better for Callis than losing the whole $500,000. Even so, it would be expensive, and it might take a very long time for Callis's money to come back to him. The cost of tracking the bail jumper would probably be between $75,000 and $100,000. Teresa's lover had cooperated with the Snohomish County authorities and helped them locate Teresa. How he felt about her was a moot question. Their relationship had lasted 11 years, even after she married Chuck. She had to have some kind of emotional hold over him. Callis and his wife had finally separated. Any wife would have been displeased, if not furious, to have her husband pay a huge bail amount for his mistress, an accused murderess, and Grace Callis couldn't forgive Nick for his years of deception and for giving away $500,000 of their money. It was time for Teresa to come home. Brad Pintz and Detective Sally Heth and Susie Johnson boarded an American Airlines flight at 7:30 a.m. on January 20th, 1998, headed for Puerto Rico to pick up Teresa Gaith Leonard. The next morning, they talked to the owners of several small apartments located above a laundromat in San Juan, the last place Teresa had reportedly lived before she checked into the embassy suites. They gave the detectives copies of a rental agreement signed by a woman named Carol. Pintz showed them a booking photo of Teresa Gaith Leonard, and the landlord said that was the woman they knew as Carol. The mystery of where her clothes and other belongings were was solved. Her suitcases, some shoes, and some purses had been left at her first small apartment in San Juan. Her landlords had boxed up all of her personal possessions with the help of a local attorney, who presented them with an official document giving him the right to take possession of her things. What part he played in Teresa's life was hard to determine. When she got back to the continental United States, Teresa would tell a cellmate that there was a man in Puerto Rico who was very interested in helping her. That could very well have been true, except that he spoke only Spanish, at least in front of laundromat/apartment owners. Otherwise, he fit the pattern of the older men who doted on her. Finding some of Teresa's clothes solved one problem. They didn't know what she was going to wear on the plane to Seattle. She'd left the hospital in one of their gowns and had worn prison garb ever since. The Snohomish County detectives then drove to the San Juan police station where Teresa had been moved from the prison in Vega Alta. They planned to pick her up and leave as soon as possible to return to Everett. When they finally saw her in person, she did look different. Her plastic surgery was subtle, but her forehead was smoother, and her nose and chin appeared to have been altered. She insisted that she hadn't been trying to disguise herself, but had wanted only to look more attractive. If that was her real reason, it hadn't worked. She looked much plainer than she did in most of her earlier photos. She had gained weight with the warden's wife's cooking, and her face showed the stress of her circumstances. But it was more than that. There was no question that she'd had work done on her face by a skilled surgeon. Detective Susie Johnson took 5 photos of Teresa, 3 of them showing healed-over bed sores on her head and spine. It was clear she had been unconscious longer than any doctor had predicted.
That happened when I lay in one position in the hospital for 14 days, Teresa explained. I got pneumonia, too.
After Teresa was thoroughly searched and the paperwork completed, an unmarked San Juan police car drove them to the airport where they waited to board a United Airlines flight back to Washington State. The Snohomish County detectives bought Teresa a sandwich and a soft drink from a vendor at the San Juan airport. On the plane, Susie Johnson and Sally Heth sat on either side of her, and Brad Pintz sat across the aisle.
She was very chatty in the airport and on the plane, Heth said, both to me and Susie Johnson.
Teresa seemed familiar with the island of Puerto Rico and said that Ponce was a much more pleasant city to visit than San Juan. Although it was very corrupt, Teresa said that anyone with lots of money could get anything they wanted and faster in Ponce.
You can get your car fixed first, she said, even if it was last in the line.
Teresa described Puerto Rico as the
trampoline between South America and North America for drug runners.
Sally Heth wondered if Teresa had been intending to bounce on that trampoline into some hiding place in South America. Teresa was friendly enough on the long flight home. She helped her female captors as they worked over crossword puzzles to pass the time. She offered correct suggestions for words that fit into spaces. They could tell that she was an intelligent woman with a large vocabulary and excellent social skills. She seemed to accept her capture, although she was embarrassed to have to board the planes in handcuffs, and she tried to avoid the stares of other passengers. After a few hours in flight, Heth escorted Teresa to the plane's bathroom. While they were there, Teresa confided that her brother was a detective somewhere in the Midwest. It was unclear if she was talking about Frank Jones or Lois Jones's husband, although it was probably her brother-in-law. Heth hesitated for a moment and then said, "May I ask you a personal question?"
"Sure."
"What does your brother think about your situation?" Teresa answered somewhat obliquely. "They have it all wrong."
"Who are they?"
"The newspapers." Teresa was implying that her brother had read about her case in the newspapers.
"They think that I wanted to run away and live with my boyfriend in Hawaii, and that is not true at all."
The 2 women, detective and prisoner, agreed that the media rarely report the news accurately. Heth didn't have to lie to Teresa to say that. The press can sometimes be the bane of police investigators' existence.
"I thought it was more of a domestic situation,"
Heth said carefully, referring to what had happened between Teresa and Chuck.
"Yeah, John Henry's taking care of things,"
Teresa said, referring to her attorney, and then caught herself.
"He would probably kill me if he knew I was talking to you. It's not like you're on my side."
The conversation then ended abruptly. When they returned to their seats, Teresa turned her back on Heth and began to talk to Detective Johnson on subjects less fraught with pitfalls. When they landed in Seattle, Pintz drove them all to the Snohomish County Jail 60 miles north, where they booked Teresa. They had journeyed to Puerto Rico and back in less than 48 hours. There would be no reunion between Teresa and Morgan, who had turned 6 on December 30th, 1997, just before the new year. Morgan was now living with Chuck's sister, her Aunt Teresa, and her 2 older cousins in Oregon. She had spent her first Christmas without her father or her mother. There was a strong possibility that she would be a witness in her mother's trial, and that made meetings between them doubtful. If he could avoid it, John Henry Brown, who was still representing Teresa, didn't want to call Morgan to the witness stand. She had already been through enough. Detectives had taken to calling Teresa Leonard the good Teresa, and their prisoner the bad Teresa. Chuck's sister loved Morgan dearly, and was prepared to do anything she could to see that the child had a safe and happy life. Morgan and Teresa's daughter soon became closer than just cousins. Despite the gap between their ages, they eventually thought of each other as sisters. They were gradually achieving some degree of normalcy. Teresa had sent presents for Morgan before she fled. She complained that Morgan had never gotten them. But she had. Aunt Teresa was doing her best not to badmouth the woman whom she believed had murdered her brother, not for Teresa's sake, but for Morgan's, and for Chuck's sake, too. Because of her escape, Teresa Gaith Leonard had once again missed a trial date. A new date was set. She was scheduled to go on trial in 2 months. George Cody, the original lawyer who had been there for her right up until he discovered her empty apartment, withdrew from her case entirely. Cody had no choice. He was now on the state's witness list to testify against Teresa. Teresa herself was back in the Snohomish County Jail, and not likely to be released. Her bail was now $5 million, and she had no one left who would gamble anywhere near that much money on her. She steadfastly clung to her not guilty plea in Chuck's death. John Henry Brown was preparing a complicated defense, made more difficult for him when his client jumped bail and disappeared. Still, her behavior whenever she was free from a jail cell made his plea believable. Snohomish County Superior Court Judge Charles French accepted Brown's plea of innocent by reason of insanity. This was a woman who had twice attempted suicide with overdoses of drugs and alcohol. Brown had her examined by a forensic psychologist who was prepared to testify that Teresa was legally insane at the time she killed her estranged husband, according to the McNaughton rule. McNaughton stipulates that the defendant must be incapable of discerning the difference between right and wrong at the time of his or her crime. Usually, if a suspect plans and prepares for her crime, flees from the scene, and makes efforts to cover up evidence, she can be construed to be aware of the difference between right and wrong during that criminal act. Joyce Lilly's statements to detectives, 4 of them at this point, indicated that Teresa had planned Chuck's murder, even to the point of picking out her disguise clothes and entering his house on a dry run 3 months before she actually shot him. And Teresa had covered up her crime afterward by insisting that Joyce hide the murder gun, her clothes and boots, and the key to Chuck's house. Teresa had even hidden her car in Joyce's garage. She seemed to be in her right mind before, during, and after she shot Chuck. But how does anyone know what is going on in someone else's mind at any time? Brains don't have picture windows. At John Henry Brown's request, Teresa was transferred to Western State Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. Trial dates passed in March, April, and May 1998, and either the state or the defense had reasons to seek delays. The prosecution added 28 new witnesses, and John Henry Brown was defending another high-profile case in Seattle. He argued that he couldn't possibly interview the latest witnesses before trial. If he could not get a continuance, he said he would seek a review by the State Court of Appeals. At length, a fall date in 1998 was chosen for Teresa's trial. Chuck Leonard had been dead for 17 months, and there had been no justice one way or the other stemming from his murder. Teresa's psyche was deemed so fragile that she had spent many weeks in late spring in Western State Hospital, a mental health treatment facility where she was evaluated, tested, and counseled by psychologists and psychiatrists there. She was given an IQ test, but the psychologist administering the test noted that Teresa failed to expand on her answers, even when she was urged to do so. She hurried through questions, and by the end of the test had stopped writing down answers altogether. It wasn't surprising that her full-scale IQ was only 83. This put her in about the 15th percentile, meaning that about 85% of people who had taken the test scored higher than she did. How could that be? A normal IQ depending on the test given, is between 90 and 110. To finish a 4-year college, most students need an IQ of at least 120. How could Teresa have managed a busy concierge desk at a large hotel, fielding calls and requests from guests, or taking care of all the banking and record-keeping at the consignment shop if her IQ was only 83? For that matter, how could she have been so clever when she helped the female detectives fill in their crossword puzzle on the flight home from Puerto Rico? Depression certainly can lower intelligence scores, but not to this extent. It seemed possible that Teresa was deliberately trying to appear a lot dumber than she really was. With her trial looming in September, Teresa was sent once more to Western State Hospital to be sure she was capable of participating in her own defense. She would remain there until her trial began. On September 8, 1998, the doctors at Western State Hospital determined that Teresa was competent to stand trial. Her day in court had been postponed 6 times, but now it was time. If she was found guilty, Teresa faced a minimum of 25 years in prison. The defense's original plan had been to show that she didn't really know what she was doing when she shot Chuck Leonard, that she was insane under the law. Gradually, it had shifted, and with her competency established, their new approach was to show a jury that she had cause to kill her estranged husband, that almost any mother would have done the same. Teresa, they would argue, had been protecting her little girl from a sexually abusive father. If so, she very likely had been suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Although PTSD has become the proper term for the stress reaction during the Gulf War, the concept has been around for decades, affecting those caught up in events beyond normal human experience. War isn't normal for most young soldiers who never expected to shoot to kill. PTSD was called shell shock in World War I and battle fatigue in World War II. It was probably called something else in the Civil War and the Revolutionary War. There are other events that can be construed as beyond normal human experience, and Teresa's defense team believed she had suffered through many of them, enough to cause her mind to splinter into too many shards to count. Teresa told some of her doctors that her father had spanked her so hard when she was a child that she had been knocked unconscious. She told others that she had only had the wind knocked out of her. Her sisters agreed to come from Louisiana to testify about the sexual abuse in their home when they were young. Having endured sexual abuse herself, wouldn't Teresa Gaith Leonard have been even more horrified to believe that her own child was suffering as she had? In similar cases across the United States, mothers who have shot sex offenders who molested their children have either been acquitted or given short sentences, and the public, including the jurors, had been pulling for them. Most would agree that a mother's love is probably the most protective and unselfish kind of love. The Snohomish County investigators hadn't encountered acquaintances of Teresa's who recalled that she was concerned about Chuck molesting Morgan. They asked friends and relatives of the couple if they recalled any concern on her part about that. Chuck's father and stepmother said that Teresa had complained on occasion that she was worried because Chuck sometimes left Morgan alone in his house while he worked outside in the yard, but they'd never heard about any suspected sexual abuse. Defense investigators found employees and friends of Teresa who recalled that there were times when Morgan didn't want to go to her father's house. She told Joyce Lilly once that she didn't like him to touch her. That had occurred when she wanted to call her mother and he wouldn't let her. There was an occasion when she left the consignment shop with Chuck, but had come running back in, saying she didn't want to go. That was in one of Joyce's statements, and it was allegedly the reason Joyce and Teresa had given Morgan teddy bears with their phone numbers hidden in their pockets, a move instigated by Teresa. A woman who had visited Teresa's shop had once seen Morgan, age 3 or 4, climbing under clothing racks without underpants on. Joyce Lilly's recall of Teresa and Chuck's marriage, and about the way they treated Morgan, was often one of confusion. Joyce, who was very modest, questioned Teresa about why Morgan was happier without a lot of clothing on. The 4-year-old often emulated her father, dropping coats and shoes from the moment she walked through her own or Joyce's front door, and dancing around happily. Teresa had pooh-poohed her concern.
"We're proud of our bodies in my family," Teresa said calmly. "We don't believe in false modesty."
On the other hand, Chuck was so paranoid that Teresa might accuse him of something that he had Morgan wear her bathing suit when he gave her a bath. Chuck's friends were adamant that there were many times Morgan hadn't wanted to go to Teresa's house when her visit with her father was over. Chuck's own diaries had passages that mentioned days when Morgan had clung to him and refused to go with Teresa. Separation and divorce are hard on children, and both parents were known to indulge Morgan, possibly to make up for the chaos in her young life. She was a very intelligent child, and like most children of divorce, Morgan caught on quickly that she could play one parent against another to get what she wanted. Jan, Chuck's friend and neighbor down the block, was married by this time, and he and his wife Sandy often babysat for Chuck. Sandy recalled years later,
"There is no way that little girl was molested. We would have known because we spent so much time with her."
Brad Pintz had worked for years investigating sex crimes against children, and he sincerely doubted that Morgan had suffered abuse. If Teresa had been so concerned about it, why hadn't she mentioned molestation in her divorce filings? Why hadn't she reported it to the authorities? And why had she been so casual about having at least one male neighbor in her apartment building, whom she didn't know well, babysit for Morgan? It didn't add up. Moreover, Pintz knew it was a favorite fallback ploy that angry estranged wives used in custody wars. When all else failed, women were more likely to accuse their exes of abusing their children. Of course, it was sometimes true, but it was a fist in the belly, a horrible accusation, especially when it was made against a dead man who could no longer defend himself. Now it suddenly popped up at her trial like an ugly toadstool. From what Pintz and the other investigators had learned about Chuck Leonard, he had indeed had a lively sex life, but with adult women who seemed to understand that he was not interested in long-term commitments. Chuck idolized his little girl and saw himself as her protector. As Morgan grew, detectives had no doubt that Chuck would have been the kind of dad who scrutinized and intimidated any young suitor who wanted to date her. But a child abuser? An incestuous father? Never. Teresa's defense stance now was that Chuck was sitting up in bed, wide awake, on the night he died, and they were arguing. She had gone to his house in the early hours of the morning carrying a gun, but only to talk to him about her concerns, and he had taunted her about Morgan. Her reaction was to shoot him. But all forensic evidence indicated he had been lying down, sound asleep, when the first bullet ripped into him. Chapter 8. Teresa Gaith Leonard's trial before Superior Court Judge Gerald L. Knight promised to include a war of the psychiatrists and psychologists. Theirs was far from an exact science, and it would be up to the jury to decide who to believe. John Henry Brown maintained that Teresa's mental state had deteriorated markedly since Chuck Leonard was killed, and that she no longer had any clear memory of the shooting, and that she never planned it. He did not dispute that she had indeed shot and killed Chuck Leonard, and there seemed to be no expectation that she could be found innocent, but she could be convicted of lesser offenses, like second-degree murder or manslaughter. Brown was a master debater and a genius at planning and carrying out defense strategy, but he faced an uphill battle. Michael Downs, prosecuting for the state, had an abundance of physical evidence to show that Teresa had very carefully planned Chuck's murder. With a manslaughter conviction, Teresa wouldn't spend much time in prison. With premeditation and a first-degree conviction, she would be in prison until her hair turned gray and her face was lined with wrinkles. An 11th-hour request to postpone Teresa's trial once again came from Deputy Prosecutor Michael Downs. He and his team had been informed that John Henry Brown was prepared to argue an additional defense for Teresa, battered woman syndrome. Judge Gerald Knight ruled that the trial would go forward as planned on September 9th and warned Brown not to elicit testimony that Teresa was a battered woman. If he did, Knight said firmly that he might declare a mistrial. Some in the courtroom wondered if Chuck Leonard might be considered a battered man, but they didn't say it out loud. By the time the state and the defense teams agreed on 12 jurors and 2 alternate jurors who would step in if any of the original dozen should become ill or step down, there were 11 women and 1 man on the jury, with 2 male alternate jurors. It was, and is, always difficult to say whether female jurors will empathize with a woman defendant. Would this jury perhaps judge Teresa Gaith Leonard more harshly because they knew how most normal women would react? Would the lone male see Teresa as a frightened, dependent woman in trouble? No one could say. The most important assets good jurors can have is the ability to listen carefully to witnesses from both sides, study the physical and circumstantial evidence, and eventually vote their consciences. What would the 11 women on Teresa's jury think? Many of them had children and understood the power of mother love. Possibly some of them had had husbands who had strayed. There was no way of telling whether they would view Teresa as a victim and a heroine or as a husband-stealing plotter. Jurors' own life experiences and lessons learned cannot be excluded from their decision-making. That may well be a juror's strongest talent. That, and the ability to stay awake and listen carefully for 6 or 7 hours a day. Trials can be exciting, but they can also be dry and repetitive. The hours after lunch in a stuffy courtroom have put many a juror to sleep, and not a few journalists. One thing is true of any trial. Neither the judge, the attorneys, the gallery, nor the defendant has ever been able to read a jury from the expression on their faces or their body language. They always surprise you when you talk to them after trial. For the first time, almost all of the people who had passed through Teresa's life walked in and out of a single courtroom. Her sisters Lois and Macy, but not her brother. Nick Callis, but not Gary Gaith. Joyce Lilly, Rick Lilly, and George Bowden, Joyce's attorney. Teresa's employees at the consignment shop. Women who had been her best friends for a while and then been dropped from her life. George Cody, Teresa's first attorney. Michelle Conley, Chuck's last lover. A dozen or more of Chuck's friends and former girlfriends. Teresa Leonard, Chuck's sister. His father and stepmother, Fred and Caroline Leonard. Doug Butler, Chuck's teacher friend who had found his body. His boyhood friend from Bremerton, where he grew up. His friend who owned a video rental store, and the detectives from Snohomish County who had helped bring Teresa to trial, Brad Pintz, John Padilla, Jim Scharf, Joe Ward, and Rob Palmer. The gallery in Judge Knight's courtroom was packed almost every day in September and October as the weeks of trial unfolded. Teresa's story was like a teleplay script for a miniseries, only more shocking because it was real, and because it had happened in the town where many in the gallery lived. They had followed it during the 19 months since Chuck Leonard was murdered, and wanted to know more about what had happened and why. Newspaper and television coverage had never told them enough. That wasn't the reporters' fault. So many details had been kept under wraps. Now the press bench held media reporters from all over Washington state. It was still warm in mid-September, and opening windows helped lower the stuffiness and heat in the courtroom, but that created another problem as street noise drifted in, and made it difficult for the jurors to hear the witnesses and attorneys. Sirens from emergency vehicles often brought testimony to a halt. Senior Deputy Prosecutor Michael Downs asked the jurors to raise their hands if they couldn't hear. Downs then began his opening remarks, explaining the state's case. The evidence the state will present to you will show that approximately 4 or 5 in the morning of February 20th of 1997, the defendant drove 25 miles to her estranged husband's house. that she walked into his house, down to his bedroom, shot and killed him with a .45 caliber automatic handgun by shooting him 3 times in the chest area. The fatal wound entered his chest, went into one of his lungs, and he bled to death internally as a result.
Michael Downs knew this case so thoroughly that he probably could have made his opening statement in his sleep, but he glanced occasionally at his notes. The jury listened raptly as he described the Leonards' relationship at the time Chuck was killed, the rehearsal for murder in November 1996, and the actual fatal shooting 3 months later. Downs promised to present witnesses to Teresa's affair with Nick Callis and to her plot to find a way to give him a baby, even though she knew she could not conceive herself.
There was a divorce in this case, the prosecutor pointed out. It was filed. The paperwork was filed by the defendant. She filled it out. There are various boxes that you can check off to indicate whether there are any particular problems, and one box of interest is whether there are any child abuse-type problems. That was not checked off. One box is whether there were physical abuse-type problems against Teresa. That box was not checked off.
But these were allegedly the 2 issues that had motivated Teresa to kill Chuck, and she hadn't even mentioned them when she filed for divorce. Downs promised to call to the witness stand 2 men from Teresa's apartment building who would testify that she was looking for a .45 caliber handgun in early 1997. He told the jurors about Teresa's Hawaiian lover and the $500,000 bail money Nick Callis had wired to the Snohomish County Clerk's office.
Part of the bail order says, look, if you get released, you got to come back here for the hearings. And the defendant was advised of that when the hearings were set. Pre-trial hearing, trial hearings, things like that. In September, she was advised that she had to be present at a pre-trial hearing on December 4th, 1997. And on December 4th, everybody showed up for the hearing, except for the defendant. She had left the continental United States on an American Airlines flight under a false name, having paid cash for the ticket, and flew to Puerto Rico.
Michael Downs told the jury about Teresa's second drug overdose in 4 months, and how Snohomish County detectives had gone to Puerto Rico to bring her back. Downs said he was prepared to present physical evidence that would prove the bullets that killed Chuck Leonard had been fired by the gun that Teresa gave to her friend, Joyce Lilly, to hide a few hours after his murder. Teresa's sweatpants, also hidden by Joyce, had a splotch of blood that tested as being consistent with Chuck's blood, and in the crotch, body fluids that matched Teresa's.
You may, during the course of this case, hear evidence about a mental defense phrased 2 different ways. One is referred to as diminished capacity, and the other is referred to as insanity. Diminished capacity is often the defendant's personal choice in taking drugs, drinking alcohol, or participating in other activities that render them temporarily incapable of employing their usual decision-making. On occasion, it can be used when a defendant is developmentally disabled. Legal insanity can render them unable to tell the difference between right and wrong. But Teresa had planned Chuck's murder, and she had also planned her alibi and hidden any evidence that might tie her to the homicide. She had to have known the difference between right and wrong, or she wouldn't have tried so hard to disassociate herself from Chuck's death. Downs said that Joyce Lilly would testify that, on 2 occasions, Morgan had commented to her that she didn't like the way Daddy touched me. But he also pointed out that both times were after Chuck had refused to let Morgan call her mother. Joyce Lilly did relate that to the defendant, and the defendant didn't have any particular reaction to it at the time. She didn't have any questions to ask Ms. Lilly. If Teresa was so horrified at the possibility that her daughter had been molested by her ex-husband at that time, why hadn't she shown some emotion? Why didn't she pursue the subject and ask her friend Joyce exactly what Morgan had said? Why didn't she file for sole custody? John Henry Brown spoke next, laying out the defense approach. He unfolded his tall frame from his chair at the defense table and he smiled at the jurors. His approach to them was folksy, akin to, "We're all in this together."
"This is not an argument," he began. "If anything I say sounds like an argument, I'm sure I'll get objected to."
Brown is very good with jurors, and occasionally an irritant to judges and opposing attorneys. He can be sentimental or a fierce fighter for his clients. He now began with the part of this tragic case that had affected him the most. He hoped that he wouldn't have to call Morgan Leonard as a witness. So did Deputy Prosecutor Michael Downs. Everyone involved with this case felt the same way.
"This case is about Punky," Brown told the jury. "Punky is Morgan Leonard. She's almost 7 years old. Shortly before Mr. Leonard's death, these 2 teddy bears," he held them up, "were given to Punky by Joyce Lilly and Teresa Leonard. And inside each teddy bear was a telephone number, one for Teresa and one for Joyce."
Brown explained that Punky had told Joyce that she
didn't like the way her daddy touched her, didn't like sleeping in bed with Daddy and his girlfriend, didn't like sleeping on the floor, and didn't like the fact that Daddy wouldn't let her call Mommy.
The foundation of the defense case emerged early. Teresa Gaith Leonard was portrayed by her attorney as a woman who had survived a brutal childhood with sexual, physical, and emotional abuse. To deal with that, Brown suggested that Teresa had learned to compartmentalize her memories, feelings, and events.
"Your life is so difficult that you shut it off," he said. "You put it into a little box. You put it on the wall. You close the door. And unless you get treatment, which Teresa did not, it stays in the boxes, and it's very hard for it to come out."
Teresa had, Brown said, grown up to marry first to get out of her family home, was divorced from her first husband, and then met Chuck Leonard. Now, the dead victim in this case emerged looking like the villain, a cheating husband, wife abuser, child abuser, a man who had wanted his wife to abort her pregnancy, and as Teresa's attorney described him, almost deserving of death. Teresa had told John Henry Brown that when she confronted Chuck in the wee hours of February 20th, Chuck was awake and sitting up in bed when she arrived. She had accused him of sexually touching his daughter. Teresa had decided that she wasn't going to let what happened to her happen to her daughter. Although she couldn't really recall what happened that night, she knew she had gone to Chuck's house to confront him, to say, "I know what's going on," and she, Morgan, was never coming back to his house.
"That," Brown said, "was the last thing she remembers."
He had failed to add something important, and now he added it. Teresa had recalled something more.
"By the way," Chuck Leonard said to Teresa, I'm sorry.
Brown assured the jurors in his opening remarks that he would produce psychiatrists and psychologists who would testify that Teresa met the criteria of both legal insanity and diminished capacity. And he ended with a description of a woman who no longer wanted to live.
"Teresa doesn't want to be here. Teresa wants to be dead. She's tried that twice now. She doesn't want to be here because she views in her mind the only thing that matters to her in her whole life is Morgan. And when Teresa talks to you, and when she talks to me, it's, Morgan's dead in my mind. She has to be dead. Therefore, I don't want to be alive. I have faith that the system will work. I have faith that you'll, with everything you see and hear, come to the right result."
The jurors filed out for a break. Brad Pintz noticed how emotional and despondent Teresa seemed when they were present, but when they left, she immediately sat up straight, and when she turned to smile at her sisters in the gallery, there were no tears in her eyes. And so it began. Teresa Gaith Leonard might be cold-hearted, scheming, money-hungry, a duplicitous woman who really hated the men she had professed to love and used them only as stepping stones on her way up. There would be witnesses to describe her intricate plans to kill Chuck Leonard, to obtain a high-caliber weapon and a disguise, and to draw in her best friend to help cover for her. And there would be others who saw her as an ultimate victim, who had done what she believed she had to do to save her child, and done so when she wasn't in her right mind. They believed that Teresa had a mission in life, and that was to protect Morgan. Teresa Gaith Leonard was a highly emotional defendant, often breaking into sobs. She'd been found competent to participate in her own defense and to stand trial, but she had spent the weeks before trial at Western State Hospital because the defense team felt she'd had a very tough time in the Snohomish County Jail. On the 5th day of testimony, September 15th, she was more upset than usual. Considering the witnesses, that wasn't surprising. On that morning, Michelle Conley, Chuck Leonard's last serious lover, took the stand to describe the night in November 1996 when someone crept into his bedroom. That part of Michelle's testimony didn't bother Teresa too much, but when John Henry Brown cross-examined her, Teresa's whole body tensed.
Did you ever see photographs in the house naked photographs of Chuck and Morgan?
No.
Did you see some adult videotapes in the house?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
There were several.
And you, Brown asked, as I understand it, just saw snippets of one.
Correct.
There were times when Morgan spent the night at Chuck's house, and you were there, right? And you spent the night with them, and all three of you slept in the bed together?
Yes.
And you told us that you might have had just T-shirts on when that happened?
No, we had all our clothes on.
Michelle could not say that she saw Teresa in the car she followed that creepy night in November, but she recognized the car.
When's the last time you saw Morgan? Brown asked suddenly.
Day before yesterday.
Teresa's tormented wail echoed off the courtroom walls. She hadn't had any contact with her daughter for more than a year. She began crying softly. Brown pushed ahead.
You remain close to Morgan, don't you?
Yes.
In fact, Morgan refers to you as her other mommy, right?
Yes.
Judge Knight called a recess. Teresa seemed too upset to continue. Her daughter had two mother figures, and neither one was her. But Teresa Gaith Leonard was an accomplished actress who was chameleon-like when she dealt with lovers, friends, and sometimes strangers. The irony was apparent. Teresa still had a living child, and there was always the possibility that she would one day regain custody of her. If she were found insane at the time of Chuck's murder, she wasn't likely to go to prison. She would be sent to Western State Hospital for treatment, and it was possible she would be released when she was deemed to be in her right mind. Michelle Conley had lost the man she loved, forever. But Michelle had always cared about Morgan, and even though Chuck was gone, she never thought of abandoning his little girl. Teresa's life, the life she could have had, was passing before her eyes. She may well have been crying for herself and no one else. That Tuesday in September was going to get harder. Nick Callis was scheduled to testify in the state's case against his former mistress, but it was obvious from the way he looked at Teresa that he still cared about her. Romantics might call them star-crossed lovers. Realists would say their affair was built on deceit and lies and was bound to disintegrate into dust. Even though Nick's marriage had ended, and Teresa had cost him tens of thousands of dollars while they were lovers, and technically $500,000 when she ran to Puerto Rico, she still seemed to have a hold over him. Answering Michael Downes's questions, the handsome Greek real estate entrepreneur said he'd first met Teresa 11 years earlier, in 1987, when she'd come to his office on Maui looking for a rental property with a girlfriend.
Do you see her present?
Callis looked at the defense table, his eyes meeting Teresa's.
She's sitting right there.
They sat a dozen feet apart, but it was like 1,000 miles. Callis said the relationship that began in a businesslike manner had soon become romantic, and in 1987, They were together as lovers for a little less than 6 months.
Was there something that caused it to end for that time?
Downs asked.
Yes. Teresa left the island.
That seemed to be the end of that, although Callis said they had occasionally talked on the phone, and Teresa had sent him cards. He could not recall writing to her. He had heard from her again after she moved from New Orleans to Washington State in 1989 or 1990.
Did you and Teresa Leonard resume your romantic relationship at some point? Yes, in March of 1995.
Teresa had written to Callis even before she moved out of Chuck's house.
Some things require silence to be fully understood. Let's slow down for a beat. What follows is a piece of healing music for the soul. Let these sounds embrace your emotions and nurture your inner peace before we move on to the next chapter.
Still married. She had obviously wanted another man to jump to before she cut her ties with Chuck. Even though Callis was married in 1989 and had an adopted son, he could not resist seeing Teresa again. He sent tickets for both herself and Joyce Lilly, and Joyce had watched them kiss within moments after Nick came to the condo that first night. It had been 8 years since they had seen each other. Callis testified that after that first meeting, Teresa flew to Maui regularly every few months. By June 1995, he had begun to send her money, between $1,000 and $1,500 a month. He managed that by writing checks on his many different condo accounts, staggering them so that there were never too many checks from any particular account.
Did you and she go other places together?
Downs asked.
We had 3 trips together. One was to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, one was to Whistler in Canada, and the third was to Campbell River, British Columbia.
They had gone to ski, and their trips lasted 6 to 9 days.
Who paid for all these trips? I did.
Callis estimated his net worth as $2 million, and he testified that he had no annual income because everything he made was plowed back into his business.
Okay,
Downs said.
Was it a struggle for you to pay for the defendant's trip to Hawaii? Was it a struggle for you to allow her to use a condominium rent-free?
No.
No.
Beyond all the perks Teresa was already receiving from Nick, there was one he didn't know about.
Are you aware that the defendant had an American Express card for her consignment shop with the name Nick Callis on it? I wasn't then. I am now.
Painstakingly, Michael Downs went over a long list of checks sent to Teresa by the witness and a list of payments made to various American Express cards that Teresa was using. Callis estimated that he had talked to Teresa up to 10 times a day during the 2 years their affair had burned most intensely. Asked by Downs to come up with the total number of phone calls the two of them had shared over 2 years, Callis guessed it would have been 7,000 or more. It was time for the noon break, and Nick Callis appeared relieved to step down from the stand. Still, he would have to continue in the afternoon. Although his phone records indicated that there had been up to 5 phone calls from Teresa to Callis or from him to her on February 20th, 1997, Nick Callis didn't remember them. At some point that day or during the next few days, Teresa told him that Chuck had died of profound trauma, but she didn't go into detail.
I interpreted that as if there was a collision with a tree,
Callis testified. That was my mental image. Teresa had told him that Chuck had died suddenly, but he had to look on the internet to find out he had been murdered, shot 3 times. When he learned that Chuck had been murdered and Teresa had been arrested, Callis had begun to pay legal expenses for his mistress. He thought the initial costs were about $22,000. The strain was beginning to show on Nick Callis's face, and it was about to become more intense. State's Exhibits number 115 and number 116 were the 2 cards Teresa had given to him in midsummer 1997. Although they weren't dated, Callis thought Teresa had handed them to him in her apartment in Linwood, Washington. These were the cards his wife had found among his business papers. But Downs didn't ask Callis about the cards. Not yet. "Would you say that you were the defendant's best friend?" he asked instead. "I was certainly one of her best friends, or I felt I was one of her best friends, yes." "Prior to the time of Chuck Leonard's demise," Michael Downs asked, "did the defendant ever tell you that he had been physically or sexually abusive to Morgan?" "No." Odd. If Nick was Teresa's lover and probably her best friend, and she was desperately worried about Morgan's safety, why hadn't she confided in him? There were so many people she could have told, if it was true. But the subject of abuse to Morgan hadn't really come up, except obliquely to Joyce Lilly, until Teresa needed a good defense. Callis answered Downs's queries about when and how he had learned that Teresa had fled in December 1997. "I called her cell phone number and received a Spanish-speaking default message and found a cell phone technological person who researched it for me. He told me that the cell phone had been turned on in Puerto Rico. Had you had some concerns for some time prior to this Spanish-speaking message that you might have a problem on your hands, as it related to your $500,000? Downs asked. "Yes. It was the end of November. I don't recall any specific day when the communication between Teresa and me broke down, and I was no longer able to speak with her when I wanted to, nor was she calling me frequently. That wasn't normal. It also wasn't the arrangement or agreement between us. At that point, I became concerned." Nick Callis testified that he hired an attorney to represent his interests regarding the bail money after someone told him Teresa had had plastic surgery and her eyes were black post-operatively. Teresa's younger sister, Macy, was visiting Teresa's home in Everett that November. Nick Callis had called her to see how Teresa was, and she mentioned then that Teresa had cut her hair. Callis had even contacted George Cody, Teresa's first attorney, and asked him if she'd changed her features with plastic surgery. Cody was noncommittal. He said he hadn't seen Teresa since early November 1997. Nor had Nick. And then he had tracked her to Puerto Rico, finally realizing that she had broken her promises to him and left him responsible for the huge bail she forfeited. John Henry Brown began his cross-examination by asking Nick Callis to read aloud portions of the sentimental cards Teresa had given him. The witness began, his voice filled with emotion. "Nick, you give me peace that I've never had. Thank you. For you." Callis looked up, tears glistening in his eyes, and with his voice breaking, he said, "I don't know if I can do this." "Well," Brown said, "take a minute. Wait a minute, Nick. Why don't you just read it over to yourself? Is there something in that card that indicates—" "I haven't finished yet. I'm sorry," Callis said. Tears now spilled from his eyes and ran down his cheeks. He took a deep breath and started the next sentence. "I know I have caused you pain, and I cannot tell you how sorry I am for that. The outside world—" Nick Callis could not continue, and asked if he could leave the courtroom to gather his emotions. Judge Knight nodded. When he returned, he was able to get through the words that Teresa had written, private and personal words his wife had read that now a gallery full of strangers and court personnel listened to. He had been touched by those 2 cards and believed that Teresa really was grateful for everything he'd done for her, before and after Chuck's murder. Reading them again tore him up emotionally. John Henry Brown asked him about Teresa's overdose in August 1997, and Callis recalled that it had happened shortly after she was told she could no longer have her weekly phone calls to her daughter.
She was expecting to, and excited to speak with Morgan on that Wednesday and getting prepared for it. And either she made a call to set it up, or they called her and said she wouldn't be allowed to speak with Morgan again. Can you tell the jury your understanding of Teresa's relationship with Morgan?
Brown probed. Nick Callis nodded. Even though he had never laid eyes on Morgan himself, or for that matter seen Teresa interact with her child, he had observed Teresa's feelings for her.
All mothers love their children, he began. Love their children, but Teresa loved Morgan in a different way. I really don't know how to describe it. It's hard to say that one parent can love their daughter or son more than another parent, but Teresa's life was dedicated to Morgan. 100% of the time Teresa does something for Morgan without doing something for herself. I know that's why I sent money to her. Were there ever any discussions between you and Teresa about getting married? Brown asked. No. Did you have any feeling that Teresa was unhappy with the relationship the way it was? No. Were there any plans for Teresa and Morgan to move to Hawaii? No. Did you have any plans to divorce Grace? No.
Callis seemed to have been completely unaware of Teresa's plans to come to Hawaii, marry him, arrange to give him his own child, even if it took a surrogate mother to carry it. With questioning from both Michael Downs and John Henry Brown, Nick Callis's male parts were discussed in open court. He explained why he was completely unable to provide healthy sperm to his wife or to any other woman. It was obvious that this was information Teresa was hearing for the first time. Shock washed across her face, although she quickly masked it. Teresa's pie-in-the-sky plans had been just that. There was no way she could have had a child with Nick. None at all. He believed she was a wonderful, unselfish mother. But he had never met Morgan, never seen her beyond a photograph. He hadn't known that Teresa was determined to marry him. There were so many things he hadn't known about her. Finally, after hours of torturous testimony, Nick Callis was allowed to step down. Joyce Lilly testified about the early morning hours of February 20th. The jury listened avidly as she told them what Teresa had said about whacking Chuck, her murder costume, and how she, Joyce, had been stuck with the physical evidence of the murder, right down to the .45 automatic, the bullets, and the key to Chuck's house. She was an emotional witness. It was plain that she would rather have been anywhere but in the witness chair, still half guilty about betraying her old friend. Even so, Joyce had no other choice. The question that hung in the air concerned two possible witnesses, Teresa Gaith Leonard herself and Morgan Punky Leonard. It is almost always unwise for murder defendants to take the witness stand. In doing so, they open themselves up to cross-examination by the state, with questions they might not care to answer. Although she was a very intelligent little girl, Morgan was only 6. She had been through so much, and neither Michael Downs nor John Henry Brown wanted to bring her into this trial. Downs weighed whether he would have to do it to assure that Morgan's father received the justice he deserved. Teresa sobbed at the thought of Morgan testifying and said she would plead guilty before she let that happen. In the end, neither mother nor daughter testified. There was much discussion about a film Chuck Leonard had taken with frames that showed his daughter. When it finally was shown, it was anticlimactic. It turned out to be a long, boring home movie with nothing more salacious than a tiny girl in a play pool. Teresa, along with her sisters who were there to support her, cried periodically throughout her 3-week trial, giving some credence to the defense contention that she was mentally ill and had been insane at the time she shot Chuck Leonard. Now came the battle of the psychologists and psychiatrists. Listening to and evaluating testimony by mental health professionals is often supremely frustrating, generally because they tend to use terms unfamiliar to laymen, and even to those with quite a bit of knowledge about mental illness and personality disorders. Moreover, they often waffle and seem unable to give a straight-out diagnosis. That was certainly true of those who testified at Teresa's trial. None of them appeared to have brought their records on Teresa Gaith Leonard to court with them. They often couldn't recall dates or seemed surprised when they learned that some of the things Teresa had told them weren't true. One psychiatrist estimated that the defendant had undergone about 50 emotional, intelligence, and sanity tests, and seen more psychiatric experts than anyone could count. Some who testified hadn't seen Teresa in a year or more. The trial transcripts show that none of these witnesses would say definitively that Teresa had a low IQ or an average IQ, even though her test results indicated her score was only 83. Nor would any expert say absolutely that she was malingering or suffering from real post-traumatic stress disorder, or even if her hallucinations were actual or contrived. One psychiatrist, who had seen Teresa for approximately 6 two-hour sessions, testified that she had become depressed when her marriage faltered in 1991, and that depression reached clinical proportions by the fall of 1996, approximately when Teresa did her dry run with a borrowed gun. As this doctor spoke, Teresa bowed her head and rocked slightly in her chair. She turned often to look back at her sisters in the gallery. They, too, were tearful. She had told the psychiatrist that she finally became depressed enough to fly off to Puerto Rico because she'd received a box containing all the cards and presents, still unwrapped, that she'd sent to Morgan at her Aunt Teresa's address. But that wasn't true. Teresa testified that Morgan had opened all the presents and cards, and that she still had them and knew her mother had sent them. The psychiatrist for the defense said that Teresa had only sparse memories of driving to Chuck's house on the night he died, or of what had happened while she was there. He testified that he believed Teresa was psychotic at the time she shot Chuck and suffering from acute stress. That diagnosis, however, seemed at war with Teresa's November late-night visit to Chuck's bedroom when she was armed with a borrowed gun. One had to wonder if she had been insane then, too, regained her sanity, and then lost contact with reality once more 3 months later. Both forays had required considerable planning, enough to make her low scores on IQ tests and her confused psychotic state questionable. After final arguments on Tuesday, September 29, 1998, where Michael Downs described Teresa as a calculating killer who shot Chuck Leonard so she could marry her wealthy lover, and John Henry Brown called her a fragile, abused woman who was desperately trying to protect her daughter. It was almost time for Teresa's jury to retire to deliberate. Neither the state nor the defense spared the details of Chuck Leonard's gruesome and bloody death. He had lived long enough to chase Teresa up the ship's staircase and even managed to grab her ankle with his last ounce of strength. John Henry Brown pointed out that the evidence wasn't in the 3 bullets Teresa had fired 19 months before, but in the 4 she didn't fire. He suggested that if Teresa had truly intended to kill Chuck, she would have shot at him again at that time. But she didn't. Chuck was already a dead man walking, but Brown didn't say that. Had Teresa planned the murder of her estranged husband and her escape to Puerto Rico methodically, right down to her plastic surgery? She'd told her attorney that she had facial surgery not so she would look different, but because she didn't want to look like her mother, who had caused her much pain when she was a child. This was the same mother she once said she loved dearly and joined in Texas for a vacation every year. Prosecutor Michael Downs reminded jurors that Teresa had been consumed by her desire to move to Hawaii to marry Nick Callis, and that Chuck Leonard was in her way. She had planned her crime, even to the point that she told Joyce Lilly that she was going to whack Chuck tonight. The defense position that Chuck was molesting their daughter hadn't come up until a very long time, months later. The jurors wouldn't hear of all the lies and variations of the truth that Teresa had practiced in her life. It would be impossible to take all the little threads left dangling and crochet them into a recognizable pattern. Indeed, no one really knew how many lies, con games, and self-serving statements Teresa might have employed for years. It would be akin to counting pennies in a gallon jar. As Brown finished his final arguments, he looked at Teresa, who sat with her head bowed, staring at a small picture of Morgan, which was propped against a box of tissues out of the jury's view. In a bit of courtroom drama, he glanced at her and said, "Teresa, Morgan knows. She knows what you did and why you did it. Do you understand that?" Teresa didn't look up. The rule of thumb in trials is generally that the longer the jury stays out deliberating, the more likely they are to acquit. A rapid decision usually means a guilty verdict, but it isn't carved in stone. Teresa was charged with both first-degree murder and bail jumping. In less than 3 hours, the foreman signaled that the jury had a verdict. When the principals and the gallery had all gathered in the courtroom, the jury foreman handed the verdict to the bailiff. There was a hush in the room as the bailiff unfolded the paper with the jury's decision on it. "We, the jury, find Teresa Gaith Leonard guilty of murder in the first degree." They had also found her guilty on the second lesser charge of bail jumping. One of Chuck's friends let out a muffled sigh of relief. Teresa Leonard, his sister, began to cry quietly. Teresa Gaith Leonard herself sat still as a stone, her spine straight, and then dabbed at her eyes with a tissue. Her attorneys seemed more shaken than she was, and so did the jurors, who filed out rapidly, waving away reporters. Some stopped to light cigarettes, others hurried to their cars. Sentencing was set for October 16th, but that would be postponed until Wednesday, November 25th. Once again, the holiday season was bleak for Teresa, all because of her own doing. In November 1996, Teresa had put on her camouflage clothing and gone to Chuck's house to shoot him, but been put off because Michelle Conley was with him. In November 1997, she underwent plastic surgery and stole her friend's ID as she prepared to fly to Puerto Rico, and now, as Thanksgiving and Christmas decorations appeared in the Snohomish County Courthouse, she would hear her sentence as a convicted murderess. Teresa had walked into the courtroom between her two tall attorneys, and that made her seem even more frail and diminutive. She had always hated to wear handcuffs, and she asked to have them removed before she entered the room, but her guards refused. She was both an escape and a suicide risk. The gallery was full to bursting as curious onlookers made room for just one more person on the long benches. Several of the people impacted by Chuck's death would probably speak. The attorneys would speak, and perhaps even Teresa would make a statement before Judge Gerald Knight handed down the sentence. According to Washington state statute, Teresa's sentencing range would be between 26 and 34 years in prison. Prosecutor Michael Downs requested that she receive a sentence at the high end of the range, and her defense attorney, John Henry Brown, asked for a 25-year term, saying, "Truth generally lies between the extremes." Teresa Leonard, who now had permanent custody of Morgan, attempted to explain the tremendous loss her brother's murder was for her family. Most of all, it was difficult to explain to 6-year-old Morgan. "She's grieving the loss of both her father and her mother," Teresa said.
Chuck was many things to many people. He drove fast, played hard, and loved many. No doubt he loved blondes, but he never pulled any punches with kids. He was direct and honest with them. He loved Morgan without reservation. Teresa stood before Judge Knight, speaking in his courtroom for the first time. I wrote this probably 55 times, trying to make it short so you would listen. She began, but as she went on, she became increasingly emotional. A mother's basic instinct is to protect her child, which was my motivating action. Punky, I kept my promise to you that you would not suffer through a family life like my own. It was time for Judge Knight to pronounce sentence and to make any remarks he might have. During a trial, no one knows what the judge is thinking any more than he or she can read jurors' minds. This was the moment when Judge Gerald Knight could voice his opinion.
I do not believe that Mr. Leonard abused his daughter, Judge Knight said firmly. He told Teresa that it didn't matter what she might have believed about that. Her decision to act as judge, jury, and executioner had ended in miserable tragedy for many people. She had left her child a virtual orphan without either parent. Judge Knight then sentenced Teresa Gates Leonard to 30 years in prison. On December 3, 1998, Teresa entered the Washington State prison system. She was incarcerated at the Washington Correction Center for Women in Purdy. She joined a roster of infamous female felons, such as Diane Downs, Mary Kay Letourneau, and Christine Marlar. Teresa's earliest release date is July 29, 2023, and her maximum expiration of sentence is November 11, 2027. In either case, she will be over 60 when she walks out of prison. Even then, she will have to have 2 years of monitored community placement before she is completely free. Teresa's plan is to move back to New Orleans and join her sister Lois. Teresa has been a relatively cooperative prisoner, although she was reported for having intimate contact with another female prisoner when correction officers found them kissing. Teresa's sisters have stood by her, sending her mail-order items of clothing, underwear, makeup, and magazines. She has been assigned to work with guide and service dogs, and that has brought her some serenity. Does Nick Callis write to Teresa while she is in prison? I honestly don't know. His real estate business is booming and he is doing well. As for his personal life, that has faded from the public eye. Teresa has no contact at all with her daughter Morgan, who is now 17 and just graduated from high school. She has never asked to see photographs of Morgan, although she could have if she had gone through Morgan's counselor. Morgan had 3 years of therapy right after Chuck's death to help her deal with her losses. She was very fragile and had nightmares, mostly about her mother. It took her nearly a year to begin to accept that, "My mommy killed my daddy." Sometimes she had good dreams, where she woke up saying she felt Daddy hugging me. Today, Morgan is a bright, talented teenager who shares a special bond with her Aunt Teresa and Teresa's daughter, her sister. She has also met her older half-sister and has a warm, secure family to replace the one she lost. When asked if she wanted to have a different name in this book to protect her privacy, she said no. She wants the truth to be told, and that includes her name. Soon she will be on her way to college. Morgan, like Chuck, loves kittens and cats. She still has the cat her dad gave her in October 1996, and the Leonards have 4 more cats, bringing the number of feline pets to the same number Chuck had. They talk about Chuck openly and tell funny stories. Morgan wears his old sweaters around the house and keeps his photographs prominent in her life. Throughout high school, Morgan has played varsity lacrosse and was one of their star players. Her father would be proud of Morgan, just as she is proud of him. Death in Paradise: The Haunting Voyage of the Spellbound. The sea is a cruel mistress. From time immemorial, men have tried to tame her, believing that their strength and intelligence can fool her capriciousness. There is a fascination, even a mystique, inherent in the endless miles of water one envisions when the last harbor is left behind. Our oceans are both beautiful and deadly, as heedless as any woman who alternately beckons and taunts a man. Although we can chart her tides to the moment and the fathom, no human can ever know when wild winds will whip the oceans of the world into a froth of fury. Women waiting for their seagoing men to come home once paced the widows' walks atop their Victorian mansions, praying that their husbands and lovers would return safely to them. The more fortunate of those women would have them in their arms and beds again, but some inexplicable things can happen to a man at sea. He may disappear, or go mad, or change in ways that no one could predict. Many modern women choose not to wait. They go along on the wide water journeys, experienced and proficient in handling the wheel and adjusting mainsails, jibs, and spinnakers. Jody Edwards was one of these modern women. Where her husband Lauren went, Jody went too. They were a love match, perfectly suited to one another. They were not each other's first loves, but they were their last. Jody was about 5 feet 3 inches tall, a bouncy brunette. Lauren was tall and spare, but tightly muscled. Although his hair would turn iron gray, he continued to wear it in a crew cut. His skin was usually suntanned to a dark toast color. Lauren was handsome in a Gary Cooper, John Wayne kind of way, masculine but not a pretty boy. He was born on November 24, 1927 in Toccoa, Whitman County, close to the Idaho state line on the sunny side of Washington. He was the youngest of 3 children. His parents, Ira and Ruby, struggled to wrest a living out of the community that counted on its wheat fields and pine forests. But by 1934, the Great Depression was at its lowest ebb. Lauren was 7 when Ira moved his family to Seattle, where there were more jobs than in Toccoa or Pine City. Not many, and the pay wasn't good, but it was an improvement. The Second World War brought an end to the Depression, but it also cost many young Americans lives. Lauren graduated from Roosevelt High School in Seattle in 1946, and he was safe from the war, which had ended the prior August. He joined the Army and worked in the Signal Corps in Alaska. When he was mustered out, he entered the University of Washington School of Forestry under the GI Bill. He tried to get his bachelor's degree, but he had a wife by then and 2 young sons. With working and studying and spending time with his family, Lauren couldn't keep up, and he dropped out before graduating. He followed his interest and his talents and became a master carpenter and then a contractor, a profession he would work in for a quarter of a century. Lauren Edwards, who grew up in the rolling hills of the Palouse, where thousands of acres of golden wheat thrived in the heat, had always been fascinated with boats of all kinds. When he was 9, he built a seaworthy kayak in the family garage. His dream was always to have his own boat, and when he got that, to have a larger craft. Jody Pete grew up on the rainy side of the Cascade Mountain Range in the tiny hamlet of Preston. Preston is little more than a wide spot in the road, just off I-90, as that freeway traverses the foothills of Snoqualmie Pass. Even those who regularly cross the steadily steeper pass on their way to Spokane and other eastern cities of Washington state are often unfamiliar with Preston. Unless they have business there, they are more likely to stop for lunch in Issaquah or North Bend. Jody attended her lower grades in the small school in Preston and, later on, rode the school bus to Issaquah High School. With her dark hair and dimples, she was very pretty. As young marrieds, Lauren and Jody had known each other when they were part of the same loosely connected social group. Jody was married to Bob Pete then, and pregnant with her second child at the age of 19. The Pete's future stretched out ahead with no real problems in sight. That all ended tragically when Bob Pete died in an automobile accident in 1954. Her family feared for Jody, but she struggled to overcome her loss and provide a home for her children. And then Loren Edwards and his first wife divorced. He became reacquainted with Jody Pete, and to everyone's delighted surprise, they fell in love. They were married in 1956. Jody stayed home with their blended family, and Loren's career as a contractor continued to succeed. He built a home for Jody's parents, and she volunteered for the Red Cross and for support groups that helped handicapped children. Both Jody and Loren were devoted to their parents and to each other's. Loren was particularly close to his father, Ira. Ira had gotten his family through hard times in a government job, and he wasn't nearly ready to retire, not even when he was 74. He simply started a new career in real estate. Jody and Loren's marriage was one of deep love and many shared interests. Jody loved boating almost as much as Loren did, and they graduated from kayaks and canoes to small powerboats. They joined a platoon of people with outboard cruisers who responded to a Seattle radio station's promotion and traveled to Alaska and back. It wasn't luxurious on-board living, but they had a great time. Seattle seems to drift in the middle of water, and there are probably more boat owners there than in almost any other city in America. Some feel adventurous just to cast off their anchors in Lake Washington, while others venture out into Elliott Bay and Puget Sound and head to the San Juan Islands to the north or to the Pacific Ocean. Simply finding a place to dock a boat in the winter months is daunting. There is a long waiting list for every slip along every dock. Jody and Loren Edwards shared a very ambitious dream. They wanted to build a magnificent sailboat, one they could sail on the high seas, a craft so powerful and perfect that it would be almost impervious to storms with driving winds. It was the mid-70s, and their children were grown and doing well. They had saved their money and built up equity in a series of boats, so they finally felt ready to build a 54-foot ketch. It would take years and intensive labor on their part, but they were prepared to sacrifice whatever luxury they needed to. The Edwardses weren't rich, and this was a rich man's boat. In the 70s, even with their doing much of the work themselves, it would cost well over $100,000. Today it would be $1 million craft. They lived in a modest home in Preston, but that didn't matter to them. Their ultimate home would be at sea. They named their ketch before it ever existed. The perfect name, Spellbound, was magical, mysterious, and what they considered the best appellation for the craft that was to be the result of their consuming passion. Because they were confident in their ability to create the Spellbound, the Edwardses quickly signed up for a slip on the waiting list of the Kirkland Municipal Dock in the Marina Park there. They knew it would take a year or more before their names came up. Peyton Whiteley worked as a popular reporter at the Seattle Times for 41 years, often covering criminal cases. He was a superb researcher and a gifted writer. He was also a boat fancier, and he docked his boat at the Marina Park in Kirkland. He met Loren and Jody Edwards when they became his neighbors on the dock. They weren't close friends, but they nodded and waved, and he admired their yellow-hulled fiberglass ketch. Loren's skill and experience as a builder were evident. The Edwardses had lovingly varnished and rubbed the wooden parts of the boat, and every mitered corner was precise. The lamps and compass were gimbaled so that they would remain upright no matter how waves might toss and turn the craft. There was a ship-to-shore radio system. Many people dream of an exotic cruise in a flawless sailboat, but the couple with the yellow-hulled ketch were actually going to do it. They were more than halfway there as they christened the Spellbound. She would soon be able to carry a good-sized crew and a number of passengers. It was August 1977 when Loren and Jody embarked on their extended cruise to the South Pacific. They had a crew that was mostly homegrown. Their daughter, Carrie, 20, and her friend, Lori Huey, 21, and they planned to pick up Loren's son, Gary, one of his sons from his first marriage, in Southern California. This was meant to be a voyage to paradise, and it was. for a while. The Spellbound was seaworthy and proud, and they encountered no problems as they sailed a leisurely course off the coasts of Washington, Oregon, and then California, bound for San Diego. The winds grew warmer, and every day was a vacation, with the four on board taking turns at the wheel. It was September 16th when Gary Edwards, 27, prepared to leave for San Diego and meet up with his stepmother, father, stepsister, and her friend Lori. Gary was very strong and familiar with sailing, and he would be an asset to help crew the ketch. Gary worried his California girlfriend when he told her of the danger of pirates and smugglers off the Mexican coast. She had been concerned about storms at sea and shipwrecks, but she thought pirates had been gone for 100 years. Still, Gary Edwards was right about that danger. Although foreign waters weren't as bristling with pirates and smugglers in the 70s as they would be in the first decade of the current century, they were something to consider. Gary Edwards felt there had to be some basis to the rumors he had heard. Gary showed his girlfriend a handgun he had purchased to afford his family extra protection if they were attacked at sea. It was a menacing-looking weapon, a Walther PPKS .380 caliber automatic pistol. The gun held 7 rounds, Gary explained, and it was very accurate. It was heavy, weighing almost 1.5 pounds. He tucked it into his sea bag, confident that he could fight off pirates if they should attack his father's boat. The magnificent journey began with a jubilant crew. They planned to be at sea for 3 years, with stopovers at exotic ports of call. They sailed serenely through Mexican waters without ever meeting pirate ships, and were soon in the Pacific Ocean. The Edwardses had planned their journey carefully and thoroughly, with long-lasting provisions stored away. They could catch fish and buy fresh local produce and groceries whenever they landed somewhere big enough to have a store. The Edwards family headed out to one of the most tantalizing and enchanting ports of call, Tahiti. There are 35 islands and 83 coral atolls in French Polynesia, but the total land there is only about 3,500 square kilometers. Located midway between Australia and South America, these South Pacific islands seem almost as mythical as Brigadoon. There are volcanoes, silky sand and aqua lagoons, and the air smells of tropical flowers, bougainvillea, frangipani, ginger, jasmine, Chinese and Polynesian hibiscus, and the national flower, Tiare Tahiti, a type of gardenia. The first Polynesians had arrived on the islands by 800 A.D. Many famous visitors came later. In the late 1880s, the Tahitians accepted the offer to be a protectorate of France. The islands were a natural draw for writers and artists, the perfect ambiance where one could escape from the world and create a masterpiece. French artist Paul Gauguin settled on the island of Iva-Oa in the Marquesas in 1891, and in the dozen years before his death there, his brightly hued paintings of sultry, dark-eyed native women and the flora and fauna in Tahiti made that far-off paradise familiar to people all over the world. Sometimes, the Edwards family had to pinch themselves when they realized that they would actually arrive in Papeete soon. They planned to shop at the morning market on the territory's largest island and drive the 117-kilometer road that circled Tahiti, where visitors could view monuments and museums, beaches, waterfalls, cliffs, and temple ruins. Seattle was so far away, another world. One day they would go home, filled with enough memories to last a lifetime. They didn't even think about the more mundane practices that separated the Emerald City in Washington state and the lushly beautiful tropical islands. The island's legal system alone was quite different. Whatever crimes that might occur in Tahiti would be handled by French law enforcement officers, and the law itself was different in Tahiti and in France. But the Edwardses had no reason to expect anything bad to happen to them, aside from a little seasickness and the kind of minor arguments all families have when they are together in a small space for too long. The voyage had been everything they could have hoped for. Lauren had charted the weather carefully, so they were aware that they wouldn't be docking in the best of weather. Summer in Tahiti runs from November to April, and the air is hot and cloying, heavy with humidity. And then the trade winds blow from May to August. The Edwardses would be landing 6 weeks into the hurricane season, but Lauren assured them the Spellbound could take hurricane-force winds and blinding rain. He had designed the craft to withstand such storms. By the middle of February 1978, the Spellbound was within a few hundred miles of Tahiti. It had been a wonderful trip so far. And then suddenly, the Edwards' fortunes changed. They received an emergency message patched forward by several ham radio operators. Lauren's beloved father, Ira, 79, was in a Seattle hospital in critical condition. He had been fine when they left Seattle, but now he had been diagnosed with terminal cancer in its very late stages. He might survive for a few months, weeks, or just days. Any thought of continuing on their cruise as planned was abandoned. They had to get to Papeete. With its population of 70,000, it had an airport. Lauren would disembark there and catch the first plane for the United States that he could. The rest of the crew would stay in Papeete until they could head for home, or until Lauren rejoined them. Gary could sail the Spellbound, and Jody, Carrie, and Laurie would be enough crew. Fortunately, the weather was good, and there were no reports of hurricanes in the area. They kept a constant pace toward Papeete. The wind blew 5 to 7 knots, and they agreed not to sink the anchor at all. Each crew member would have 2 hours at the helm, 8 hours off. They were racing against death. They could not make the wind blow harder, but they were making steady progress. No one heard from the Edwards crew for almost 10 days. Then, on February 25th, the captain of a charter boat moored on the island of Rangiroa in French Polynesia monitored a weak emergency radio signal. He finally determined it concerned a sailing ship called the Spellbound, somewhere near Rangiroa. It was coming through a ham radio operator in Los Angeles. The charter boat captain could not determine exactly what was wrong, only that the ship was in trouble of some kind. The charter boat notified authorities and set out to find the mysterious boat in distress. After several hours, they came upon a yellow-hulled sailboat drifting aimlessly 60 miles out at sea. 4 rescuers climbed aboard. They had been told that a captain and 4 crew members were supposed to be on board, but that was no longer true. There were only 3 people on the sailboat, all of whom appeared to be in shock. The lone man identified himself as Gary Edwards and said the 2 women were his stepsister Carrie and her friend Laurie. One of Gary Edwards's wrists was grotesquely swollen and looked to be broken. Carrie Edwards appeared to have a severe head injury. She had deep cuts over her right eye, which was blackened. Laurie Huey said she wasn't injured. And yet no one knew exactly what had happened to them. Was it possible that Gary Edwards's fear of pirates had come true? And where were his parents? "They're dead," Gary said. "We buried them at sea, somewhere off Rangiroa." Asked how the couple had died, the 3 survivors all seemed confused. That was perhaps to be expected. Adrift at sea in a strange place, losing the 2 people who knew the most about how the ship ran and who were the parents of 2 of the survivors, it was no wonder they were stunned and bewildered. The first order of business for the rescuers was to find medical treatment for the injured. The chance of locating the elder Edwards' bodies in the deep ocean was minuscule. There were sharks in the water, which brought horrible images to mind. That would all have to be sorted out later, if it was even possible. The Spellbound, completely undamaged, was sailed into Rangiroa. Carrie was found to have a fractured skull, and Gary had his broken wrist set and cast in plaster. Laurie hovered close by her friend, while the 3 who had emerged alive from the death ship waited to talk to authorities. It would be difficult to say who had jurisdiction over the investigation. Coverage overlapped, and several agencies might step in. The French police were in Papeete, 300 miles away. The U.S. Coast Guard might be involved, and perhaps the FBI. As a rule, a criminal offense on the high seas is not under any U.S. jurisdiction, despite the number of bizarre deaths that have proliferated on cruise ships at sea in the last few years. Not many mysteries have been solved. As I write this, a television news broadcast headlines the story of a 39-year-old man who either leapt or was pushed from a Norwegian luxury cruise liner in the Bahamas. The captain ordered a 590-square-mile search of the rough water, but they gave up when they found no sign of him at all. A few years ago, an elderly man was reported by his wife to have left the ship. A bridegroom vanished, with a pool of blood on the deck beneath his porthole, and his bride was strangely unemotional. A beautiful young woman whose parents were frantic when she didn't come back to their quarters after a night of dancing never returned. These stories were all in the top of the news for a few weeks, and then they disappeared, explained away by drunkenness, suicide, accidental falls from upper decks. The public looks at the most likely suspects in cases of shipboard disappearance and violent death with misgivings, but any arrest is extremely rare. For some reason, unexplained deaths at sea don't get the attention that stateside crimes do, at least not until the recent U.S. hostages taken by pirates in the Indian Ocean when the whole nation watched, breath held, as the captain of the container ship, the Maersk Alabama, with 20 Americans on board, was finally rescued, his captors killed instantly by American sharpshooters. Pirate attacks on Norwegian and Canadian ships followed within a week. As for crimes in the sea off the South Pacific Islands in the late 70s, U.S. authorities agreed to step in only 3 instances, when arrests had been made, when the home residences of those involved were in the United States, or on direct orders to intervene from Washington, D.C. Because Lauren and Jody Edwards were American citizens whose usual residence was in Washington State, FBI special agents would ask some penetrating questions. But would they go further than that? What could have happened? And why had both Lauren and Jody perished at sea? The first reports that seemed to have any substance, after being filtered through the morass of rumors, came from the ham radio operator in Los Angeles who had picked up the spellbound's distress call and sent rescuers to the ship. He was thousands of miles away, but somehow the cry for help had come to him, rather than to anyone in the South Seas. He had taken a personal interest in the crew, and he met Carrie Edwards and Lori Huey on March 1st, when they came through the LAX airport to change planes for Seattle. He saw them safely through the bustling airport to the correct departure gate and talked with them until they boarded. Carrie told him that she and her father had been in the cockpit of the ship at about 4 a.m. on February 24th. "We were working there," she said, "and suddenly the boom came loose." The boom is an extremely heavy horizontal pole along the bottom of both a fore and aft rigged sail. It helps to control the angle and shape of the sails, and serves as an attachment point for more complicated control lines. During some sailing maneuvers, the boom swings rapidly from one side of the boat to the other, and sailors have to be extremely careful that their heads are out of its path. If they don't duck, the boom's impact is always dangerous. "Somehow it got loose," Carrie said faintly, "but I don't remember much else." She was quite sure that she had been struck on her head, and that the boom had dealt her father a fatal blow when it hit him. Although her memory was fuzzy, she believed that her mother, Gary, and Lori were below decks at the time. She didn't think they had witnessed the fatal accident. When Jody Edwards learned that her husband had died from being hit by the out-of-control boom, she was wild with grief. Lauren was her world, and he had been her beloved companion for 22 years. She couldn't believe he was gone. Since Carrie was so badly injured, and Gary had to be at the wheel, Lori Huey stayed up all that endless Friday night, trying in vain to comfort Jody. Jody couldn't understand why someone with Lauren's skill as a sailor would ever get in the way of a swinging boom. The next morning, Jody finally fell into a fitful sleep. The others hoped she could stay asleep for hours because she was totally exhausted and in deep shock. But that didn't happen. While they thought Jody was sleeping, Carrie, Laurie, and Gary were working in another location on the ship. Suddenly they heard a single shot sound below decks. They rushed to Jody's bunk, meeting there at the same time. They were horrified to find that Jody had taken her own life. Carrie trembled as she described to the Los Angeles radio operator the shock at finding her mother shot to death. The three survivors talked for hours about what they should do. Should they keep the elder Edwards' bodies on board, hoping they would be able to land soon? Or should they let the sea embrace them? The weather was warm, and they had to face the fact that their remains would begin to decompose. Finally, they voted to bury them at sea. They wrapped Lauren and Jody in heavy chains and committed them to the ocean that both of them had loved. Carrie told the man who had saved them from so many miles away that she and Laurie had sensed that the police in Papeete suspected them of foul play. Interrogated through a French-English interpreter, she recalled at least 7 detectives asking questions. In extreme pain from her fractured skull and cuts, and in shock, Carrie had been through a tremendous ordeal. She and Laurie wanted only to go home to America. Gary Edwards volunteered to stay with the spellbound in Papeete to keep it from being vandalized. Finally, on February 28th, 4 days after the double tragedy, the young women were allowed to leave and fly out of Tahiti. 2.5 hours after their short stopover at LAX, Laurie and Carrie arrived in Seattle. They were met by a phalanx of relatives and friends. Port Authority police whisked them through a crowd of reporters and curious bystanders at SeaTac Airport into a secluded area. At first glance, Carrie and Laurie appeared to be ordinary tourists returning from a tropical vacation. They were tan, and they wore brightly colored skirts with Tahitian prints and strands of island beads, but the girls' faces were strained and hollow. There was terror in their gaze, and Carrie had a deep cut over one eye. They insisted they had nothing to say to the reporters who were anxious to hear what had happened in Rangiroa. Soon Laurie and Carrie retained attorneys to represent them, and the lawyers advised them not to give any media interviews. Of the 5 people who left San Diego on the Spellbound, only Laurie Huey was uninjured. On March 3rd, Carrie Edwards was admitted to Overlake Hospital in Bellevue and underwent surgery to repair her fractured skull. She, too, had come close to dying of her injuries, but physicians felt she would survive. Larry Edwards, Gary's elder brother, flew to Tahiti to join Gary in protecting the magnificent sailing ship that now had no destination and was only a sad reminder of a trip to paradise that never happened, at least not in the way the Edwardses had planned. The ship was now worth almost $200,000, and one man couldn't stay awake 24 hours a day to patrol it. The Edwards family was being torn apart, all within a period of 9 days, as if some evil presence stalked them. On March 5th, Ira Edwards, the beloved patriarch of their family, died of cancer. Jody, Lauren, and now Ira were gone. Their family had been blessed, and it seemed as if a curse had fallen upon them. Early in April, 6 weeks after the tragedy, a federal grand jury met in Seattle to begin a closed-door investigation into Lauren and Jody's deaths. Carrie Edwards and Laurie Huey testified at the secret meeting, but they continued to decline to comment publicly on what had occurred in the sea off Rangiroa. Gary remained far away on board the ill-fated ship. Peyton Whiteley, the Seattle Times reporter who had once shared a dock with the Edwardses, was more curious than most about what had happened to his friends, casual acquaintances though they were. He knew they had been inordinately proud of the yellow-hulled sailboat that had once dwarfed most of the other boats at the Marina Park in Kirkland. Most of the details of the deadly 24 hours on board that boat were still hidden. That was, of course, tantalizing to an investigative reporter. Whiteley pitched the story to his editor and said he was ready to travel to Tahiti to see what he could find out. His concept of the coverage was right on target, But his timing was off. As it happened, another Times reporter was already scheduled to go to Papeete for a different kind of assignment. Her editor figured Eloise Schumacher could do double duty and see what she could find out about the crew of the Spellbound. Whiteley told Schumacher everything he had found out about the Edwardses, even though he was frustrated that he wouldn't be making the trip himself. Eloise located the Spellbound and Gary Edwards, and he agreed to an interview. Later, she would admit to being somewhat leery of being alone on the death ship with Gary, probably because no one knew what had really happened in February. She shivered involuntarily as she saw what looked like dried bloodstains on the deck. The tall, tanned son of the deceased couple wore sunglasses, and it was impossible to read his feelings when she couldn't see his eyes. Gary Edwards was a handsome man who had both a mustache and a beard, and apparently hadn't cut his hair for months. He posed for a photograph to accompany her article, leaning against the mast, wearing cut-off jean shorts, and without a shirt. He looked half hippie and half Indiana Jones. Probably she couldn't have read his feelings even if she looked deep into his eyes. In the 4-hour interview aboard the sailboat, Gary spoke volubly as his mood changed with mercurial speed. One moment he laughed, and the next he was choking back tears. He said he was anxious to correct some erroneous reports about the time frame in which his father and stepmother perished. First of all, he said, his wrist wasn't injured at the same time the boom hit his father. I heard it 4 days earlier, he pointed out, on February 20th. A winch handle hit it. I didn't think it was broken, but the winch tore some ligaments, and that injury prevented me from doing a lot of things on the boat. Gary Edwards said that another misstatement revolved around Carrie and the comments the ham radio operator in Los Angeles had passed on. Carrie wasn't hurt when my dad was killed. It was 4 a.m., before my dad died, and I was in the cockpit at the wheel. I heard her moaning and screaming from her bunk. That's 3 steps down from the cockpit. Gary said he had gone to Carrie and found her with a pillow over her head. She kept saying her head hurt. She'd been asleep, and she had no idea how she got hurt. I think she might have gotten up, fallen, and hit her head on the corner of the bunk. Having Carrie injured had further upset the carefully planned schedule they were trying to adhere to traverse as many miles as possible to Papeete, so that Lauren could catch a plane to see his dying father. So, you were injured first, 4 days before your father and Carrie were? Eloise Schumacher asked. Yes, first me, then Carrie, and then my dad. Gary explained that his stepmother, Jody, had come up from the master cabin before dawn on February 24th so she could take care of Carrie. My dad took over the helm, Gary went on. We were just disoriented then, because it was night and dark, and we weren't keeping track of where we were going. Gary Edwards drew a deep breath as he continued to recall the events of the early morning hours of February 24th. 2 hours after Carrie's mishap, whatever happened to her, I was steering in the cockpit, and I thought I saw an atoll. I climbed up on the bow to see better. I called to my father, who was inside, to climb up on the stern to see if he could see the atoll. All of a sudden the boat jerked. I turned around and saw my father lying in the cockpit. For just a moment or two, Gary took off his sunglasses, and Eloise Schumacher saw that his eyes brimmed with tears. Still he kept on talking, remembering that bleak dawn as if he could actually see it play out before him. He explained that the sailboat was running with only 2 sails, and the mainsail hadn't been unfurled at the time of the accident. He was either hit by the main boom and then fell backward into the cockpit, hitting his head on the steering wheels, or he lost his balance and fell. Gary speculated. He recalled that his father had been suffering with dizziness almost from the beginning of their voyage. Lauren Edwards was planning to see a doctor about this when he got back to the States. With a 3-year voyage planned, that would be delaying treatment for a very long time. There were many things that could cause a sense of imbalance, some dangerous and some transient. He might have had high blood pressure, Meniere's syndrome, or a middle ear infection. He might have had a brain tumor, and maybe he was only suffering from sporadic seasickness. Gary continued his recall of the morning of February 24th. Lauren Edwards was lying on the cockpit floor, bleeding heavily. Jody had rushed up from tending to Carrie to kneel beside her husband. While Gary and Jody tried to help Lauren, Laurie Huey had taken over the helm. "We tried to stop the bleeding," Gary continued, although he didn't specify where the blood was coming from. "I gave him artificial respiration while my mother did a chest massage. But nothing helped, and Lauren died soon after. After that, my stepmother sat in the cockpit all day Friday with Laurie, just staring and talking. She was in shock, of course," Gary said. "She would say, 'Why me?' or 'Not again.'" Still, Gary told Eloise Schumacher that none of them ever thought that Jody might be suicidal. She had always been a strong woman, both physically and emotionally. Jody stayed with Laurie almost all the time, leaving only to check on Carrie, get a blanket, or go to the head. The long day and night passed, and Laurie and Gary kept sending out distress signals on the radio. Carrie wasn't able to do much because of her head injury. And then, almost exactly 24 hours after her husband died, Jody Edwards was gone too. "I heard a shot, and I ran across the deck," Gary said. "Jody had shot herself with my pistol. I'd been setting a sail. Laurie had gone to the head, and Carrie was lying in her bunk when it happened." In shock, with the South Pacific sun beating down on them, they drifted, becalmed in the heedless ocean. Except for Laurie Huey, they were all injured, and Laurie couldn't stay at the helm all the time. Gary Edwards said he didn't know where they were. "My injured hand was so swollen that I couldn't adjust the sextant properly." Gary and the two girls talked over what they should do. They didn't want to bury Lauren and Jody at sea so far from home, but they didn't know how long it would be until they were able to reach shore, some kind of shore. They didn't even know how far away they were from land, and the sun grew hotter. And so, just as Carrie had told the ham radio operator at the LAX airport, Gary, Carrie, and Laurie had wrapped the couple in their sleeping bags and then bound the cocoon-like coffins with heavy chains. They said a prayer and watched the bodies slip silently into the sea. "All I can tell you," Gary told Eloise Schumacher, "is they're buried at sea someplace north of Rangoroa." Carrie Edwards and her half-brother both appeared to be telling believable, straightforward stories, and yet they differed in many instances. Carrie believed that she and her father had been struck at the same time by the wildly swinging boom, but Gary said she was mistaken. "Carrie was in her bunk asleep when she got hurt, and I don't know how she got hurt. She doesn't remember, really." In another interview, Carrie agreed that her father had been dizzy during the trip, but she felt she knew why. Before they hit the open sea, he had stepped from his boat to another and injured his shin. It had become infected, and she thought that had probably caused him to have an ear infection, too. That was highly unlikely, but it seemed apparent that Lauren's balance had been compromised. There was no longer any way to determine whether he suffered from an ear infection, soaring blood pressure, or other ailments. There could be no autopsy. His body drifted in the sea, lost forever. And Carrie's own skull fracture could have clouded her judgment. She had admitted that she slept through most of the vital period after she and her father were injured. It's almost impossible to put oneself in the place of the three shocked and frightened survivors of the Spellbound's tragic voyage. To be adrift at sea, not knowing where you were, and faced with one calamity after another would leave almost anyone with post-traumatic shock. Gary Edwards was adamant that he wasn't anxious to return to the United States. "I won't leave Tahiti until I'm ready to," he said flatly. "I don't think about leaving. It could be 2 days or 2 years before I take off." Eloise Schumacher was puzzled. She thought he would have been eager to get away from the far-from-home spot where his family had virtually disintegrated. He pointed out that there were several practical reasons why he could not leave what he called his tropical prison. The search party on the charter boat and the search plane that had been called in still had to be paid for their time, fuel, and expertise. That would cost $3,500. Gary said he didn't have that at the moment. Moreover, his visa had expired, and the French police were withholding his passport until he could pay the debt. The Seattle Times reporter asked Gary about the investigation of his parents' death that was currently being carried on by a federal grand jury, the FBI, and the Coast Guard.
They know I'm here. What can they do to me?
Gary answered angrily.
If they want me, they can come down here and get me. I'm not going anywhere. I'm in no hurry to argue with anybody at home. I don't care what's going on there. I don't want to go argue with a grand jury which has no idea what it is like to be in the middle of the ocean with two bodies in the hot sun all day. My going back and debating won't solve a thing. They can believe whatever they damn well want.
It was hard for Eloise Schumacher to judge the man. He was certainly bitter, and perhaps he felt guilty because he hadn't been able to save his father or perceive his stepmother's suicidal state. He knew that he was under suspicion. He'd been questioned enough by French police. He had suffered great personal losses, too. Gary Edwards admitted that remaining in Papeete was an escape of sorts, a way to postpone his grief about his parents. Once he was back in the States, the awful reality of the tragedy couldn't be denied. And still, living on the sailboat gave him an eerie feeling, especially when night settled.
I walk through the places where my mother and father lay. I see the bloodstains on the floor and on the deck. I see the places where the FBI and the Coast Guard drove holes to get blood samples.
In essence, Gary felt he was trapped in paradise, bound by his burden to protect the spellbound, which had meant so much to his parents. The catch had been a shining dream, but now it was an albatross.
Do you feel ostracized? Eloise Schumacher asked. The Tahiti Bulletin seems to have a story about your family's loss in their paper almost every day.
He shook his head.
No, I don't feel unwelcome or ostracized. People here are kind.
Gary wasn't alone. An old friend of his from Canada had come over to live aboard with him, and he had a French girlfriend he'd met in Tahiti.
I'm not worried about running out of money. It only cost about $3.60 a day to moor my ship at the quay, along the main road.
Ironically, Gary Edwards had found work as an extra in a TV movie being filmed in Tahiti, Overboard. It was based on a book about a sailboat that had met with a disaster at sea. Like his father, Gary Edwards was a skilled carpenter, and he worked other jobs, painting and repairing boats. When he wasn't working, he spent his time swimming, visiting the colorful native markets, and working on the spellbound. Except for his injured wrist, which he said was healing rapidly, he was in excellent physical shape. Even so, he dreaded the thought of sailing his parents' sailboat again. Papeete and Rangiroa were so far from American territory. Sailing to Hawaii would require a month or more.
I can't face the ocean again so soon. The trip from here to there, Hawaii, would kill me.
Gary wanted to sell the spellbound. He couldn't visualize himself ever sailing her again.
It will always be my parents' boat, and it will always have their bloodstains. The only way to get rid of them is to replace the boat.
He sounded like Lady Macbeth saying, "Out, damned spot," as she tried to scrub the imagined blood from her hands. If he had to, he could live for a year in Tahiti for $1,000, but he would have to live on what had become a ghost boat, surrounded by gruesome reminders of two incomprehensible deaths. And money to pay off the search parties and to sail the ship away wasn't that easy to come by. In the initial frantic days after they landed in Rangiroa, he had requested funds from home, and he'd received $2,500 from his parents' estate. The elder Edwards's bank in Kirkland had called Papeete and asked that that money be returned because it was part of their estate. No one had been able to find a will. Gary said Lauren had told him once that he'd written a will and built a secret compartment in the 54-foot sailboat for important papers.
I would almost have to destroy the boat to find that compartment. Gary sighed. I have looked in all the obvious places and I haven't found it.
A long time later, that will and insurance papers were located back in Seattle, but it would be years before the probate case could be closed. One thing investigators discovered was that there had been several guns on board the Spellbound. None of them had been declared to customs for fear that they would be seized. Jody Edwards had known where they were. Beyond the Walther automatic handgun that Gary brought in his sea bag, there were 2 rifles and a shotgun. My father made the decision not to declare our guns when we went through customs in the Marquesas Islands, Gary recalled. When he was asked if he knew how long the survivors had drifted at sea after Jody Edwards died on February 25th, he felt it had been only about 14 hours before the rescuing charter boat found them, and that they made port in Rangaroa by 10:30 that Saturday night. His father had been dead for 40 hours then, and his mother only since the wee hours of Saturday morning.
The girls were very messed up mentally,
Gary recalled. They had been flown to Papeete the next day, Sunday, where they were questioned by French detectives. Gary had arrived on Monday. When the police saw how seriously Carrie was injured, she was hospitalized.
Laurie and I were kept separated and questioned for hours.
Gary adamantly denied that the rumors and innuendos that were floating around Tahiti and beginning to appear in the local paper bothered him. The reason was simple. The gossip wasn't true.
Let everyone talk, he said. I know what I did was right, and I'm not ashamed of it. I don't care what happens now. When I decide to come back to Seattle, I will. But I may sail around the world first. You never know.
Back home in Washington State, Laurie Huey and Carrie Edwards struggled to pick up the ragged threads of their lives. They knew that relatives and friends were baffled over discrepancies in their recall and Gary's. But shock, severe injury, grief, panic, and being viewed as murder suspects in a foreign country would certainly unhinge anyone. One moment they had almost reached their exotic destination, and the next, blood ran on the decks of the Spellbound. Carrie told reporters that the FBI special agents had warned her against making statements on the tragedy. She would say only that she was feeling a great deal better and was well enough to start working part-time in a pizza parlor. Laurie sought a peaceful escape from her memories of horror by taking a hiking and camping trip high in the Cascade Mountains. It was a totally different ambience there from the tropical islands of the South Pacific. The wind in the Cascade smelled of fir, spruce, and pine, and the soft patter of raindrops on her tent helped to erase her memory of the relentless heat off Rangaroa. Laurie's attorney had told her she didn't have to talk to reporters, and even though she had no guilty knowledge of what happened on the Spellbound, he said it would be better to avoid talking to the media. She hoped to find a job when she climbed on down the mountain pass and somehow get on with her life. Laurie's friends, however, told the Seattle Times that Laurie had described the events of February 24th and 25th just as Gary had. Lauren had died almost instantly when struck by the boom, and Jody had committed suicide in her overwhelming sorrow. There had been nothing any of them could do. For those who found truth in the paranormal, it was easy to believe that the Spellbound was under an evil spell, covered with a suffocating blanket of bad luck. There were so many questions left unanswered. Why would Jody Edwards have chosen to commit suicide, leaving her children adrift in the open sea? Most mothers will overlook even the most intense pain and grief to be sure their children get to safe harbor. Carrie needed her on that dread dawn of February 25th. Her 20-year-old daughter was critically injured, and no one on board seemed to know what had happened to her. Perhaps Jody believed they were all lost anyway, perishing from disorganization and panic without Lauren there to calm them with his strength and common sense. With Jody dead, there would be only Gary, with one useless hand, and petite Laurie to bring their boat safely into harbor, where Carrie could get medical care. Wouldn't Jody have chosen to stay with them, at least until they were all safe? Again, It's almost impossible to judge the state of mind of someone suddenly plunged into disaster. There was also the puzzle of Carrie's memory. She was sure she'd been with her father when he was struck in the head, and that she had been struck too. But Gary contradicted her and insisted she had suffered her skull fracture when she was sleeping below deck in her bunk. When the sailboat lurched with sudden wave action, she could have been going to the head, or getting a drink of water and fallen, striking her brow on something hard and sharp, but Gary insisted she was in her bed when he first heard her whimpering in pain. How had she managed to crawl back into her bunk? As always, when witnesses refused to talk publicly, there was suspicion. Grand jury hearings are secret, held behind closed doors, but most laymen weren't aware of that. They wondered if the Edwardses had family skeletons or volatile relationships that had exploded into violence. That was the romantic notion of true Gothic tradition and soap operas. But if there was any substance behind the whispered questions, the grand jury would surely have returned indictments against someone. And they did not. A few people who were not on the Spellbound that night wondered aloud if it was possible for pirates to have killed Lauren and injured Carrie, strangers bent on robbery who had glided silently up to the sailboat in the dark and crept aboard, unseen. If so, why hadn't they attacked the other 3 people on board too? That explanation was a long shot, but possible. One couple who lived on Papiete had known Lauren and Jody and their family well. After they went on several cruises with a platoon of sailboats in American waters, they didn't know what to think about the Edwardses' deaths. They had heard the rumors that said Gary had killed them, but they tried to be fair with him and often invited him over to supper. He was always polite and grateful for a home-cooked meal. On one of those nights, their daughter, Gwen, who was in her early 20s, was visiting them.
I didn't approve of their associating with him because I thought he might be dangerous, Gwen recalled. I think he sensed that.
According to Gwen, when her parents invited Gary over for supper, he had glared at her throughout the meal. After he finally left, she made her parents promise never to ask him again.
He scared me, she said. I felt as though he hated me, or maybe he just hated women in general.
Several months later, Gwen was in Hawaii when Gary and 2 men he'd hired to help him bring the Spellbound there showed up. The 2 crewmen were pleasant enough, and they didn't seem to have any alliance with Gary Edwards beyond being hired for a pickup job.
It was the oddest thing, Gwen explained in 2009. I was walking up the dock talking to the 2 guys, and I saw Gary coming toward us. He looked surly as usual, but he didn't say anything. When he came abreast of us, he picked me up by my wrists with just one hand and dangled me over the edge of the dock, banging me into the logs and concrete there. I was afraid he was going to drop me, but he was so strong. He pulled me back up and dropped me on the dock. I was bruised and hurt, but he just walked away. Gary Edwards's crewmen were shocked by what their captain had just done. They helped Gwen up and dusted her off and walked her to a safe place. They quit crewing for him right then,
Gwen recalled. They didn't want to get back on the boat with him. I never saw him again, and that was fine with me. In the fall of 1978, Gary sailed the Spellbound into Richmond, California. He had taken care of his visa difficulties and was finally free to head for the United States, where the ketch would undergo repairs. Gary stayed with the boat. He hoped to sell it. It had been a millstone around his neck for 8 months, a constant reminder of what happened in those ghastly pre-dawn hours in February. 2 years after the tragedy occurred, Larry Edwards signed an affidavit accusing his brother of being the slayer of their parents. The motive was rumored to be for financial profit and to cover up an attempted sexual attack on Carrie Edwards as she slept. Because of her fractured skull, she didn't remember what had happened. If Lauren and Jody's deaths were engineered by their son, how could it be proven? There were no witnesses, at least none who cared to talk about it. There were no bodies to be autopsied for cause or time of death. The elder Edwards's estate consisted mainly of their modest home and their magnificent sailing craft, which was dry docked in California. There was a good chance that it would always be considered a bad luck boat, and sailors are notoriously superstitious. Would anyone risk sailing it? The Spellbound's value had plummeted, but it was probably still worth over $100,000. Despite its original $200,000 value, the ship was not insured. Gary Edwards said his parents had decided against buying insurance when they learned it would cost 20% of the boat's value in premiums each year. Only very wealthy boat owners could afford $40,000 a year for insurance, and while they were sailing around the world, Lauren's income would have been much reduced. The Spellbound was sold in the summer of 1979 for $110,000, and that amount was, according to Lauren and Jody's wills, to be divided equally 5 ways to their children. Faced with his brother's accusations, Gary Edwards renounced any claim to his share of that money on Friday, December 21st, 1980. "I already know I am innocent," he said. "Whatever share of the estate I might receive would probably be exhausted in a long, bitter legal battle. To fight this selfish battle for the sake of convincing others is not worth it. I will not be a part of a ghoulish rehashing of details for the sake of blood money." For 5 years, Jody and Lauren Edwards had worked on the Spellbound. They built it, outfitted it, sanded and varnished it again and again, laid out its huge sails, always dreaming of the day they would sail into the balmy breezes of the South Pacific, even while northwest rain pounded down on them. Had they had any way of knowing how it would all end, they surely would never have laid the keel. All the sanding and varnishing of the deck of the ship that languished in Papeete for so long could never quite erase the bloodshed there. No one was ever arrested, and the investigation into Lauren and Jody's deaths sank into oblivion decades ago. Gary, Carrie, and Lori have slipped into obscurity, as they wanted to. He would be almost 60 now, and the 2 young women in their 50s. I've tried, but I cannot find them. Even the Seattle Times reporters who came as close to unraveling the secrets of the Spellbound as anyone, Eloise Schumacher and Peyton Whiteley, had to take a few beats to remember the story, because they wrote it so many years ago. Whiteley said he was startled a few years ago to walk down the dock where he had once known Lauren and Jody as neighbors. And there it was, the Spellbound. It had a different name, but he recognized the yellow fiberglass hull. There was no question that it was the same ketch. The people working on it were unfamiliar to him, but Whiteley introduced himself and asked the man if he was the owner. He nodded. "Do you know the history of this boat?" the longtime reporter asked. "Can't say I do." But the current owner was curious to know more about the 30-year-old sailboat. Whiteley hesitated, wondering if he should tell what he knew. The man listened avidly, but when he learned of the Edwards' fatal cruise, it didn't alarm him. Indeed, he found it intriguing. Where the Spellbound is today, I don't know, but I will always think of her as the symbol of a lost dream. Sharper than a serpent's tooth. I've probably mentioned this before, but it's worth repeating. After several decades as a true crime writer, I still find myself stumped by legal terms from time to time. We all do. Most laymen still believe that the term corpus delicti refers to the body of a murder victim. It doesn't. This misconception has been perpetuated by the fact that corpus is the Latin root word for corpse. But, in correct usage, corpus delicti doesn't mean a victim's body at all. Instead, it refers to the body of a crime, all the elements that indicate a crime has been committed. Detectives and prosecutors have to prove to judges and juries that they have enough evidence, both physical and circumstantial, to show that a crime has been committed. An actual corpse may or may not be part of the corpus delicti. If an adult disappears, he or she may have left of their own accord, and they are free to do that. But if there are eyewitnesses to violence to tell their stories, or a purse or keys left behind, or traces or even puddles of blood evident at a possible crime scene, then a rational person would tend to believe that that missing person did not choose to step out of his life. Probably the most telling evidence is the fingerprint of a victim or a suspect left in dried blood. One or both of them were there when that blood was wet. Did someone have a motive for the absent person to come to harm? There are myriad variables that can prove a homicide has been committed. Has the suspected target for violence been seen anywhere? Has he cashed a check, drawn money out of a bank?